the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 Hogwarts, Part 1. This is magic, Wingardium Leviosa. After placing the spellbook on the table, Shen Fei picked up the wand in his right hand and softly chanted a spell. With a movement of his wand, feathers on the table gently floated up and scattered freely. Because Hogwarts was on summer vacation, Shen Fei didn't immediately go to Hogwarts to teach his Muggle studies class. Instead, he remained in London and began studying magic through spellbooks. With Grindelwald, a wizard of the Dark Lord's caliber, and his exceptional memory, his magical proficiency skyrocketed. In just a few days, he had nearly completed his first year at Hogwarts, primarily focusing on spells, not including potions, herbal medicine, and so on. Of course, Shen Fei's rapid learning was primarily due to his status as a wizard at Kamar-Taj. In the world of Harry Potter, while magic, or spells, may seem to require a magic circle, it actually does. However, unlike the magic circles at Kamar-Taj, these circles don't manifest in the physical world. One of the key challenges in learning these spells is shaping, a knowledge Shen Fei had already mastered in Kamar-Taj. All spells are essentially shaping, and different spells represent different forms. Purpose, determination, and composure. The three key factors in learning operation apply to all magic. Just like the levitation charm, when using it, you must imagine that you can make the object you wish to control fly. If you don't even believe you can, the spell won't work. The same goes for the unlocking charm. This is what a wizard should be like, Shen Fei said, casting a fountain of water spell. A glass of water instantly appeared from thin air in front of him. Shen Fei then picked up the glass and gently took a sip. Compared to the blade-wielding wizards of Kamar-Taj, the wizards of Harry's world had some semblance of sorcery. During this time, Shen Fei had only learned a few spells: levitation, unlocking, fountain of water, cleanse, and restore. Cleanse and restore were practically magical feats for a lazy man like Shen Fei. The reason he only learned these spells was, first, because his primary focus was on dimensional space. He first needed to regain the ability to use portals and mirrored spaces in this world. Only then would his ability to survive be greatly enhanced. While sensing this world's dimensional space, Shen Fei discovered that once he established a connection with this world's dimensional space, his Kamar-Taj magic would be further enhanced. Dimensional magic, indeed, required dimensional travel to become stronger. Furthermore, establishing a connection with this world's dimensional space was a crucial step in learning operation, otherwise, he would never be able to master it. Every world had its own rules, and the dimensional space surrounding each world was also different. The second reason was that he simply didn't devote all his time to learning magic. After all, Grindelwald was watching, occasionally giving him tips without asking why. Under these circumstances, Shen Fei couldn't help but question his previously mentioned plan. Originally, that plan was purely a way to get away from Dumbledore and Grindelwald, but after investigating in London for several days, Shen Fei realized that it was possible. And just as he'd said before, the worst-case scenario was to proceed to the final step and build a spaceship to leave this planet. To complete that plan, investigating the world of ordinary people in this world was inevitable. Grindelwald also needed to familiarize himself with the ordinary world, so over the past few days, Shen Fei had taken Grindelwald to many places in London. He'd visited television stations, movie theaters, schools of all levels, factories, and even witnessed the power of some of this world's weapons. The biggest problem with wizards in this world is their reluctance to understand the Muggle world, even top wizards like Grindelwald. I never thought the Muggle world could understand magic this way, Grindelwald, sitting across from Shen Fei, said, waving his wand. A glass of water appeared in front of him. Everything has its own rules. Magic simply grasped these rules earlier than ordinary people. As long as the ordinary world doesn't perish, we'll eventually unravel this. The clear water spell seemed unusual, but after Shen Fei analyzed it with the power of the surgery fruit, he roughly understood the underlying mechanism. It was simply using magic to combine hydrogen and oxygen in the air into water. Over the past few days, Shen Fei has visited several university laboratories and purchased a batch of world-class experimental equipment. While these are top tier, they're long overdue for Shen Fei's use. The equipment he carries with him is countless times more advanced, but it's not suitable for public use. Using these instruments, Shen Fei demonstrated to Grindelwald how to synthesize water. Of course, compared to the convenience of magic, this experiment was completely costly, but to show Grindelwald the power of technology, it didn't matter. While some spells are difficult to explain with technology, using Marvel technology could offer a significant solution. For example, the stretch without a notice spell could be explained using Pym particles. Even if only a partial explanation was available, it was enough to shock Grindelwald. "This is your first step," Grindelwald said, pushing a newspaper in front of Shen Fei. It was a Muggle newspaper, and it was also the newspaper Shen Fei had recently purchased. Besides newspapers, he also acquired a telephone company and a film studio. Indeed, fear stems from the unknown. Just slowly peel back the layers of the unknown, and you'll be fine. If this world were to develop like the era he traveled through, even if a wizarding school like Hogwarts were revealed, it wouldn't cause much of a stir. He'd rather believe he was a Muggle than believe there was no magic in the world. The hamsters even organized a Quidditch tournament. Of course, Quidditch matches in a world without magic weren't as entertaining as those with real magic, but even so, they were still held several times. Now he just needed to replicate all this. For example, the newspaper he bought had a dedicated fiction section, and he paid high prices to London novelists to write stories about love affairs between wizards and ordinary people. "I'm writing Harry Potter novels in the Harry Potter world. I'm filming Harry Potter movies in the Harry Potter world." Whenever Shen Fei thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Shen Fei actually had this plan. Once he reached Voldemort, he might actually send in real wizards to film Harry Potter. Surely it would be even better. After all, the special effects would be real. Now it all depends on whether you can withstand the pressure from the wizarding world and give me room to develop. 10 years. This change will take at least 10 years. The wizarding world's oblivion charms are still the most abominable, and there's no shortage of large-scale oblivion charms, like what Newt did in New York. If the wizarding world were to do the same, no matter how many more he did, it would be useless. In reality, for Shen Fei, now that he has his wand and spells, it doesn't matter if he doesn't participate in Harry Potter's subsequent affairs. He can just take them back to the Marvel Universe and slowly learn. But that would be too boring. In the Marvel Universe, Shen Fei needed to keep a low profile because there were too many powerful people. But in this world, as long as he had established a connection with the dimensional space, almost no one could threaten him. Voldemort might be powerful, but for Shen Fei, there was no need to compete with him. He could just rain missiles on you and see if you could survive. He didn't even need missiles, a Gatling gun would suffice. With a traceless extension spell, the Gatling's biggest ammunition problem was solved. Solving this problem would truly be like Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 pure depleted uranium ammunition, 1 breath 3,600 rotations, great compassion and great mercy to save the world. With this in mind, Shen Fei wanted to see if his plan could really be implemented. Changing the world would bring him a great sense of accomplishment. Chapter 52 Hogwarts, Part 2. Dumbledore, are you mad? In an ordinary room, several elderly men with white hair and beards sat around a small round table. Dumbledore sat in the center. "This is an opportunity, isn't it?" Dumbledore said with a smile. "It's too risky. The Ministry of Magic won't approve, I know, but don't you think Muggle Studies has been neglecting the situation over the years and making no real progress? You should know how many casualties Muggle weapons inflicted on wizards during that war. So many outstanding wizards fell to them. Over the years, Muggle weapons have become even more powerful than they were back then. If it happens again, how many outstanding wizards will fall because they don't understand Muggle weapons?" Dumbledore's words silenced everyone present. The young wizards might not have known about the war, but most of those present had participated in it and, to a certain extent, had friends who had fallen to Muggle weapons. It's undeniable that the wizarding world has a strange mindset. Perhaps it's the sense of superiority bred by years of experience. Even after witnessing the devastation of Muggle nuclear weapons, they still shut themselves off, enjoying the so-called superiority of wizards. Isn't this simply a form of isolation? Back then, we could easily hide in the Muggle world, even the Muggle leaders didn't know where we were. But now, silence fell again. To further conceal the wizarding world, Muggle leaders, especially those of the major powers, are now aware of the existence of the magical community. This is to further conceal the wizarding world. Not everyone in the wizarding world abides by the statute of secrecy. Those who abide by the law in the Muggle world are fine. At most, they rely on magic to make their lives more convenient and comfortable. In fact, the wizarding world offers the most comfortable living for these people. Thanks to magic, they easily find high-skilled jobs in the Muggle world. However, not everyone seeks legitimate means of making money. The Muggle world has no way of dealing with these dark wizards, so who will deal with them? The Aurors, of course. Strictly speaking, the Auror profession in this world is somewhat like a S.H.I.E.L.D agent, maintaining the boundary between the Muggle and wizarding worlds. Look at this, Dumbledore said, dispensing a stack of documents. With a wave of his hand, the documents fluttered down in front of the elderly men. What's this? The elderly men opened the documents and were stunned to see a table comparing the Muggle and wizarding worlds. This is the latest research results. You can see the average monthly income of an average Muggle man. I imagine most wizards don't make that much. This table was created by Shen Fei using Red Queen. While prices in the wizarding world were determined through research conducted by Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the Muggle world was much simpler. Shen Fei simply slapped a stack of pounds in front of the private investigators, and everything was resolved. Honestly, after seeing the wizarding world price list, Shen Fei was shocked. The prices were incredibly cheap, and he realized he had been mistaken. First of all, Gringotts provides exchange between wizarding and Muggle currency. After all, the Muggle world has many things that the wizarding world needs. Another issue is how incredibly low wizarding wages are. While wages aren't typically high in this world due to technological limitations, they're still incredibly low. Just look at the Wheel-Eyes, they earn less than Harry Potter's uncle and his family. Strictly speaking, if you don't factor in regular income, even the Malfoys can't compare to Harry Potter's uncle and his family. Granted, the wizarding world has magic that accelerates food growth and the ability to expand space with the invisible extension charm, so food and shelter aren't a problem. But when it comes to clothing, the wizarding world lags far behind the Muggle world. Just look at where the Wheel-Eyes live and their living standards. Ron uses his brother's hand-me-downs and even inherits his familiar. After all, the Wheel-Eyes are purebloods. And the Malfoys, meanwhile, have been forced to sell their family collections. In the Muggle world, any single antique the Malfoys could find would cover their expenses for over a decade. If these wizards were in the Muggle world, they could earn plenty of money doing anything. For example, the Restore-like new spell is known to nearly every full-time wizard who graduates. The only difference is the range of its effects. Using this spell, opening a repair shop in the Muggle world would be a bonanza. Another example is the Spring Water spell, which can be used to sell mineral water. Don't underestimate the Spring Water spell. This magically conjured water is a truly natural, pollution-free resource, unlike synthetic water. That's fine in this world, but if sold in the Marvel Universe, it would be the finest mineral water, far superior to anything sourced from the peaks of snowy mountains. Therefore, trans-world enterprises are the most profitable. What appeals to people? Profit is the most appealing. To implement his plan, relying on ideals and violence is a poor strategy. Profit is the surest bet. Wizards are human too, and everyone wants a better life. Hogwarts is the wizarding world's premier school of magic, but it can't guarantee every graduate a good job. There was no way the wizarding world's perspective was too narrow, severely limiting their options. Once the majority of people began to experience the benefits of interacting with the Muggle world, it would snowball, crushing anyone who dared stand in its way. Is this all true? Several elderly people looked at the documents in their hands, disbelief evident. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can simply take a few unimportant items from your collection and sell them in the Muggle world, Dumbledore said with a smile. These visitors were all members of Dumbledore's faction, but even within that faction, they couldn't ignore the Galleons before them. After all, compared to Dumbledore's solitary existence, they had families to support. This is dragon liver. It's incredibly cheap, Shen Fei beamed after finishing the plate of dragon liver in front of him. This was real dragon liver. While it was very different from the legendary dragon, it was still a dragon, and it had immense health benefits. After learning the price of dragon liver, Shen Fei went straight to Gringotts, exchanged British pounds for a large sum of wizarding currency, and then bought a large amount of dragon liver. Actually, we could set up a S.H.I.E.L.D in this world. S.H.I.E.L.D is a joke. First, we have to invent mobile phones. With them, the owls can retire. Imagine all the students at Hogwarts surfing the internet with smartphones. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? Landline phones already existed in Harry's world, but mobile phones seemed a long way off. Thinking that, more than a decade later in Harry's world, Harry's children would appear, and yet the trains would still be the same, Shen Fei felt a long way to go. Chapter 53 Hogwarts, Part 2. At King's Cross Station, Shen Fei watched as many young wizards pushed their carts directly into the pillar wall between platforms 9 and 10. Today marked the end of summer at Hogwarts and the start of school, so Shen Fei had made his rare trip to the legendary platform 9, 3/4. Although many young wizards vanished through the wall, they didn't attract the attention of the muggles nearby. This was largely due to the muggle repelling and confusion charms, which obscured any signs of passage through the wall. Only if someone sealed the wall, as Dobby the house elf had done during Harry's second term, would it cause a significant disturbance and draw attention. The Golden Trio, at platform 9 3/4, Shen Fei easily spotted Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Then there was the Malfoy Trio. It had to be said that these two trios were quite interesting, their banter unleashed upon each other. Shen Fei had no desire to get to know them. If he were their age, perhaps he would have considered it, but now, there was no need. As expected, no matter what world it is, the goods on the train are the most expensive. Shen Fei randomly picked up a few snacks on the train. He had to admit, snacks from the magical world tasted delicious, probably because of the quality of the ingredients. Due to the underdeveloped industry, the food in this world is mostly natural. The only drawback is the quality of English cooking. Fortunately, his own cooking skills are quite good. There's an empty seat here. Just as Shen Fei was snacking and reading his spell book, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside. Shen Fei spotted the Golden Trio entering his compartment. Is this fate? He muttered to himself, then ignored them and continued to study his spell book. In reality, Hermione and the other two had entered Shen Fei's compartment because they were looking for a compartment where they could sit together, rather than separately. After traveling along the way, and encountering the Malfoy Trio and wasting some time, they finally found only 3 empty seats near Shen Fei's compartment. You're using a transfiguration spell, Hermione, true to her reputation as a troublemaker, said directly after taking a seat next to Shen Fei and glancing at the contents of his book. Yes, Miss Hermione. Any questions? Shen Fei smiled, shifting his gaze from the book to Hermione. Honestly, Hermione was pretty, but even if she was only about 11 years old at this point. He wasn't some Lolita con man. You know me? Hermione asked, surprised. Shen Fei's current appearance, combined with the books he was reading, made Hermione mistake him for a 6th or 7th grader. One of the famous Golden Trio, how could I not know him? So, it must be Ron, and this one should be Harry, the one who killed Voldemort. Shen Fei smiled and greeted Ron and Harry. You actually call him by his name? Aren't you afraid of him? Hermione asked, surprised. Although she had only been at Hogwarts for half a semester, as one of Harry's best friends, Hermione knew a lot about Voldemort. For example, most wizards, including Ron's parents, called him you-know-who. It's just Voldemort, what's there to be afraid of? Shen Fei said with disdain. Compared to Grindelwald, Voldemort was far inferior. Voldemort in his intact soul might be more formidable, but Voldemort, whose soul had been split into 7, not 8, parts, was no threat to him at all. After all, he knew the locations of all of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Come to think of it, only Gryffinder's longsword remained untouched. Each of the 4 houses at Hogwarts possessed a relic of its founder, yet the other 3 were made into Horcruxes. You'd better not say anything while you're at school, Hermione whispered. Thanks for the reminder, Shen Fei smiled and nodded. Can you tell me about you-know-who? Harry asked after a long silence. That's not something you should know right now. Don't overthink it. Study hard. Shen Fei then picked up his spellbook and began to read the transfiguration spell. After Harry and Hermione consoled Harry briefly, the 3 of them focused on discussing Quidditch. It's really slow, not even close to the speed of a high-speed train. The Hogwarts Express was considered incredibly fast in this world, but it was far inferior to the high-speed trains of Shen Fei's previous life. This was a bit of a bummer for Shen Fei, who was used to teleporting or flying. He rode a train in the morning and arrived in the evening, which was almost a full day. After the train stopped, the group quickly made their way to the numerous carriages parked nearby and boarded them in batches. Except for the new students, who were required to retrace the path taken by the founders of the four houses to Hogwarts. All other students did not have to cross the lake. Amazing Hogwarts, here I come, Shen Fei saw Dumbledore upon entering Hogwarts. He was then taken to meet the other professors. Many of the professors were surprised by Shen Fei's youth, but it seemed Dumbledore had already explained everything to them, so they were quite welcoming. Of course, Snape still had his usual scowl. Slytherin, a genius of his generation, our headmaster, with waist-length hair. Looking at Snape, these words suddenly popped into Shen Fei's mind, and he almost laughed. Just like when he first arrived, a dinner was held in the Great Hall that evening, and all the students were present. It doesn't look like there are that many people. According to prior information, Hogwarts only has about 400 students. The uncertainty stems from the school's somewhat backward management, and some of the 6th and 7th year students on internship were counted, while others were not. Thousands of candles floated in the sky above the Great Hall, and above them was a pattern resembling the night sky. This was created by magic, including the candles themselves, which, due to the magic, would never burn out. If they installed the latest crystal chandeliers and had electricity, it would be just as beautiful. The wizarding world's biggest disadvantage compared to the Muggle world was its lack of electricity. Harry, Ron, look, Hermione, sitting on the Gryffindor bench, immediately spotted Shen Fei in the professor's chair and immediately informed her two friends. Welcome back to school, everyone. I have an announcement to make today. Dumbledore spoke without further ado, directly revealing Shen Fei's situation. Because of Shen Fei's presence, the former Muggle Studies professor, Carrie Dibbig, had left Hogwarts, a move that, in a way, saved her life, as in the novels, she was murdered by Voldemort. After announcing Shen Fei's appointment as Muggle Studies professor, Dumbledore also announced that, starting this semester, Muggle Studies would become a compulsory course for first-year students, no longer an elective, and would be included in their final grades. This caused an uproar among the students present, especially the Slytherin students, who were nearly furious. However, thanks to Dumbledore's prestige, the fact that it was only mandatory for first-year students, and the ministry's approval, the dinner went ahead smoothly. The ministry agreed to this request, in part because Dumbledore and other respected figures in the magical community believed that it was important for new wizards to learn about the Muggle world as a pilot program. Secondly, Fudge had just become the Minister of Magic and did not dare to go against Dumbledore. Chapter 54, Class, Part 1. I don't know what's so good about Muggle classes. Before the first Muggle Studies class began, Draco Malfoy, accompanied by his two lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, entered the second-floor Muggle Studies classroom with a sullen expression. Despite his deep frustration, even yelling to his father, Malfoy, Draco dared not skip the class. Dumbledore's fame prevented Draco from even calling him old and muddle-headed. Naturally, the blame fell on Shen Fei, Harry, Hermione, and other Muggle wizards. Ron was a Weasley, and while the family enjoyed mixing with Muggles, they were purebloods after all. While Shen Fei found the supposed superiority of purebloods and Muggles ridiculous, a millennium-old habit wasn't easily changed. It was like the so-called caste system or racial discrimination. Even if legislation prohibited it, the practical effect was minimal. The International Confederation of Wizards has clear rules prohibiting wizards from discriminating against Muggles, including calling them mudbloods, but the word Muggle itself is discriminatory. It's not the West, but the East, that's the least discriminatory world. This, admittedly, surprised Shen Fei. He arrived at the Muggle Studies classroom long before any students showed up. Seeing the reluctance of the first-year students entering, Shen Fei shook his head and smiled helplessly. Draco and the others looked impatient, not to mention Hermione and Harry. It was truly unsettling. The only one who didn't show any displeasure was Neville Longbottom. He had his parchment notebook open, apparently preparing to take notes. Neville looked dazed and bewildered, but it wasn't his fault. The damage to his brain caused by the Obliviate spell in his childhood had left him with such forgetfulness. Fortunately, as he grew older, Neville recovered and eventually became the herbology professor at Hogwarts. "What can I do for you, Hermione?" Just as all the students had arrived and Shen Fei was about to speak, Hermione, who was sitting in the back, suddenly raised her hand. "I'd like to ask what this course will teach us." As a gifted wizard, Hermione's academic progress was consistently among the highest of her peers. While others were still struggling with required courses, Hermione had already completed them. "It will teach you how to better conceal yourself in the Muggle world, It's impossible to achieve this overnight. It can only be achieved through a gradual inculcation. The Ministry of Magic has a Muggle Artifacts division, so this course certainly can't teach how to use Muggle objects that would challenge the limits of the wizarding world. Of course, this is only impossible now. Once Voldemort returns, that won't matter. As for the International Confederation of Wizards, this organization, similar to the United Nations, is essentially a communication tool. In fact, many wizarding nations haven't joined the International Confederation because some of its regulations conflict with their national systems. How could Muggles possibly discover us? Draco began. Draco was initially very upset with Hermione because, among her first-year classmates, she was the only one born into a true Muggle family. The others all had at least one wizarding parent. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry enjoyed a high reputation worldwide, but in reality, of the three major European wizarding schools, Hogwarts had the smallest students' body because it only accepted students from the British Isles. Unlike the other two schools, which recruited students from all of Europe. Furthermore, even those with wizarding talent in the British Isles didn't necessarily attend Hogwarts, especially those self-proclaimed pure-blood families, who often chose Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Not all schools forbade the study of the dark arts. Durmstrang offered a dedicated dark arts curriculum, unlike Hogwarts, which only taught defense against the dark arts. Compared to other ministries of magic, England's was far too conservative. Fudge was merely England's Minister of Magic. The so-called Sacred 28 pure-blood families were simply pure-blood wizarding families in England. I'll explain this in class, Hermione. I'll also explain your question in class. If you don't have any other questions, I'll start class, Shen Fei said, gesturing for a seat. I think you all know that in the wizarding world, the primary means of contacting others is by letter, usually sent via owl. Do you know how to contact others in the Muggle world? Can anyone tell me? As soon as Shen Fei finished speaking, Hermione raised her hand again and said, phone. Excellent answer. 5 points to Gryffindor. Only professors of required courses have the power to add or subtract points from the 4 Hogwarts houses. These points are crucial for the end-of-term House Cup. This was originally a fair arrangement, but Dumbledore made it incredibly unfair. He would find a way to add whatever points Gryffindor had been deducted from them at the end of the semester, and he would even give them a slightly higher score than Slytherin. Even Shen Fei found this a bit biased, but in this world, due to Dumbledore's prestige, no one considered him partial. Muggle studies became a required course, and naturally, it came with a right to award or deduct points. Since Hogwarts was a magical castle, Shen Fei's bonus points were recorded immediately. Hermione's bonus points delighted the Gryffindor students. Of course, the Slytherin students were displeased. Dumbledore was partial, but so was Snape. In his potions class, Gryffindor was the class with the most points deducted, a fact that cast a pall over the Gryffindor students. Then can you tell me how long it takes to deliver a message by owl? Shen Fei asked Hermione again. About half a day, Hermione thought for a moment before answering. So, what about a phone call at the same distance? Shen Fei's words stunned Hermione. Honestly, the question was a simple one, but even Hermione had never considered it. About a few seconds, Hermione muttered after a long silence. That's impossible, Draco shouted before Shen Fei could even begin to speak. It seemed to Draco that those Muggles couldn't possibly be faster than wizards. Quiet, Shen Fei didn't directly deduct Strelling's points. As the saying goes, punishing without teaching is cruelty. Draco immediately quieted down. After all, Shen Fei was now a professor at the school. I have some numbers to tell you. Shen Fei pulled out a document from the desk and said, in the first half of this year, more than 20 messenger owls in the wizarding world died at the hands of Muggles, half of whom belonged to the Ministry of Magic, which delayed a lot of the ministry's work. Also, in the first half of the year, there have been more than a dozen cases of Muggles witnessing the wizarding world. In the end, the Ministry of Magic stepped in and used the Oblivion Charm to resolve it. This is just what happened in England. If it spreads to other countries, or even the whole world, the wizarding world will need the Ministry of Magic to dispatch at least 1,000 times every year to solve the problem of the wizarding world being discovered by troublemakers. Here is a data of the Ministry of Magic's dispatches to solve the problem of Muggles discovering the wizarding world in the past 10 years. If you look closely, you will find that the number of Ministry of Magic's dispatches is increasing every year, Shen Fei said and gently waved the wand in his hand. Suddenly, a stack of documents on the desk flew in and landed in front of each student. And this, too. This is a newspaper that records wizarding creatures discovered in the Muggle world. Shen Fei waved his wand again, and a stack of cut newspapers flew in front of the students. The photos on the newspapers showed a man riding a broom, a winged horse, and a flying dragon. As the saying goes, money talks. Shen Fei had paid a large sum of money to a private investigator to obtain this information. Now you still say how Muggles could discover us? Shen Fei walked over to Draco's seat, lowered his head and said with a smile. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, Class, Part 2. It's different now than 100 years ago. With the invention of various items in the Muggle world, wizards need to better understand the Muggle world if they want to hide better. When Draco didn't answer his question, Shen Fei didn't pursue it further, but continued with the class. I'm sure you all know what this thing is. Shen Fei directly pulled out a camera. Cameras were also available in the wizarding world, so the students here were quite familiar with them. This item was first invented by the Muggle world. Shen Fei wasn't lying, it was impossible to make such a claim. All wizarding technology was invented by the Muggle world and improved through magic. Even the train you took when you came to Hogwarts was also invented by the Muggle world, and then modified by previous Hogwarts teachers. Just because Muggles can't use magic doesn't mean they are stupid. Shen Fei waved his wand, and a piece of paper about 1 meter long and half a meter wide flew up, hovering in front of everyone. Here is the transportation and communication situation in the wizarding world over the past millennium. And here is the transportation situation in the Muggle world over the past millennium. Take a good look at it, and then write me a thank you letter of no less than 200 words before the next class. This was also a comparison chart. It had to be said that the wizarding world was very advanced, with a flu network having existed for centuries. This method of transportation would, to be honest, not be outdated for centuries to come. However, precisely because of this, the wizarding world's methods of communication had remained relatively unchanged. The Hogwarts curriculum was quite relaxed, and since first-year students were all around 11 years old, Shen Fei couldn't possibly teach them too much all at once. Even so, what Shen Fei had just said was enough to shock these young wizards, most of whom hadn't yet fully grasped the Muggle world. Some things are easy to explain. In fact, what Shen Fei did was something many people in this world could do, like Grindelwald. But he chose a more drastic approach. It seems our new professor is quite good after all. While Shen Fei was teaching, Dumbledore and other professors at the academy observed the class through magic. Professor Snape, McGonagall, and the others remained silent. Shen Fei's lecture not only shocked Harry and the others, but also them, perhaps even more so. What Shen Fei showed Harry and the others was only a portion of the information he had gathered, while the professors, after Dumbledore's demonstration, had seen much more. For example, the development of Muggle weaponry, and so on. This was even more shocking than other aspects of the comparison, such as the Muggles' direct use of fighter jets to defeat the wizarding dragon, thanks in part to the information Grindelwald had provided. Newt's trunk, Newt's house, looking at the fantastic beasts and where to find them, Shen Fei muttered to himself. Newt's trunk was magical, but his house was even more magical. Facing the sea, spring blossoms. Newt's house, one door led to a land of ice and snow, another to spring blossoms, and a third to the sea. In some ways, it was similar to the Temple of Kamar-Taj, where one could switch through magic to reveal different landscapes. In the wizarding world, most people only knew Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and even the later appearing Voldemort. Newt's impression was primarily based on his books, such as Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Few paid much attention to his true abilities. In reality, Newt's abilities were among the highest in the wizarding world. To be able to raise and observe so many dangerous magical creatures would require immense skill. Furthermore, Newt had once captured Grindelwald, though that achievement required the cooperation of his own magical creatures. Even so, this was impressive. After truly experiencing the wizarding world, Shen Fei realized that the Harry Potter world he had known through movies and books hadn't fully captured the true power of magic. Grindelwald was once a Dark Lord, and the dark arts he wielded were immensely powerful. After interacting with him, Shen Fei truly understood the power of this world's magic and realized the shallowness of his previous assumptions. At the same time, Shen Fei knew that if he had actually fought Dumbledore, without the ability to use teleportation magic, he would have been the ultimate loser. While the missiles were powerful, they posed little threat to Dumbledore, who could apparate at will. Password. After dinner, Shen Fei arrived at Dumbledore's office. Custard. With a command, the entrance to Dumbledore's office immediately appeared. A new kid. As Shen Fei entered the office, he heard a curious voice from a portrait nearby. One of the wonders of Hogwarts is its sentient portraits. The portraits in Dumbledore's office represent all the past headmasters of Hogwarts. What's particularly remarkable is that these portraits can freely travel to other portraits, even disregarding distance and appearing directly at the Ministry of Magic in London. Good lesson today. We've truly neglected the development of the Muggle world for so many years, Dumbledore said, sitting in the back of his office, enjoying a snack. It's nothing, just a different perspective on the two worlds. When Dumbledore gestured for Shen Fei to have some, Shen Fei flatly refused. Dumbledore's snacks were too bizarre. It was a testament to the wizarding world's talent. Shen Fei had no interest in many wizarding snacks, including the chocolate frog, which looked so much like a frog that he simply couldn't bring himself to eat it. I've passed on your request to the other professors. From now on, you can attend their classes like any other student. This was Shen Fei's initiative, and it was his primary reason for coming to Hogwarts. Herbology and potions, unlike spells, couldn't be learned from books. They required actual physical contact. Hogwarts had the best resources in this area. As for spells, he had the Dark Lord Grindelwald to consult. The spells at Hogwarts were mostly basic. True combat spells were rare at Hogwarts, and only Aurors enrolled in the Ministry of Magic could learn them. Hogwarts teaches how to deal with and defend against the dark arts, but not the dark arts. Or, like ordinary people handling guns, it gives you some impression of the power of guns, but getting a gun is not that easy. For Shen Fei, who possesses the power of the Operation Fruit, not learning herbs and potions is a waste. As a professor, it's very rude to interrupt other professors during class, so he needs to find a suitable excuse. Herbs are easier to say, but potions are key. Snape, the potion master, is very cold-blooded. If Dumbledore hadn't stepped in, he wouldn't have even thought about studying together. Chapter 56 Magic Stone, Part 1. As expected of a wizard, their physique is truly remarkable. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he watched the young wizards training on the Quidditch pitch. Even after falling off their brooms, they quickly climbed back up and rode on them again. After becoming the Muggle Studies professor, Shen Fei led a normal professorial life at Hogwarts, occasionally attending other professors' lectures, primarily Snape's potions and herbology. He also occasionally practiced flying on the Quidditch pitch. Flying class was arguably the favorite of most Hogwarts students. There was no need to memorize complex spells, potions, or herbs. All they had to do was fly on their brooms. Not only the students, but even Shen Fei was no exception. Due to Ministry of Magic regulations, wizards in this world were forbidden from flying on brooms to avoid being spotted by Muggles. This rule was only enshrined in law by the International Confederation of Wizards after the invention of devices like cameras and telescopes. 100 years ago, this rule didn't exist. Trains hadn't been invented yet, so most people went to magic school on flying broomsticks. Unlike today, the only casual use of flying broomsticks was during Quidditch matches. Shen Fei had once been concerned about whether riding a broomstick would be uncomfortable, like causing pain in certain areas. He'd been overthinking it. When flying broomsticks were first invented, such a concern did exist, but the wizarding world wasn't foolish enough to have solved it after all these years. In fact, flying broomsticks can be padded, and for a more aesthetically pleasing look, invisible cushions could be added. And you don't have to sit on a flying broomstick, you can sit sideways. Shen Fei, for example, enjoyed sitting sideways on her flying broomstick, floating through the air and enjoying the scenery. Riding for speed. Sitting sideways on a flying broomstick was once a hobby for many female witches, but unfortunately, in modern society, strict regulations on flying broomsticks have made this practice less common. What a boring game, floating in the air. Shen Fei looked at the people training and suddenly shook his head. This is Quidditch. Professor, you're calling it boring. Shen Fei's words drew a wave of disapproval from Hermione and Ron. Shen Fei wasn't far from the ground, with Ron and Hermione right beside him. It wasn't just them, many of the surrounding students heard Shen Fei's words and stared at him with disapproval. It was a rare moment where Slytherin and the other houses united in their hatred. Hermione, a know-it-all and a problem solver, hated flying class the most, as it wasn't her best. But even that didn't stop her from enjoying Quidditch. Quidditch in the Wizarding world is like the World Cup in the ordinary world, a sport that drives fans crazy. Before his time travel, many of Shen Fei's friends were obsessed with the World Cup, often staying up all night to watch. However, for well-known reasons, while Shen Fei did watch it, he wasn't quite so enthusiastic. In the ordinary world, Shen Fei's words would have been like saying the World Cup wasn't interesting, a common occurrence. "Professor, you said it's boring." Hermione's words seemed to echo the thoughts of the surrounding students, all staring intently at Shen Fei. "Such an unfair game, isn't it boring? What's unfair about it?" "The International Ministry of Magic is constantly refining the rules of Quidditch," Hermione demanded. "Don't you think the snitch's score is too high? This is strictly a secret game. The beaters, chasers, and keepers can be completely eliminated. Just let the two seekers go head-to-head. Quidditch has no time limit, everything ends with catching the snitch. And with a whopping 150 points for the snitch, the game essentially goes to whoever catches it, completely ignoring the contributions of other players." Gryffindor's Quidditch players weren't particularly strong, but after Harry joined, Gryffindor suddenly turned the tide. Shen Fei's words were biased. While they were somewhat correct, they were also somewhat wrong. At first glance, Quidditch seemed unfair, but he wasn't the only one to see it that way. For years, the Wizarding world had seen its flaws. Therefore, in the Wizarding world, official Quidditch matches are primarily based on points. Quidditch is a series of matches, determined by the final score. Therefore, winning a single match doesn't guarantee victory in the finals. It's not unheard of for someone to catch the snitch and still lose the finals, but it's rare. After all, unless the team's teammates are incredibly weak, creating such a significant gap is extremely difficult. So, overall, Quidditch is somewhat unfair. Of course, there's another issue: catching the snitch. Catching it depends on the seeker's skill, but sometimes also on luck. Because the match ends only after the snitch is caught, historically, there have been some embarrassing situations. For example, a snitch has been caught shortly after the match began, effectively ending the match. Such situations are undoubtedly frustrating for those hoping to enjoy a thrilling match. In reality, this is a good thing. The real problem is the lengthy time it takes to catch the snitch. The longest Quidditch match in history lasted 3 days, which is truly unpleasant. The best approach would be to set a time limit, like the Muggle World Cup. When the time is up, the game ends, regardless of whether the snitch is caught or not. Only in this way can the strength of the entire team be determined, rather than relying on a single individual to determine the team's fate. After hearing Shen Fei's words, Hermione opened her mouth several times to retort, but unable to find a reason to do so, she sat back down with a sullen look on her face. As a Gryffindor, Hermione was undoubtedly well aware of the Gryffindor Quidditch team's current state. She also knew that the biggest change in the team was Harry's joining, and that Harry's popularity within Gryffindor had risen thanks to this. "I'm just expressing my opinion. Don't take it too seriously. Quidditch won't change in the short term. Quidditch is an international sport, and there's even the Quidditch World Cup. Changing the rules would be too complex, and with the Quidditch World Cup qualifiers already underway, it's practically impossible. Any changes would have to wait until the Quidditch World Cup is over. Your proposal is very good. I will submit it to the International Quidditch headquarters." Dumbledore agreed with Shen Fei's suggestion after hearing it. Although there were several past headmasters who opposed the proposal in the headmaster's office portrait, there were also several headmasters who supported it. One of them was the headmaster who watched the 3-day Quidditch match. "Today we will learn Defense Against the Dark Arts, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class." Professor Quirrell, wrapped in a long purple turban, began the class with a stuttering voice. "The Philosopher's Stone, I wonder what effect it has." Staring at Professor Quirrell's head, Shen Fei thought to himself. The Philosopher's Stone can give people immortality and can also turn stones into gold. Although Dumbledore is watching, the chance of him getting it is very small, but it does not mean that he cannot observe it. Chapter 57 Magic Stone, Part 2. Hogwarts is truly rich. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he gazed at the luxurious set meal before him. While he wasn't used to the taste, he had to admit, the ingredients were truly excellent. It was a world worthy of magic and enchantment. Ingredients that seemed ordinary in this world would be considered premium in the Marvel Universe, like A5 grade meat. But in this world, most ingredients were very cheap. After all, they could be cultivated with magic. Such set meals were served daily, and with so much food, there was bound to be a lot of waste, especially among the Slytherin students, who wasted the most. Hogwarts education was free, only textbooks and ones had to be paid for. Compulsory education, while not universal in the Muggle world even in modern times, was a well-established practice in the wizarding world. Maybe I could start a food-related company, Shen Fei muttered to himself as he ate the steak in front of him. There's a troll in the basement, Professor Quirrell shouted in a panic. What? Professor McGonagall stood up immediately, followed by Dumbledore, who then instructed the prefects to lead their students out of the hall. You're being a bit too much. Shen Fei was speechless at Professor Quirrell's panic. A defense against the dark arts professor panicking like this upon encountering a troll was incredibly fake. Dumbledore's expression was similarly feigned. After all, it was just a troll, not some magical creature. As long as it wasn't a swarm of trolls, a single one could easily be dealt with by any wizard in their 4th year or above. Perhaps because of the panic, there was a question most people probably hadn't considered: how did the troll get in? Trolls are very low in intelligence, and it's impossible for them to appear in the Hogwarts basement unnoticed. But despite the pretense, Shen Fei immediately rushed to the basement. Could he possibly see a magical creature from this world? Of course, he wanted to see it, and at the same time, test his own magical abilities. Did you two hear the order? Get back to the common room. As Shen Fei rushed to the basement, he unexpectedly spotted Harry and Ron sneaking out of the crowd. Hermione didn't go to dinner just now. She seems to be in the bathroom. When Harry hesitated, Ron bluntly explained the situation. I'll go with you, Shen Fei said, immediately remembering the time Harry and his group were attacked by a troll. This way, Ron hurried upstairs. Have you fallen for Hermione now? Ron's situation made Shen Fei wonder why Hermione wasn't with Harry. A few details revealed that Harry had always treated Hermione as a companion, not a woman. Unlike Ron, who was always concerned about Hermione, as evidenced by the fact that he knew Hermione hadn't gone to dinner but was in the bathroom, Shen Fei had no idea she wasn't dining in the hall. Of course, this was due to their different dining locations, something one could easily detect with a little attention, but knowing Hermione was in the bathroom was a different matter. The bathroom they had come to was abandoned because of the ghost of Moaning Myrtle. After all, no one wanted to go to the bathroom and be watched by a female ghost, not even a female. That smell. Following Ron to the abandoned bathroom, Shen Fei was struck by a foul odor as he approached, and immediately covered his nose. Boom. Then, from the bathroom ahead, the three heard the sound of things breaking and Hermione's screams. Upon hearing these sounds, Ron immediately rushed to the bathroom, but Shen Fei had already entered the bathroom before him. Ron's speed was no match for him. Dropped out, looking at the shattered cubicle and Hermione squatting and screaming beside it, Shen Fei immediately swung his wand. A red light shot out from it and struck the troll. Bang! The troll's massive body was instantly sent flying, slamming heavily into the wall, leaving a huge mark on the wall. The troll stood at a stature of over 3 meters, wielding an equally massive wooden club, its primary weapon. No, is it magic resistant? Shen Fei wasn't particularly surprised to see the troll shaking its head and then standing up again. Trolls were described in Newt's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. While they lacked the magic resistance of dragons, their formidable physique allowed them to weaken some magical attacks. Dealing with such a foe was simple: simply use the stun spell several times. Even magically resistant creatures like dragons couldn't resist the stun spell permanently. Of course, other more powerful spells could be used. Expelliarmus, Wingardium Leviosa, Stiff Legs, Clear Water, Wooden Club, Petrify All. It was a rare opportunity to test spells on a monster, so Shen Fei used the troll as a target, testing his spells, though they were all mildly damaging. If Shen Fei wanted to kill the troll, he could simply use the flame charm. The fire charm can be as small as a lighter flame or as large as a fire that covers an island. The dark arts based on this is the Chronicles of Fire. Before truly encountering the magic of this world, Shen Fei believed that modern weapons could defeat the wizarding world, and that the truly terrifying spells were spells like Obliviate. However, after encountering Grindelwald, Shen Fei realized his ignorance. The dark arts are full of powerful spells, even ones capable of destroying entire cities. One of the most classic dark arts is Chronicles of Fire, a dark arts technique that's easy to learn but incredibly difficult to master. One of Draco's lackeys, the seemingly foolish crab, could wield Chronicles of Fire. He intended to use Chronicles of Fire to burn Harry, but ended up destroying his Horcrux and himself. This is the terrifying aspect of Chronicles of Fire as a dark arts technique. It's incredibly difficult to control. Perfect control requires someone on Grindelwald's level. Back then, Grindelwald had intended to use the Fire of the Thousands to destroy Paris as a prelude to war, but was stopped by Nicholas Flamel, Newt, and the others. Shen Fei had, of course, learned the Fire of the Thousands. It was a powerful spell, after all, but it was impossible to perform at Hogwarts. Restore. After the troll was petrified, Shen Fei waved his wand again, and the previously damaged areas slowly recovered, as if time had flown backwards. Hogwarts had remained intact for so many years thanks to this spell. Chapter 58 The Magic Stone, Part 2. What's going on? Why are you here? Just as Hermione had regained her composure, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Snape, and the others arrived. Seeing the fallen troll and Hermione beside them, they immediately questioned the three. "It's my fault," Harry and Ron said, unsure what to do. "She's right. I can prove it," Shen Fei added. 5 points from Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall immediately punished Hermione for her behavior. Hogwarts had strict rules, though Harry and Ron seemed to have never followed them. 10 points from Gryffindor for your bravery. After deducting 5 points from Hermione, Professor McGonagall awarded Harry and Ron 5 more points each. Although they had disobeyed orders, they had done so to save Hermione, which was in line with the Gryffindor motto, courage, integrity, and the courage to take risks. While Hogwarts' bonus point system may seem arbitrary, it's not just a matter of adding up points. There must be a reason for it, as these points are crucial for the House Cup at the end of the semester. Given Harry and the Golden Trio's troublemaking abilities, it's only because they were in Gryffindor, and Dumbledore gave them bonus points. If they were in Slytherin, they would have been isolated long ago. "We must find out how they got in," Snape said to Dumbledore after Harry and the other two were sent back by Professor McGonagall. "Anyway, the students' safety is paramount. You're all tired today, so go back and rest. I'll conduct the follow-up investigation." As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, Professor McGonagall immediately used the levitation charm to remove the petrified troll. Snape and the others also left. Dumbledore also left, leaving Shen Fei alone. "We acted too early. We should have let the troll destroy the bathroom. That might have exposed the Chamber of Secrets," Shen Fei thought to himself as he stood alone by one of the faucets. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets was hidden beneath the bathroom. While it required someone with Parseltongue to open it, it could also be physically accessed by completely demolishing the bathroom. Even if Slytherin had enchanted the chamber, it would be powerless against such physical destruction, much like England digging hundreds of meters beneath London could easily reveal the Ministry of Magic. Having always been part of the wizarding world, wizards primarily think in terms of magic. Room. Shen Fei, standing at the faucet, activated the power of the Operation Fruit and, as expected, discovered a passage leading underground. "Forget it, the diary hasn't appeared yet. It's a bit early to act," Shen Fei said, leaving the bathroom. Although he hadn't yet fully connected to this world's dimensional mirror, the Operation Fruit's power allowed him to enter the Chamber of Secrets. He could easily split the wash basin or transpose it into it. The reason he didn't act immediately was partly because the diary hadn't appeared, but also because the basilisk was not so easy to deal with. In the original novel, Harry's tackling of the basilisk appears simple, but in reality, in the wizarding world, the basilisk is a terrifying creature that requires specialized methods to cultivate. This method is extremely difficult, requiring the right timing, location, and people. Without any of these conditions, it's impossible to cultivate a basilisk. Even if it's successfully cultivated, it's extremely difficult to control, requiring only Parseltongue speakers. Consequently, its appearances in wizarding history have been few and far between. The basilisk's most formidable feature is its eyes. A direct glance into them kills. If Dumbledore's phoenix hadn't blinded the basilisk's eyes, Harry would likely have died in a single encounter. Therefore, without thorough preparation, Shen Fei wasn't prepared to confront the basilisk head-on. 6 trolls. Quirrell must have worked really hard to get to the Philosopher's Stone. The troll's appearance at Hogwarts was merely a diversionary tactic by Quirrell to distract the Hogwarts professors. He likely intended to seize this opportunity to find the Philosopher's Stone and resurrect Voldemort. Unfortunately, he had no idea that everything he did was tacitly approved by Dumbledore, all in the service of training Harry as the savior. Otherwise, the Philosopher's Stone would have been kept in Gringotts vault, and Dumbledore wouldn't have needed to retrieve it. I didn't expect Professor McGonagall to be such a Quidditch fan. Looking at Harry's newest Nimbus 2000 broom, Shen Fei couldn't help but marvel at Professor McGonagall's generosity. As the latest flying broom, the Nimbus 2000 was quite expensive, but even so, Professor McGonagall had bought it for Harry. Looking at the older flying brooms in the hands of the others, it was a stark disparity. Today was the intramural Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and Harry, fresh from practice, was already on the field. This greatly annoyed Slytherin's Malfoy, who glared at Harry with eyes blazing. Unfortunately, even with all his ire, he could only stare blankly. Harry was the only first-year student participating in the intramural Quidditch match. Before this, the Quidditch team had always been at least third years. Midway through the match, Shen Fei noticed that Harry's flying broom seemed to be flailing around in the air, seemingly out of control. He then looked at Professor Quirrell and Snape, and sure enough, they were both muttering spells. Snape's appearance and demeanor were so remarkably villainous that anyone unfamiliar with his character would likely mistake him for one. For example, Hermione had quietly sneaked up behind Snape and used a flame to ignite Snape's robes. The surroundings, realizing it was Snape's clothes on fire, immediately erupted in panic, and in the chaos, Professor Quirrell, who was chanting the spell, was also affected. Harry then regained control of the flying broom and demonstrated his prowess, catching the golden snitch and securing Gryffindor's victory. Harry was then treated like a hero. Of the four Hogwarts houses, Slytherin had always been a leader in Quidditch, thanks to its long family tradition. This victory was Gryffindor's only in nearly 20 years. The last time Gryffindor had won was when Harry's father was in Gryffindor. I really don't understand the madness of football fans. It's true that there are significant differences between the East and the West. In the West, athletes are popular, while academics are labeled nerds. Athletes are also more likely to attract girls. Ron once had a woman madly infatuated with him because of Quidditch. This isn't just true in the wizarding world, it's also true in the ordinary world. This is Shen Fei's personal experience. However, unlike other nerds who were constantly bullied, he fought back against anyone who dared to bully him. P.S. Happy National Day everyone. Chapter 59 The Magic Stone, and Christmas is coming. Shen Fei, standing at the window of the second-floor Muggle Studies classroom, couldn't help but smile as he watched the young wizards happily leave Hogwarts. With Christmas approaching, the snow had already blanketed Hogwarts. Just like in the Muggle world, Christmas in the wizarding world is a very important holiday. These days, with the exception of a few professors, most of the others have left. Shen Fei was one of those who stayed. He had originally planned to return to London to learn about spells from Grindelwald, but since Grindelwald seemed to have left for something, there was no need for him to go back. Are these two going to spend Christmas together? Thinking of Dumbledore's departure and Grindelwald's disappearance, Shen Fei had a rough idea of where they were going. England is a country of corruption. Harry and Ron were the only students left. Hermione had gone home for Christmas. It was easy to imagine why Harry didn't want to go back for Christmas. He probably wouldn't want to go back to his uncle's house unless it was absolutely necessary. Ron, however, was a little strange, and Shen Fei could only assume he was there to keep Harry company. Finally succeeded, Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief as he gazed at the golden halo before him. With this, he was practically invincible in this world. More importantly, being able to open the portal meant he could practice Disapparate and Apparate. In fact, these two spells could be considered one. Disapparate allowed you to leave your original location, while Apparate allowed you to appear at your desired destination. Together, they completed spatial movement. Besides Apparate, there was also the Stretch Charm, a spell Shen Fei had longed to learn. With a spell, he could create Newt's trunk. In Harry Potter's world, magic might seem basic, but in terms of time and space, it was incredibly advanced. Time turners and stretch charms were possible from Kamar-Taj's perspective, but achieving a similar level of skill required a very high level of skill. In Harry Potter's world, however, anyone with the skill of a senior Auror could essentially accomplish this. With this invisible extension charm, real estate companies are going to lose a fortune. Are you still worried about your cramped house? Are you still envious of villas covering over 1,000 square meters? Are you still anxious about the high mortgage? Now you don't have to worry about any of that. Just 998, and the wizards at Hogwarts will solve all your problems. This ad slogan suddenly popped into Shen Fei's mind. It wasn't just houses, but also items like spatial packages. A house might require a powerful wizard to expand, but a spatial package wouldn't require that. Look at Hermione, her package was stuffed with a ton of stuff. If the wizarding world truly coexists peacefully with the ordinary world in the future, maybe wizards who specialize in expanding people's homes will appear. Of course, the price at that time would definitely not be 998. The invisibility cloak, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. These two guys are really stupid using it like this. During Christmas, Shen Fei discovered that Harry had obtained his invisibility cloak. It was indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, it was only used by 2 children, so even though they were invisible, Shen Fei still found them. Leveraging their invisibility cloaks, the 2 youngsters took advantage of Christmas to explore Hogwarts and even sneak into the library. However, neither of them had much interest in the books there, so they quickly left. The Hogwarts library contained a vast collection of magical books, much of which covered topics not covered in the textbooks for grades 1 through 7. Graduating from 7th year at Hogwarts was roughly equivalent to graduating from university in the ordinary world, allowing students to continue their studies. This distinction was made because after graduation, students generally entered society, unlike their peers in the ordinary world. Shen Fei was very interested in Harry's invisibility cloak, but with Dumbledore present, he couldn't quite get his hands on it, unless he planned to just grab it and run. The problem was, an invisibility cloak, even one of the Deathly Hallows, wasn't worth Shen Fei's effort. Invisibility cloaks weren't magical items in the wizarding world, in fact, they were sold in Diagon Alley. However, these cloaks were only temporary, unlike Harry's, which rendered them invisible permanently. Furthermore, in the wizarding world, there's a spell called the Disillusionment Charm, which also has a similar effect to invisibility. The Deathly Hallows are indeed prestigious, but the Resurrection Stone and the Invisibility Cloak are relatively useless. The only truly useful item, the Elder Wand, is in Dumbledore's hands. Unless he wants to antagonize Dumbledore and Grindelwald, he can't obtain it. Furthermore, once Dumbledore possesses the Elder Wand, no one else can take it away unless he wishes. Its power greatly enhances the user's magical powers. Grindelwald used this wand to single-handedly defeat dozens of Aurors. Harry Potter's ability to stand even with Voldemort in the final battle was due to the Elder Wand's power. Apparent, outside Hogwarts Castle, after using his broom to fly in, Shen Fei began experimenting with a spell. Hogwarts Castle is enchanted with a specially suppressing spell, requiring Apprit to be performed within specific locations. Shen Fei wasn't strong enough to break through the limitations of those spells at the moment, but those spells only suppressed apparition, not Kamar-Taj's teleportation magic. Kamar-Taj's teleportation magic was based on dimensionality, making it difficult to limit. Apparition wasn't considered a particularly advanced spell in the wizarding world, nearly all graduates mastered it. The only difference was its range. A wizard as powerful as Dumbledore could move freely across England, while lesser wizards might only be able to move a few dozen meters. In terms of distance, Kamar-Taj's teleportation magic arguably surpassed apparition. Of course, it wasn't as convenient, as apparition didn't require a ring or even a wand. Let's wait until after the holiday to go back. Being able to use Kamar-Taj's teleportation magic in the Harry Potter world meant more than just an escape trick for Shen Fei. It meant he could return to the Marvel Universe. Although he could have avoided Marvel's gossip if he had stayed in this world, it was a waste for Shen Fei, who could travel through dimensions, to stay in one world alone. His current journey was to the vast sea of stars and the infinite universe. After Christmas, students returned to school one after another. Hermione, among them, brought many gifts, including some from Shen Fei, as a thank you for saving her in the bathroom earlier. Although Hermione's family was Muggle, if you really counted them, her family was richer than Ron's. Dentists are a profession that will never be poor no matter which country they are from. A toothache isn't a disease, but it's excruciating when it happens. Shen Fei had experienced this himself. To be honest, anyone who hasn't experienced a toothache can't imagine how painful it is. Of course, this refers to the ordinary world. In the wizarding world, a toothache is a trivial matter, something that can be solved with a wave of a wand. As expected, following Harry pays off, deep in the Forbidden Forest, Watching the retreating figures of Harry and Malfoy, and the retreating centaurs chasing Voldemort, Shen Fei immediately apparated to the unicorn's corpse and began collecting materials from it. The Forbidden Forest, near Hogwarts, is home to numerous magical creatures, including centaurs, acromantuli, thestrals, hippogriffs, and others. There are even rumors of werewolves. Before the Wizarding World enacted laws protecting magical creatures, the Forbidden Forest was a frequent site for adventurers. It was during this time that centaurs and unicorns were hunted in large numbers. Unicorns, in particular, were considered a treasure, and their blood could extend lifespan. Of course, it was best not to drink unicorn blood, as it would incur a curse. Even so, unicorn blood fetched a high price in the wizarding underworld. Who cared about a curse when their life was about to be lost? The horns, skins, and fur of other unicorns are all valuable magical materials. This is why unicorns were nearly hunted to extinction, making it difficult to find ones using unicorn hair as cores. While Shen Fei wasn't a fervent animal rights advocate, he wasn't one to kill without mercy either. He didn't hunt unicorns, but he did collect materials from those killed by Voldemort, a fact he didn't mind. If it weren't for some considerations, Shen Fei might have taken all the unicorn carcasses. Watching Harry hurriedly leave Hagrid's room, Shen Fei stared at the dragon egg in Hagrid's room and left. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might be tempted to cook and eat it. Unicorns are pure creatures, their flesh and blood inedible, but dragons were different, and he had never tasted a dragon egg before. You really think you're the savior? That night, looking at Neville, petrified by Hermione and lying on the ground, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. Muggle Studies class was going smoothly. Even Draco didn't dislike Shen Fei so much anymore. Shen Fei even sometimes gave Draco extra points. However, there was one exception, Harry. Shen Fei and Harry didn't have a good relationship. This was probably because Shen Fei didn't see Harry as a savior. It had to be said that after entering the Wizarding World, entering Hogwarts, and learning the truth about his parents' death, Harry was somewhat sad, but also a bit flattered. After all, the surprise and adulation he received were things he never enjoyed from his uncle's family. Harry felt that his home was in the Wizarding World, not the Muggle world, and so he was the least attentive to Muggle studies. Of course, this might also be partly due to Shen Fei giving Draco extra points. Harry now believed that anyone who gave Draco extra points was definitely not a good person, just like Snape. In the restricted corridor on the 4th floor, Shen Fei followed Harry and the other two into the secret room guarded by the three-headed dog. Because a harp played music nearby, the three-headed dog remained awake. Loomis, Shen Fei cast this spell before jumping down to the basement. He wondered why wizarding basements were designed without stairs, requiring a direct jump. Newt's trunk was also designed the same way. Because of the Loomis, Shen Fei avoided the devil's snare and entered the basement smoothly. What a ridiculous design. Dumbledore is so idle. Shen Fei was speechless as they continued on until they reached the level where Harry was riding a broom to grab the key. If nothing unexpected happened, Professor Quirrell would have already entered. He must have cracked all the levels. This wasn't a game. How could a level automatically recover after being cracked? Unless Dumbledore was following him. Even if Dumbledore was following him, Shen Fei wouldn't have cared. Professor Quirrell, what are you doing here? With the help of Ron and Hermione, Harry reached the depths of the Chamber of Secrets alone. Harry had expected to find Snape, but instead, it was the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, who had always been kind to him. Perhaps because of this, Harry wasn't on guard at all. You're quite courageous. Shen Fei appeared behind Hermione, who was desperately trying to pull Ron free from the rock. After using a levitation charm to remove the rock from Ron's body, he addressed the two with a somewhat stern expression. Ron was truly courageous. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been killed by the wizard chess. Professor, Hermione lowered her head upon seeing Shen Fei appear. Harry's in there, I know. You two rest here. I'll go check. Expelliarmus. Shen Fei had just entered the depths of the Chamber of Secrets when he saw Harry being struck back by Professor Quirrell's wand. In that instant, Shen Fei acted immediately. A red light emanated from his wand, instantly knocking Professor Quirrell's wand away. Wand flying, while Professor Quirrell was stunned, Shen Fei immediately cast another spell. As soon as the wand in Professor Quirrell's hand landed, it was summoned by Shen Fei. What's going on? Shen Fei finally asked. He's you-know-who's subordinate. Wizards are physically stronger than ordinary people. After slamming heavily against the wall, Harry climbed out a moment later, shouting, "You deserve to die." At this moment, the head behind Professor Quirrell turned around. After such a 180-degree turn, Professor Quirrell was still alive, which was a miracle. Voldemort turned around and immediately waved his hands to pounce on Shen Fei. Many obstacles, burning flames, a transparent wall blocked the approaching Voldemort, and then the place where Voldemort was located turned into a sea of fire. Professor Quirrell and Voldemort, who only had a head, struggled in the sea of fire. Chapter 60 Return, Part 1. Boom. Professor Quirrell, blocked by numerous obstacles, collapsed in the sea of flames. A dark figure flew out from his body. It was none other than Voldemort's soul. "Remember this," he said, glaring fiercely at Shen Fei and glancing resentfully at Harry Potter. With these words, Voldemort's soul passed through the numerous obstacles and fled. "You really think I can't harm souls? If you weren't useful, I'd burn you to death right now." Staring at the spot where Voldemort had vanished, Shen Fei muttered inwardly with disdain. "Ordinary flames can't harm souls, but Calamity can." One of Voldemort's Horcruxes was destroyed by Calamity, a major reason why Calamity is a strictly forbidden dark magic. Even without Calamity, Shen Fei still had means to deal with souls. It was arguably the magic of Kamar-Taj that excelled. "Now you can tell me what happened here." After Voldemort's escape, Shen Fei's gaze shifted to Harry. "Professor Quirrell wants the Philosopher's Stone to revive you-know-who," Harry said as he stepped back, apparently trying to hide something in his side pocket. "What's that?" "Take it out," Shen Fei said, pointing to Harry's pocket. "It's the Philosopher's Stone." After a moment's hesitation, Harry slowly pulled the stone from his pocket. It was an irregular, pale red crystal. "Let me see it," Shen Fei said, extending his left hand, his right still holding his wand. "This belongs to Professor Dumbledore," Harry said as he slowly approached Shen Fei, apparently trying to use Dumbledore to pressure Shen Fei. Perhaps because of Professor Quirrell's betrayal, Harry now didn't trust anyone except Dumbledore. "I'm just taking a look." Shen Fei didn't take it. When Harry finally reached him and placed the Philosopher's Stone in his left hand, a fist-sized sphere appeared in Shen Fei's left hand, completely covering the Philosopher's Stone. "This is the Philosopher's Stone, I see." A moment later, Shen Fei collected the power of the Operation Fruit and threw the Philosopher's Stone to Harry in front of him. Harry fumbled to catch the Philosopher's Stone and looked at Shen Fei with a puzzled look. The Philosopher's Stone is very famous in the wizarding world. It can turn stone into gold and grant immortality. Although the wizarding world has no shortage of means to prolong life, something like the Philosopher's Stone is unique. Only Nick Flamel can refine the Philosopher's Stone in the entire wizarding world, and it seems that only one piece has been refined. This piece of Philosopher's Stone has kept him and his wife alive until now. In addition to immortality, the Philosopher's Stone's ability to turn stone into gold is also extraordinary. The so-called Midas touch is not limited to turning stone into gold, but a means of permanently changing matter. However, Nick Flamel seems to have only used the Philosopher's Stone to conjure a large amount of gold, allowing him and his wife to live a wealthy life. Now that the Philosopher's Stone was in Dumbledore's hands, Nick Flamel and his wife had already given up on the topic. Using the stone for immortality had a drawback. Once the stone was destroyed, the immortality would cease. With Dumbledore watching closely, Shen Fei naturally wasn't tempted. Another reason was that he already had a rough idea of how to create the stone. The Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Philosopher's Stone, was a coveted alchemist's material. Its ability to alter matter made it a practical resource for alchemists. However, creating the stone required a significant quantity of human souls, not just ordinary souls, but concentrated souls. Strictly speaking, the stone couldn't grant immortality, as its power was limited by the amount of concentrated souls needed to create it. Soul energy is a crucial component of the universe, a fact not readily apparent to most people. However, Kamar-Taj's magic begins with a soul. Combined with the power of the surgery fruit, Shen Fei could now create the stone if he so desired. But if he did so, it would inevitably lead to a massacre. Shen Fei couldn't possibly do such a thing, even if he envied the Philosopher's Stone's ability to alter the properties of matter. "When we get out, leave it to Professor Dumbledore. Let him handle it," Shen Fei said as he extinguished the flames, cleared the obstacles, and walked towards a massive mirror on the innermost wall of the Chamber of Secrets. The Mirror of S.H.I.E.L.D, a massive mirror, is a magical object that allows one to see their strongest and most pressing desires. Shen Fei wanted to know what his most pressing desire was. This desire wasn't superficial, but rather stemmed from the subconscious. For example, Harry saw his parents by his side, while Ron saw the welcome he received as Hogwarts head boy. Dumbledore saw family affection. Grindelwald's biggest regret was a miscalculation that resulted in the accidental killing of Dumbledore's sister, which rifted Dumbledore, who shared his ideals at the time. It's fair to say that had this incident not occurred, the outcome of the war would have been completely different. Sadly, even with the Wizarding World's time turner, it couldn't be used as a cure for regret. Theoretically, Dumbledore's sister could have been saved by a time turner, but Dumbledore chose not to. Similarly, Grindelwald didn't have a time turner to reverse his defeat in the war, and Voldemort didn't even attempt to use it to change his own fate. Thinking about this, Harry's world is utterly chaotic, a place where infinite Harry worlds could emerge. Perhaps Harry's world, like Marvel's, contains countless parallel dimensions, and using a time turner wouldn't change the status quo, only adding another. Sure enough, it won't work. Looking at the mirror of S.H.I.E.L.D, which looked like an ordinary mirror, Shen Fei didn't show any disappointment. He had anticipated this scenario. The mirror of S.H.I.E.L.D was powerful, but only within this world. It couldn't transcend dimensions. Let's go. Hermione and the others are still waiting, Shen Fei said, looking around, but couldn't find Dumbledore hiding anywhere. Ron, Hermione, Harry seemed to have just remembered them, so he immediately put the Philosopher's Stone in his trouser pocket and ran outside, Shen Fei following closely behind. Yet, after Shen Fei's figure left, Dumbledore suddenly emerged from the wall to the side, walked to the mirror of S.H.I.E.L.D, and remained silent. Chapter 61 Return, Part 2. This time, Gryffindor wins the House Cup. In the Great Hall on the first floor of Hogwarts, Dumbledore announced. Gryffindor students leaped to their feet in excitement, many throwing their wizard hats high above the hall. At the same time, bursts of light erupted from the sky, like fireworks in the ordinary world. Magic, in this context, was truly remarkable. Not only Gryffindor, but Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students also looked delighted. The only displeasure was among the Slytherins. This was the first time in nearly 20 years that Slytherin had lost a House Cup. Draco glared at Harry and the other two with a scowl. While Draco had changed somewhat, habits formed over the years were not easily changed. The last time Gryffindor won the House Cup was when James Potter was still at the school. But James Potter had won it through genuine merit, while Harry Potter, it was simply Dumbledore's partiality. Although Harry won a lot of points for Gryffindor in the Quidditch match, there was still a big gap between them and Slytherin. Then Dumbledore not only closed the gap, but also made Gryffindor score exactly 10 more points than Slytherin. However, because Dumbledore's excuse was very legitimate, even though Snape looked unhappy, he didn't say much. The reason why Dumbledore gave Harry extra points was because he thwarted the Death Eater's conspiracy and Voldemort's resurrection, which could not be made public. As for Shen Fei's contribution, Dumbledore did not mention it at all. Shen Fei did not care about this. It was useless for him to take the credit. Dumbledore still wanted to continue the Harry Potter savior plan, so let him continue. After dealing with Professor Quirrell, Dumbledore talked to Shen Fei. Although Dumbledore did not tell him his plan, Shen Fei could guess it. After the House Cup was awarded, the students packed up and prepared to go home. Winter break had begun, and even though Harry Potter deeply hated leaving Hogwarts and returning to his uncle's house, he had no choice but to return. Before boarding the train, Hagrid gave Harry a moving photo album containing photos of his parents. This must have been something Dumbledore had asked Hagrid to pass on to Harry. After saying goodbye to Dumbledore, Shen Fei opened a portal and returned to London. Since Grindelwald was at his house, Shen Fei didn't open the portal directly to his home, but instead opened it in London, then apparated back home. "Here's what you wanted," Grindelwald said upon seeing Shen Fei return, pointing to a stack of documents on the table. Since Grindelwald was currently free, Shen Fei had put him in charge of the ordinary world's businesses. After nearly 6 months of hard work, he had finally made some progress in the novels, television series, and films. Although he encountered considerable harassment and obstruction, he had resolved them all. Shen Fei remembered Harry's aunt, Petunia, because she was the most vocal in protesting, especially against the romances between wizards and muggles in television dramas. Fortunately, England didn't have an organization like Second Salem, otherwise she would have been a leader. The Wizarding World, however, remained largely silent. Someone like Malfoy would have certainly opposed such a move, but he didn't have a television at home. To be more precise, not even appliances, not even electricity. Even though electricity had been invented for nearly a century, aside from a few in the Wizarding World, the vast majority, including the Ministry of Magic, didn't use it. Electrifying the entire Wizarding World was Shen Fei's first stage goal. Unfortunately, even Dumbledore couldn't immediately implement electricity at Hogwarts. This involved not only opposition and support, but also the crucial issue of how to implement it within the Wizarding World. Hogwarts Castle was a living thing. Everything had to be done slowly. This progress is too slow, Shen Fei sighed, looking at the contents of a document. The document contained a progress report on mobile phones. Mobile phones are the ultimate weapon against the Wizarding World. Once they become available, the Wizarding World will inevitably change. While this change may escalate into large-scale conflict, such sacrifice is unavoidable. The fusion of two worlds with differing ideologies cannot be achieved without conflict and sacrifice. In some ways, Grindelwald's ideas are correct, but his approach is radical, while Dumbledore's is overly idealistic. Your suggestion is excellent. If I had adopted your approach back then, perhaps things would be different now, Grindelwald said, pouring himself a glass of wine. Although the bottle had no label, Shen Fei knew it was truly fine. In the Marvel Universe, it would probably rank above the top grade. This is due to the quality of the wine. While the Wizarding World may appear backward overall, there are also wizards who keep up with the times. Many veteran wizards, due to their long lifespans, engage in a wide range of research, including winemaking as a hobby for some. The Nickleam couple decided they had lived enough, so they conceived the idea of destroying the Philosopher's Stone, but others did not. Even if you knew this method back then, you wouldn't have used it, Shen Fei said, setting down the documents in his hand. Grindelwald's mindset has changed with age. Back then, Grindelwald was in his prime. How could he have adopted such a gentle, time-consuming approach? He simply wanted to achieve his goal in one fell swoop? Grindelwald wasn't a pureblood, nor a muggle, but a wizard supremacist. In comparison, Voldemort's level was far lower. Voldemort himself was a half-blood, but after achieving great power, he insisted on pretending to be pureblood and persecuting half-bloods. He was a complete traitor. Such people were not uncommon in the Wizarding World, including Umbridge at the Ministry of Magic. In their childhood, they were ridiculed by pureblood wizards. Instead of seeking revenge against them, they blamed their parents for not giving them noble blood. Shen Fei was at a loss for words about such people. The Wizarding World is strange. There are half-bloods pretending to be purebloods and fighting against half-blood muggles, but there are no muggle-born wizards seeking revenge against purebloods. Perhaps this stems from a perverse desire to join the ranks of purebloods and enjoy their glory. That's quite right, Grindelwald said after a moment's silence, then nodded in agreement with Shen Fei. Back then, his overly radical nature had pushed many who could have sided with him into opposing positions. What are you planning on doing during your vacation? Going back to China? You can just keep an eye on this side. The other side is almost underway. Changing the Wizarding World from England alone is definitely not enough. In this respect, Grindelwald's broader perspective far surpasses both Dumbledore and Voldemort. The Wizarding World is weakest in the East, with a very small number of wizards. Therefore, wizards rarely visit the East, a situation that is ideal for Shen Fei. There are only 3 magic schools in the East: China, Russia, and Japan. Shen Fei had long planned to develop this world's technology, but he hadn't told Dumbledore or Grindelwald which country to start with. Shen Fei felt that China was a good choice. Could this world's root server be placed in China? Alright, Grindelwald said after a moment's silence, but didn't object. Over the next few days, Shen Fei consulted Grindelwald about various aspects of the dark arts, and then packed up his belongings and prepared to fly to China. In this world, there are 2 ways to travel abroad. One is the Muggle way, using airplanes and ships. Because technological development has been suppressed, airplanes are much slower than in previous lives or the Marvel world. Another way to travel abroad is much simpler, through the Wizarding World. Apparition has distance limits, but portkeys don't. For regular travel abroad, one can apply for a portkey from the Ministry of Magic, which allows for quicker arrival at one's destination. However, this method comes with numerous limitations. The Wizarding World is highly territorial, and the Ministry of Magic won't issue a portkey without formal documentation. Furthermore, wizards from other countries need to apply in advance, such as obtaining a baton, for travel to their home country, which is quite cumbersome. Traveling abroad for personal reasons also requires such an application, and the entire process is monitored by the Foreign Ministry of Magic, requiring departure upon completion. Of course, it's possible to enter a foreign country without these channels. Smuggling is also practiced within the wizarding world, and it's undoubtedly far more advanced than the ordinary world. Using a portkey allows for instant travel abroad, the only drawback being the high cost. The wizarding world's backwardness is largely due to this system, which can be considered a form of isolation. However, China's system is much more advanced. Finally back, Shen Fei, fresh off the plane at the Magic City International Airport, couldn't help but sigh as he took in the sight of the overwhelming majority of people with black hair and yellow skin. Although this was another world, seeing people of similar race still felt familiar. Because of magic, many things in this world were different from the one he'd traveled through before, such as China's current territorial integrity. Famines were also rare, especially after entering the modern era. Even if problems arose in the ordinary world, the wizarding world could be approached for assistance. Even when the harvest was poor, magic could be used to quickly produce large quantities of food. Once we're settled in, we can go back. Shen Fei walked out of the airport, unconcealed by the figure following him. After all, his identity as a Hogwarts professor, while somewhat discreet, was impossible to conceal with the power of a nation. After all, he had officially arrived in this country as an ordinary person, not as a smuggler. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62, Purple Man, Part 1. Done. Looking at the 4 large containers of supplies, Shen Fei waved his hand excitedly, then pressed a button. Instantly, the 4 large containers transformed into pocket-sized boxes. While the wizarding world possesses spells like the magnification and reduction charms, they aren't as convenient or reliable as Pym particles. While magic is powerful and can accomplish many things, it's not omnipotent. I don't know when you'll be back next time. From now on, it's up to you, Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Shen Fei cast a spell on a box, which would notify Grindelwald to retrieve the contents if he didn't show up at the appointed time. Inside the box were his visions and plans for Harry's world, as well as the textbooks for the Muggle Studies class at Hogwarts for the next few years. Even if he didn't return in time, Grindelwald could use these materials to find someone to continue teaching the Hogwarts students. The box also contained information about Voldemort's Horcruxes. Dumbledore's death was due to the backlash of a Horcrux. With Grindelwald around, Dumbledore wouldn't be vulnerable to the Horcruxes again. Time to leave. Glancing at the house he had just bought in the suburbs of Magic City, Shen Fei immediately activated his Ant-Man suit and entered the quantum realm, returning to that strange world. Instantly, Shen Fei appeared in a familiar space. The quantum realm has no concept of time. Don't be fooled by the fact that his previous journeys through different dimensions seemed to take ages. That was just his perception. Didn't you see the wasp spend years in the quantum realm, refusing food or water, and nothing happened? Isn't it only a week? Shen Fei was surprised to see the time display in front of him. Remember, he had spent nearly half a year in Harry's time. The speed of time really is different. Kamar-Taj's dimensional magic, when traveling between dimensions, not only presents dangers, but also the varying speed of time. It's possible to only travel a few minutes, only to return to find that decades have passed, and everyone you knew is either old or dead. It seems preparing in advance was a good idea, given the speed of time in both worlds. If he had stayed longer in the Marvel world, Voldemort might have been killed there. This difference in the flow of time isn't just about Harry's world being slower than the Marvel world. In fact, for ordinary people, based on lifespan, the flow of time is roughly the same. Therefore, staying in Harry's world forever and extending one's lifespan by any other means is impossible. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Shen Fei. Whether it was the magic of Kamar-Taj or the biochemical virus, he would always live longer than an average person. If there's a chance, perhaps I should try cultivating within the quantum realm. The energy in the quantum realm is the same as that in dimensional space. For Kamar-Taj mages, Cultivating within it would be twice as effective with half the effort. Look at the wasp. She's just an ordinary person, but after so many years in the quantum realm, she's absorbed quantum energy and become something different. With PIM particles, Shen Fei wouldn't get lost in the quantum realm. The combination of PIM particles and dimensional magic is truly a powerful tool. Shen Fei then stopped dwelling on the issue of time. Time is something that humans simply can't explain clearly. Even the Ancient One, with a time stone, might not be able to fully explain it. Just like in Avengers 4, Days of Future Past, after returning the gems, Cap is an old man when they meet again. It seems he's found Carter in the past and lived with her. But this is merely superficial. A deeper look reveals numerous questions. First, why is Cap aging? The enhancement serum has the ability to prevent aging. Nick Fury was only injected with a weakened version, which already slows his aging process, not to mention Cap's original enhancement serum. Then there's the question of Cap living in the past. Are there two Caps? And then there's the controlled Winter Soldier and the assassinated Howards. If Cap were living in the past, would he simply be with Carter, ignoring these events? If so, would he still be Cap? It doesn't make sense, and rightly so. Anything involving time is problematic only if it can be explained. After putting the question of time behind him, Shen Fei put down all his equipment, took out a small box, opened it, and examined it. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly. As expected, the spaces between different worlds can connect. Shen Fei had cast the traceless extension charm inside the box, primarily to experiment with spatial objects to see if they could be used in both worlds. As it turned out, it couldn't. However, Shen Fei wasn't overly disappointed. The traceless extension charm wasn't incapable of use in Marvel, it just needed some refinement, just like the dimensional mirror he'd created in Harry's world. Using the Marvel dimensional mirror, it would work. What were the benefits of the traceless extension charm? It was incredibly simple, allowing him to create objects like space rings. The same went for apparition. Looks like nothing's happened these past few days. Opening Red Queen's system, Shen Fei had Red Queen send a message to Stark and Pepper, announcing his return. Later, after speaking to Pepper and learning that nothing had happened recently, Shen Fei decided not to leave and instead planned to stay home to make some major renovations. A box made of vibranium is a bit of a luxury, I have to say. Deeply curious about Newt's box, Shen Fei had spent considerable time in Harry's world researching the traceless extension charm. To Shen Fei, Newt's trunk was a truly magical object, but the original was so dilapidated that magical creatures could escape from it. Shen Fei had once wondered why Newt didn't just get a better trunk. Now it was his turn to build a trunk, and of course, he wasn't stingy. Not only that, he also used the invisible extension charm to create a large space behind a cabinet in the basement. This was intended to be his laboratory. This way, he wouldn't have to open the mirror dimension and move various experimental equipment every time he conducted an experiment. The trunk was a mobile space. In addition to these two, Shen Fei also created a small bag using the invisible extension charm, which contained mainly daily necessities. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the cabinet, besides a laboratory area, there was also a training ground and a shooting range. Shen Fei was now firing 2 automatic pistols in both hands. From the first shot until the bullets were exhausted, Shen Fei fired over 100 rounds without a single pause. The magazine, equipped with a stretch without anywhere charm, holds 200 rounds per clip. Shen Fei even used a 3D printer to create the pistol, using a variety of rare metals including vibranium and gold. This extravagance stems from the fact that a normal pistol wouldn't be able to fire so many rounds continuously. While Shen Fei wouldn't have many opportunities to use this weapon right now, it's always better to be prepared. In fact, for Shen Fei right now, a Gatling gun equipped with a stretch without anywhere charm is his ultimate weapon. Unfortunately, although Shen Fei had spent over 6 months in Harry's world and learned a great deal, there were still some things he hadn't had time to learn, such as the wheel-eyes flying car and Hagrid's speeder bike. If he had mastered these, he could have converted the Quinjet into a magic-powered version after acquiring S.H.I.E.L.D's Quinjet, though it wouldn't have been very useful for Shen Fei, who now possessed portals and the ability to apparate. Mansion, beach, beautiful scenery, all it lacks is a beautiful woman in a bikini, Shen Fei muttered softly, lounging on a lounge chair beneath a parasol on the private beach beside his villa. A villa costing over 100 million yuan, and situated on the seaside, naturally came with a private beach. Not only that, But it also boasted a small private dock, where a luxurious private yacht was docked. Of course, the yacht wasn't Shen Fei's. Although he was now wealthy, he seemed completely unmotivated to become even more wealthy. He hadn't purchased any of the luxury cars, private jets, or yachts that were standard features of the super rich. The 4 luxury cars parked in his garage and the yacht at the dock all belonged to Stark. Stark had already gifted the 4 cars to Shen Fei, while the yacht was temporarily parked here. As for private jets, Pepper had recommended several aircraft manufacturers, but Shen Fei had rejected them all. He didn't need them, so why waste the money? Stark, who frequently traveled back and forth between home and New York, could easily own several private jets, but if he bought one, he might not even fly it once a year. Just like Stark's yacht, the yacht, now docked at his small dock, had only just arrived at this dock before it was used for the first time, and Stark hadn't cared about it since. Stark had only one use for these yachts, for swimsuit parties. Just as Shen Fei was leisurely perusing a magic book, he suddenly spotted a small yacht approaching from the distance. As it approached the dock, a young man in plain clothes and a peaked cap disembarked. He walked down to the yacht and waved to the yacht's driver. The yacht then sailed away, and the young man then approached Shen Fei. What a rare visitor, Shen Fei immediately stood up upon seeing the newcomer. Although he had a bit of a face blindness for foreigners, he knew this man was unmistakable. It was Captain America, Steve Rogers. Hello, the captain approached, smiling and greeting Shen Fei. Hello, Captain, please take a seat. Luckily, there were 2 lounge chairs under the parasol. Fury told me everything. Thank you so much for this. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have been lying there. The captain seemed to have come specifically to express his gratitude, but this made Shen Fei a little embarrassed. After all, he had traded this information for a considerable amount of vibranium. Captain, you're too polite. I grew up reading your stories, and it's an honor to be able to do something for you. Shen Fei wasn't lying, but his story was that of Captain from another world. I didn't actually do anything back then, the captain sighed. 70 years had passed since he woke up, and even with his fortitude, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Call me Steve, Shen Fei said before he could speak. Okay, Steve, no matter what, you sacrificed yourself to save the world. There's no doubt about that. If the Red Skull's final plan were unleashed, it would be a catastrophic disaster for all of Earth. Since you've awakened in this era, enjoy a peaceful life, Shen Fei said, noting the captain's silence. Peace, the captain said this with an ambiguous smile. Well, Shen Fei didn't know how to respond. With Captain America's strength, now that he'd awakened, and Fury's character, he certainly wouldn't let him sit idle. If Fury hadn't told me himself, I wouldn't have believed there were magicians in this world. The captain was silent for a moment, then immediately changed the subject. I was just lucky, Shen Fei said with a smile. I was the same way back then. The captain looked up at the distant sea and said with some emotion. Given the captain's qualifications at the time, he was the last person to be selected for the enhanced serum program, but somehow he was chosen. Well, it's time for me to go, the captain said, standing up and walking away without waiting for Shen Fei to say anything. I'm leaving now. Shen Fei looked at the captain's back with some surprise, but he didn't try to stop him. Instead, he picked up a tablet beside him, opened the hacker network, and clicked on a video. The Hulk has appeared. The video was of an event on a university campus. It was recorded on a mobile phone and was very blurry, but the Green Giant still made Shen Fei recognize him, Bruce Banner, the man with several doctorates. Although the video has long been deleted from legitimate websites, it still exists on hacker networks, where many are discussing the Green Monster's identity, speculating on aliens, inner-Earth monsters, or even a sinister experiment by the military or government. All sorts of theories are circulating. I wonder when we can get the Hulk's blood. The Hulk's strength is undoubtedly among the best in the Avengers. Even if his power continues to rise, he wouldn't necessarily lose to Captain Marvel. Technically, Captain Marvel and the Hulk's powers stem from the same source, the Tesseract, also known as the Space Stone. The Hulk's creation is primarily due to gamma rays, an isotope emitted by the Space Stone. This is why, in Avengers Endgame, Bruce came up with the idea of using a gamma-ray detector to locate the Tesseract. The Hulk's creation is also connected to Captain America. Bruce and his team's original research focused on combining gamma rays with a weakening serum to create a stronger warrior. Just as Shen Fei was contemplating how to obtain the Hulk's blood, An alarm suddenly sounded on his tablet, followed by a photo. "I finally found you, Kilgrave." Looking at the photo of a handsome young man in a purple suit, Shen Fei turned around and appeared in the villa with a tablet computer. Chapter 63 Purple Man, Part 2. "Don't thank me too much, Jessica," Shen Fei said as he changed and put on his gear, looking ahead at the holographic image of Kilgrave. Kilgrave, also known as the Purple Man in the Marvel Universe, gained his powers after being injected with an experimental virus as a child. Since then, he's gained the ability to control others. While his abilities only last a day and then diminish, they're still terrifying, especially given his ability to control them continuously. After gaining the power of mind control, Kilgrave didn't become arrogant or high-profile. Instead, he remained as low-key as ever, only occasionally controlling ordinary people to kill each other out of interest. This is America, with one of the highest crime rates in the world. Drawing swords and guns at the slightest disagreement is commonplace. Furthermore, Kilgrave is incredibly intelligent, so no one has ever suspected him of such actions. Even S.H.I.E.L.D focuses on such minor conflicts. Thanks to his mind control abilities, Kilgrave lived a life of extraordinary wealth. After all, even without money, he could easily control the wealthy and amass vast sums of money. The same was true for women, too. Leveraging this ability, Kilgrave slept with countless women. Until he met Jessica, he became obsessed with her and began controlling her. This encounter made Jessica's life miserable for the rest of her life. It would have been fine if Shen Fei hadn't had the ability to deal with such a person, but since he did, he naturally wanted to deal with him. With the help of Red Queen, Shen Fei hacked into a Ministry of Defense satellite and had her search. Using Kilgrave's name and the general search criteria of the Purple Man, he finally found him. Having an AI system certainly made things much easier. Without Red Queen, Shen Fei's search for Kilgrave in the vast amount of data would have been a long, if not impossible, task. Shen Fei's desire to deal with Kilgrave stemmed from a desire to change Jessica's fate and a simple dislike for him. "Too bad there's no way to learn the metamorphomagus," Shen Fei muttered under his breath as he took out some potions and applied them to his face, performing a simple disguise to conceal his identity. Originally, Shen Fei had a simpler way to transform into human, a polymorph potion. This potion could be brewed in advance, and simply added the hair of the person he wanted to transform into. The problem was that the polymorph potion was too bitter to drink, so Shen Fei ruled that out. While the metamorphomagus allowed for arbitrary transformation, it was an innate ability, inherited, and unlearnable. As for the animagus, it was a very complex spell to learn and could only transform into ordinary animals. Shen Fei had so much to learn, so he didn't have time for that. The wizarding world actually had another way to transform into someone else, the transfiguration charm. Unfortunately, this spell could only be used on other people or objects, such as turning someone into a pig or sheep. Draco had once been transformed into a ferret. This spell was far too difficult to use on himself. After all, if it were simple, there wouldn't be any need for an animagus. To date, only one person in the wizarding world could transform into someone else through transfiguration without being noticed, Grindelwald. Everyone else, including Dumbledore and Voldemort, had to drink the Polyjuice potion to become someone else. Whoosh! After gathering his equipment, Shen Fei grabbed his smartphone and apparated out of the villa, arriving in the alley behind the upscale cafe where Kilgrave was staying. With few cameras and Temetria, he wasn't worried about being spotted. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Entering the cafe, Shen Fei found a seat where he could observe Kilgrave. Watching the elegant office lady flirting with him, he felt a little annoyed. Even a super rich man like him wouldn't be so casual about flirting with women, yet a mere criminal was living so carefree. To be fair, Kilgrave was still quite handsome, especially according to Western aesthetics. Even without resorting to mind control, he could still flirt with some women. Shen Fei, leaning back in his seat, activated the power of the Operation Fruit, enveloping Kilgrave and the beautiful woman across from him. Sure enough, he's a scumbag. Using mind control, using the Operation Fruit, Shen Fei discovered Kilgrave's ability to control people, a neurological virus that affects the human brain, controlling it. Of course, this applies to ordinary people. It might not be effective against those with strong convictions. For example, top agents like Black Widow and Ada Wong would be immune to Kilgrave's power. Furthermore, this control gradually weakens with repeated use, Just as the body develops resistance to drugs, so too does it develop resistance to this virus. Furthermore, the virus is colorless and odorless, and disappears completely over time, making it difficult to detect in a hospital unless the person has just been controlled and needs to be examined immediately. It's somewhat effective. Luckily, this guy keeps a low profile and hasn't been discovered by Hydra, otherwise it would be quite troublesome. Shen Fei had a simple solution for Kilgrave's situation: inform S.H.I.E.L.D. and let them handle it. Of course, this was just a thought. If Kilgrave were captured by S.H.I.E.L.D., wouldn't he be easy prey for Hydra? Back then, Ivchenko had significantly advanced Hydra's hypnosis techniques. With a purple man's involvement, Hydra wouldn't even need him to join them. They could simply analyze the virus emanating from his body and then create a new one. Such a virus, combined with Hydra's unique hypnosis, would be a real threat. Perhaps Kilgrave's gaze had alerted him. After a cautious glance at Shen Fei, he walked out of the cafe hand in hand with a beautiful woman, and Shen Fei immediately followed. Shen Fei's brazen pursuit of Kilgrave through the streets made Kilgrave frown. He then agreed to meet the woman tomorrow, and the two parted ways. Kilgrave then headed for a secluded, deserted area, and Shen Fei, as usual, followed him. "Are you spreading the virus?" Shen Fei, following behind Kilgrave, immediately spotted his tactics. Anyone else might have been controlled by him. "Who are you, and why are you following me?" Kilgrave asked coldly, standing by the wall after reaching a dead end. Bang! But his response was a gunshot. After the blast, Kilgrave fell to his knees, clutching his right hand, which had almost completely vanished, a bloody mess. He roared in pain. "Kilgrave, it's been hard to find you," Shen Fei said with a smile, his Desert Eagle in his right hand. "You?" Bang! As Kilgrave spoke again, Shen Fei fired his Desert Eagle into his right foot, blasting it apart. The Desert Eagle's power was not to be underestimated. "It's a bit too powerful. I think I should get 2 less powerful pistols next time." Shen Fei, after all, preferred the Desert Eagle due to his habit of fighting zombies. For others, using the Desert Eagle presents significant challenges. Not only is the recoil a well-known problem, but the noise is also incredibly loud, drawing considerable attention. However, for Shen Fei now, this was a minor issue, easily resolved with a silencing spell. "Don't try to pull any tricks. Your abilities won't work on me." Kilgrave was no fool, he was patient. Even after being shot and in great pain, he still increased the release of the virus. "Why do you think I came after you?" "To control others and watch them slaughter each other, you know," Shen Fei said, firing another shot, this time into his left leg. When dealing with evil, Shen Fei's approach was to fight evil with evil, much like the Punisher, but before, he could only imagine it in his mind. Now, however, the situation was different. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Your abilities are very interesting. I wonder what will happen if I dissect them." Unfortunately, Kilgrave didn't hear Shen Fei's words, as he had already fainted. "You're such a bummer," Shen Fei said, walking over to Kilgrave's side. He grabbed his only intact arm, blazing with flames. After casting a fire spell on the spot, he disapparated away. "You're awake," Shen Fei, dressed in a white robe and scalpel in hand, greeted Kilgrave with a smile as he watched him awaken. "What do you want to do?" "Let me go, let me go." Shen Fei's smile was undoubtedly a devil's smile to Kilgrave. He ignored the pain in his body and struggled violently, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get away from the operating table. "What are you afraid of?" "Don't worry, it won't hurt," Shen Fei said, chuckling twice, and pressed the scalpel in his hand to Kilgrave's chest. "You fainted from shock." "Really, so boring," Shen Fei said, putting down the scalpel. In fact, he had already done what he needed to do while Kilgrave was unconscious, and the previous action was just a joke. While his philosophy was to fight evil with evil, he wouldn't go to the extent of Whitehall. He wasn't some bloodthirsty forensic pathologist. Besides, dissecting corpses in school was the limit of his tolerance. Performing a live dissection was out of his reach. "There are so many viruses in this world," Shen Fei said, looking at the jar containing the neurological virus secreted from Kilgrave. He could neutralize Kilgrave's abilities with an injection, rendering him unable to control his mind. If it were Callison, Kilgrave's fate would probably be to have his abilities removed and thrown into prison. This was S.H.I.E.L.D's usual approach. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D was a formal organization, and it wasn't like Shen Fei was acting arbitrarily and taking revenge. Unfortunately, Shen Fei wasn't Coulson, nor was he a member of the government. Cheap transformation. Looking at Kilgrave, unconscious on the operating table, Shen Fei waved his wand in his right hand, and the next moment, Kilgrave transformed into comatose lamb. Because transfiguration is extremely dangerous, it's forbidden to use on humans until one's power reaches a certain level. In Harry's world, Shen Fei had never used this spell on anyone, but now, facing Kilgrave, he could be used as a test subject. Don't assume that the transfiguration spell is limited to deformation. In fact, when performed to a high level, it can be quite powerful in combat. Professor McGonagall may not look impressive, but her skills are among the best at Hogwarts. Transfiguration can transform the ground into a hawk, a table into a tiger or lion, and so on. These are all offensive methods transfiguration can use. Not to mention directly transforming people into sheep or pigs. This type of transfiguration is different from animagus. After transformation, an animagus retains magical abilities and can use magic, but those struck by the sheep transfiguration spell cannot use magic. Hi, see you again. When Kilgrave woke up again, Shen Fei appeared before him again. What the hell have you done, you devil? Kilgrave roared wildly, seeing only his head lying in a glass case. Huh? This is crazy. No way. Shen Fei couldn't help but feel a bit surprised at Kilgrave's unfocused eyes. It was originally another joke. The cutting power of the au-pair fruit was completely painless, and the body could be reattached at will. Who could have imagined that Kilgrave, the mind controller, would actually go insane? Is it scary? Shen Fei said, puzzled, as Kilgrave's voice gradually fell silent. It was indeed terrifying. To Shen Fei, the power of the au-pair fruit was commonplace. But for those unaware of its power, finding themselves with only a head left, for someone like Ada Wong or Black Widow, it might not matter. But for Kilgrave, even though he had mind control powers before, he was just an ordinary person. Add to that a preconceived notion of Shen Fei as a crazy doctor, and it would be surprising if he didn't go crazy. Body fly over here, Shen Fei said, opening the glass case. With a wave of his right hand, Kilgrave's body instantly flew over and reassembled. This wasn't a spell, but the command of the au-pair fruit. Even if you're crazy, don't even think about surviving, Shen Fei said as he opened the mirror space and threw Kilgrave in. He then waved his wand, and flames blazed. However, this time it wasn't just any flame, but a celestial fire. Under the celestial fire, Kilgrave's body, including his bones, was reduced to ash and disappeared. Jessica, I've changed your fate. I wonder if she and Luke Cage will ever meet again. As for Matt, you should just take your time with the Kingpin. Chapter 64 Iron Man, Part 1. Kingpin and Madame Gao are the leaders of the underworld in Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil's primary rivals. These two figures are prominent figures in the New York underworld, especially Madame Gao, a figure even Kingpin wouldn't dare to overreach. Madame Gao is no ordinary figure. She appears elderly and frail, but in reality, she's a master with connections to the mysterious eastern city of Kunlun. She lives for over 100 years and is involved in drug trafficking. Shen Fei wouldn't bother dealing with her unless necessary. He believes that American crime should be handled by their own government. If their own government doesn't want to address it, why would he interfere? Unfortunately, Daredevil Matt's continued efforts to combat these crimes in the shadows are futile. These crimes have their source. If the source isn't addressed, eliminating one leader will only lead to the next. Furthermore, fierce battles will ensue for the top spot. Rather than this, it's better to maintain the status quo. After all, it's just an underground force. Even a seemingly immense power can be dismantled in an instant if the government so desires. Forget about those underground forces. Hydra was powerful enough, hiding for years, but once exposed, they were quickly eliminated one by one. Matt, a lawyer, actually still believed in the laws of this country. Shen Fei was speechless. American law was built entirely for the wealthy. When the wealthy weren't involved, the law was fair, but once they were involved, fairness vanished. Of course, Shen Fei's opinion was somewhat biased. After all, no matter what country, there are always people loyal to it, believing that the country is good and the laws are fair, just like Matt. What? Stark's missing. One day, Shen Fei was thinking about how to develop the technology in Harry's world when Red Queen suddenly played him an important news report. When did this guy go to sell arms? He didn't even tell me. Although he knew Stark's disappearance was a prelude to his becoming Iron Man, this was the real world, and he couldn't remain calm like he was watching a movie. After all, he and Stark were friends now. Plus, this wasn't a purely Marvel universe. Who knew if something unexpected would happen and he would actually die? He had previously planned to secretly protect Stark while he went to sell the Jericho missiles. Of course, he couldn't just apparate to Stark Enterprises, so Shen Fei made a rare move by opening the garage and driving out a luxury car Stark had given him. Stark's disappearance was a serious concern. By the time he arrived at Stark Enterprises, the gates were already swarming with reporters. Fortunately, he was familiar with the area and didn't have to enter through the main gate. No comment, no comment, Obadiah Stane repeated to the assembled reporters in the lobby. What happened? When did Tony disappear? On the top floor of Stark Enterprises, Shen Fei met Pepper, looking haggard. Pepper had been using his research, and to look so haggard in such a state was a sure sign of her worry. He's been missing for 10 days, Pepper told Shen Fei when Stark had been missing, briefly explaining why she hadn't informed him immediately. Shen Fei's assumptions proved to be false. In the movie, Shen Fei knew that Stark was attacked and captured while selling arms, but this was reality. Arms sales are extremely confidential information, and of course, they couldn't be publicized all day long. Even if they were, it would be the military that did the job. American arms companies are legal, but that doesn't mean that what weapons they sell and when they sell them must appear in the newspapers. After all, when it comes to arms, confidentiality is paramount. Newspaper reports on Stark mostly focus on how many awards he won in his time with the model, not on how many weapons the Stark Group sold today or yesterday. America is a free country, and anything can make the news, including terrorist statements, but that doesn't mean there's no news censorship. Stark's disappearance during an arms sale, such a significant event, would certainly not be leaked. Almost everyone in the military who knew about it was under a gag order. Pepper still doesn't know how the news of Stark's disappearance was leaked. Normally, it wouldn't be revealed until Stark is found, dead or alive. The sudden leak of the information has dealt a heavy blow to Stark Corp stock. Many people, including Stark Corporation shareholders, have been frantically selling their shares since the news broke. As shareholders, they were the first to receive the news and had already made preparations. After all, many believed Stark was in grave danger, and without Tony Stark, Stark Corp's value plummeted. Only Obadiah Stane would believe that Stark's disappearance would allow him to take Stark Corporation to the next level. Generally speaking, arms smuggling is common practice for arms companies, and it's common practice for most, including Justin's. However, Stark never allowed this to happen. He only sold his weapons to the legitimate military. However, absent a major war, the military would not make large-scale purchases unless it was simply replacing its equipment. Therefore, even though Stark Corp's weapons were expensive and high-end, their profits were still lower than those of other arms companies. Obadiah Stane was deeply dissatisfied with this situation. To him, as long as he made money, it didn't matter who he sold them to, even if it meant selling them to terrorists. Strictly speaking, selling weapons to terrorists was the most profitable. This sentiment resonated with most capitalists, like Pym Hank's disciple, who even considered selling the Ant-Man suit to Hydra, even after Hydra's cover was exposed. What kind of conscience is there in the arms business? This was Obadiah Stane's greatest sarcasm towards Stark. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that while Stark Corp might profit in the short term if something happened to him, it would be a long-term loss. All of Stark Corp's new weapons were researched by Tony. Not to mention Tony has S.H.I.E.L.D behind him. If anything were to happen to Tony and Nick Fury went ballistic, Obadiah Stane would be in no position to escape sanctions. Regarding the stock price, let's use my company's funds to buy back the shares first. We'll discuss it after Tony returns. To stabilize the stock price, a large amount of cash is essential, and Shen Fei currently possesses it. After all, he's not as reckless as Stark, and he doesn't need to buy large amounts of experimental materials, he borrows them all. Thank you. Pepper's expression finally cleared up a bit. All she could do now was ensure that Stark Group wouldn't suffer significant losses before Stark returned. As for the possibility that Stark truly wouldn't return, Pepper didn't dare to even consider that possibility. Arrange for me to visit the place where Tony disappeared, Shen Fei said, authorizing Pepper to access all his funds. That's not necessary. It's extremely dangerous out there. Many soldiers and S.H.I.E.L.D agents are already searching for Tony, Pepper was already grateful that Shen Fei had provided such a large amount of cash at such a critical moment, so she didn't want Shen Fei to go to such a dangerous place himself. Don't worry, if I go there, I might be able to find Tony quickly. I forgot to tell you, Shen Fei said, taking out his magic wand and waving it. A sofa beside him flew up. I'm a magician. I can use magic to find Tony. Magician. Pepper's mouth dropped open at the sight of the sofa flying out of thin air. But then, as if remembering something, she quickly picked up her smartphone from the table. Happy, arrange a private jet, but the magician's magic wasn't as important as Tony's safety at this moment. We must find Tony, don't worry. Led by Happy, Shen Fei quickly arrived at the military airport and boarded Tony's private plane. Because Stark Corporation had a strong relationship with the military, his private plane was stationed at a military base. This was also the reason Shen Fei didn't want to buy a private jet. Without his own private airport, the annual parking fee alone would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, not to mention the cost of a pilot, personal flight attendants, and other amenities. Even if a private jet wasn't flying, it would cost at least $1 million a year. Even if Shen Fei were extremely wealthy now, he wouldn't be so wasteful. After all, he wasn't a second-generation rich kid with no concept of dollars, but a first-generation rich kid. Before the time travel, $1 million would have been something he could only dream of. Long time no see. As soon as he stepped off the plane, Shen Fei saw a familiar face, Carlson. His partner, as always, was Melinda. There was also someone else who surprised Shen Fei, Captain. But thinking about it made sense. Given the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D and Howard, and between Captain and Howard, their presence here was perfectly normal. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Shen Fei said, smiling. Ms. Pepper said you have a way to find Tony? Carlson asked directly after the pleasantries. Apparently, Pepper had called Carlson after he boarded the plane, so they knew he was coming. Yes, first, take me to where Tony disappeared. I hope we can still find some clues. Why didn't you notify me earlier? Shen Fei complained in the jeep. Sorry, this case involves a lot of people, so, although Carlson didn't say it explicitly, Shen Fei roughly understood what he meant. Tony's arms sale was certainly a very secretive matter, and so was the route he took back home after the sale. And the terrorists happened to be lying in wait right along Tony's route. There must be something involved. S.H.I.E.L.D was already investigating everyone who knew of Tony's whereabouts that day, including Colonel James Rhodes, Tony's only close friend in the military, and of course, Obadiah Stane. So, did you find anything? Sorry, that's confidential. S.H.I.E.L.D had taken action, so they must have found something, but they couldn't tell Shen Fei. It's right here. The jeep soon arrived at the site where Stark had been attacked. Even then, traces of the battle were still visible. After the three of them exited the car, the captain and Melinda immediately took up guard, each on their side. After all, there was no guarantee they wouldn't encounter enemies. So, how are you going to investigate? Honestly, I'm very curious about the methods of mages, Carlson asked after glancing around. After Stark's disappearance, S.H.I.E.L.D and military experts had thoroughly searched this place, but sadly, they had found no clues. Wait a moment, I'll check the data first, Shen Fei said. As Carlson stared in astonishment, he pulled a tablet from his backpack. Search for traces. He opened his computer and began searching for the spell. Thanks to having stored most of his magic books on it, just like he had done back in Kamar-Taj, he wasn't completely helpless in the face of this situation. Of course, this was also thanks to his trip to the Harry Potter world. If he were there, he wouldn't have been able to deal with this situation. Alright, after carefully reviewing the spell description on his computer, Shen Fei immediately put away his computer, took out his wand, and stuck it into the ground. Show traces. A flash of white light emanated from the magic wand, and the surroundings instantly appeared, as if in a holographic image. Speed up the reversal. Following Shen Fei's words, the shadows rapidly transformed, and after about half an hour, Stark's figure finally appeared. Fortunately, this was a deserted area. If it were a crowded area, it would have been difficult to achieve this with magic after such a long time. Magic, after all, is not omnipotent. Witnessing this scene, the captain and May couldn't help but come over. Still alive, taken away, after Stark's shadow was dragged away by the two figures, the influence completely disappeared. It's amazing, Carlson observed the scene in amazement. He then immediately pulled out his phone and began to contact his men, telling them to search in the direction Stark had been dragged away. Although they hadn't found Stark yet, they finally had a general direction, unlike before, when they had to search everywhere, casting a net like fishing in the sea. While Callison was on the phone, Shen Fei arrived at the crater created by the missile and searched carefully. Under the puzzled gazes of Callison and the other two, he found a piece of rag under a rock. Tracing the trace, Shen Fei immediately used his wand to touch the rag, and it immediately took off, drifting to the side, rising higher and higher. "Can you wait a moment? I'll call for backup immediately." Callison was quite clever. He immediately understood the purpose of Shen Fei's spell from the direction the rag was flying. "You guys wait here. I'll go take a look," Shen Fei said, pulling out a long broom from his backpack, sitting on it, and taking off. Chapter 65 Iron Man, Part 2. "I hate magicians." Mei looked visibly annoyed as she watched Shen Fei fly away on his broomstick. The captain's expression remained unchanged. "Immediately, send a plane to my location," Callison shouted into the phone. Magicians actually exist in this world. Deep in a hidden room beneath Trident headquarters, Hill watched Shen Fei fly away on his broomstick, his face filled with disbelief. "Keep following," Fury observed with a blank expression. After a long silence, he spoke seriously into his headset. "Understood," Mei's voice echoed through the headset. "The micro-arc reactor has finally appeared," the person sitting on the broomstick, following the rag, muttered softly. Stark's kidnapping and the appearance of the Iron Man suit weren't significant. The truly remarkable thing was the micro-arc reactor. Energy was paramount. This was the same in both the scientific and wizarding worlds, except that the wizarding world used magic as the standard for measuring energy. While the Harry Potter universe doesn't seem to have a specific unit of measurement for magical power, it does have varying degrees of strength. For example, if a child casts the Avada Kedavra curse against an adult or, at most, they'll only cause a nosebleed, no killing effect at all. For the ordinary world, the advent of the arc reactor has undoubtedly brought about enormous changes, though the vast majority of ordinary people won't notice them. Even less so in the movies. The Iron Man suit has long existed in the Marvel Universe. Discovery, a company that consistently competes with the Norman Group, had already created it, but unfortunately, it lacked a powerful power source. During their demonstrations, Discovery's suits were powered by large cables attached to their backs. You wouldn't want an Iron Man suit with these cables on the battlefield. The advent of the arc reactor solved this problem. Even so, the Iron Man suit hasn't become ubiquitous in the Marvel Universe. This is because the suit requires an artificial intelligence system to fully unleash its power. Without it, using it would be no more practical than using a tank. After all, the Iron Man suit is much more expensive than a tank. With the advent of the arc reactor, it can power not only the Iron Man suit, but also tanks and airplanes. It can be said that with the advent of the reactor, tanks and airplanes, and even rockets and missiles, may need a complete overhaul. Even cars are the same. The reason electric cars didn't take off was mainly due to lack of energy, but now there's enough energy. The 3 helicarriers of Hydra's Project Insight were successfully built thanks to Stark's arc reactor and anti-gravity system. These are the reasons why there's only one Iron Man in the Marvel Universe. Even if someone else is as good as Iron Man, they can't compete with him. The same is true for S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra don't have artificial intelligence. With an arc reactor, I can build an Iron Man suit. Killing Voldemort with it would be incredibly exciting, wouldn't it? But to achieve that, I'd have to launch a satellite in Harry World. Sitting on his broomstick, Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh as he recalled Voldemort wielding his wand to fend off a swarm of flying Iron Man suits. Since he was in the Marvel Universe, Shen Fei had done some research on Iron Man suits in his spare time. Combining this with what he knew about Stark, he had 2 ideas for the Iron Man suit. The first, of course, was Stark's Iron Man suit, where a human could control it from within. With the help of artificial intelligence, combat would be highly flexible. The second was remote control via AI, without the need for a human inside. However, this Iron Man suit wouldn't be as flexible in combat, as AI and humans think differently. For a superhero, a suit like Stark's, with a human inside, would be the most effective. However, the first Iron Man suit had its drawbacks. It was expensive to build, requiring a human inside and requiring flexibility. The second option was simpler. Since no one was inside, the Iron Man suit could be made completely solid, eliminating the need for flexibility. Furthermore, Since there was room for a person, more ammunition could be carried, and most importantly, it was cheaper. Although space wasn't a concern for Shen Fei, who possessed the traceless extension charm, space wasn't really an issue. A suit with a person inside required safety considerations, and the materials used were certainly not cheap. But for an unmanned suit, that wasn't a concern. If necessary, the suit could even self-destruct. Compared to Stark's lavish wealth, who could even stage an Iron Man suit fireworks display just to make Pepper laugh, Shen Fei naturally had to be more frugal. After all, his current financial resources were far less than Stark's. Of course, that was only for now. As for the future, Shen Fei believed he could surpass Stark's, and his future held the boundless stars. Of course, to avoid conflicting with Stark's persona, Shen Fei didn't plan to use the Iron Man suit in the Marvel Universe. Of course, this was a joke. In the real world, who cared about personas? The main reason was that Shen Fei didn't have Stark's connections. If he dared to use the Iron Man suit, someone would seize it and it'd say the next moment. Of course, another reason was to maintain his own persona, that of a mysterious magician. This identity was a vital protection for him, not to mention the fact that he had a group of fictional wizards behind him, though, strictly speaking, they weren't fictional anymore. This fictional wizard group was his greatest protection, much like how Thor could become an Avenger on Earth. He had Asgard behind him. It's true that scoundrels aren't to be feared, but educated ones are. As he contemplated the future, Shen Fei couldn't help but mourn for the terrorists who kidnapped Stark. What kind of wisdom, what kind of eyesight, would allow Stark to create the first Iron Man suit right before his eyes? Besides the Obadiah Stane deal, the terrorists kidnapped Stark for another purpose, to get him to help them build a Jericho missile. The missile's appearance differs significantly from the Iron Man suits. If any of these terrorists had been a bit more resourceful, Stark would have been doomed. Looks like we've found it, soared Shen Fei. After watching the rag fall, he looked down and spotted a figure slowly moving across the desert. He immediately redirected his broom and flew towards it. As he approached, he realized it was none other than Stark, who appeared to be about to collapse. Lost traveler, you look like you need help, Shen Fei said with a smile, maneuvering his broom in front of Stark. Water, water, Stark, his body slightly wobbly, didn't seem surprised to see Shen Fei flying on his broom. He kept calling for water before collapsing. How tragic. Shen Fei immediately jumped off his broom and came to Stark's side. He looked at the reactor on his chest and shook his head slightly. Then he took out his wand, placed it against Stark's lips, and whispered, "Clear water like a spring." The next moment, the wand was like a faucet, and a trickle of water fell to Stark's lips. After drinking some of the water, Stark seemed to finally regain consciousness. He opened his eyes and was shocked when he saw Shen Fei. "Why are you here? I came to see you. You've been missing for so long," and Pepper was very worried, Shen Fei said with a smile. "No, I remember seeing someone flying on a broom." Stark seemed to remember what had happened earlier. "Are you talking about this?" Shen Fei pointed to the broom floating in the air behind him, a mischievous smile on his face. "What kind of latest technology is this?" The next moment, Stark immediately ran to the broom and examined it carefully. "It's not technology, it's magic," Shen Fei said, walking over to the broom. As Stark stared in disbelief, he sat on it. Then, Shen Fei took out his wand and tapped the front of the broom, causing a transparent seat to appear. "Whatever you need, we'll talk about it when we get back," Shen Fei said, patting the transparent seat and motioning for Stark to sit on it. "Magic? That's impossible. This must be some cutting-edge technology." Stark, though a playboy, was incredibly meticulous when it came to science. Instead of sitting on the seat, he pulled Shen Fei down and examined it again. "Don't damage it. This is the latest Nimbus 2000 series, a model I spent a fortune on," Shen Fei warned Stark as he tried to pry open the back of the broom. While the Nimbus 2000 wasn't particularly expensive, it was quite expensive in wizarding terms. Nimbus brooms were the equivalent of Ferraris and Lamborghinis in the ordinary world. After a thorough inspection, Stark finally confirmed that the broom didn't contain any super technical features. "That's unscientific," Stark exclaimed, bewildered. "It's unscientific, but it's magical," Shen Fei said with a smile. "Okay, time to go. I don't want to be basking in the desert sun with you anymore," Shen Fei said, climbing back onto the flying broom and motioning for Stark to get on quickly. "Is this thing safe?" Stark paused for a moment, looking up at the scorching sun above. Don't worry, this is the Nimbus series, approved by the Ministry of Magic International. There's absolutely no problem with safety. After Stark sat down, Shen Fei waved his wand, and a seatbelt appeared out of thin air, strapping Stark to the seat. The broom then immediately took off into the air, and a transparent umbrella appeared from Shen Fei's wand, covering both of them. Because they were both sitting, the broom didn't fly very fast. If Shen Fei had wanted to leave quickly, he could have opened a portal and easily reached New York. However, to avoid being discovered, he had to fly slowly on the broom. Apparition was also unavailable. This wasn't a deliberate attempt by Shen Fei to conceal it, but rather because Stark's current condition wasn't suited to it. Given his chest injury, if Shen Fei had apparated with him now, the pressure from the surrounding air would have likely caused him to bleed to death. Wow, Stark exclaimed excitedly as the broom actually carried him aloft. Although he had flown countless times, those were always by airplane. How could a flying broom compare to that? On the way back, the broom didn't fly high. The reason it was so high before arriving was because of the fragments. If nothing unexpected had happened, Stark must have been taken from the air. This was understandable. If Stark had been taken from the ground, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military wouldn't have been able to find any leads after so long. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military have experts in tracking traces. In reality, Shen Fei was able to use magic to locate Stark only because the area was deserted, which prevented his magic from being ineffective. If he were in a bustling city, with all the people coming and going, he wouldn't have been able to find Stark using magic. Magic isn't omnipotent. In a busy area, the other people would simply dilute Stark's traces. This is similar to the principle of scientific tracking. For example, if a single person passes through a snowy field, finding their trace is easy, but if countless people pass by, it becomes much more difficult. "Who are you?" Stark asked directly after a brief moment of excitement. "I'm a magician," Shen Fei said, suddenly feeling a darkness overhead. They looked up to see a black plane hovering above them. It bore the S.H.I.E.L.D. logo, a Quinjet. After raiding the military base on Terragrigia Island, Shen Fei acquired aircraft, but they were helicopters and fighter jets. He didn't own a S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet. The plane actually didn't matter. What he really lacked was the stealth system of the Quinjet. "Hi." As the rear cabin of the Quinjet opened, Carlson waved to the two of them, motioning them to go in. Shen Fei followed suit and flew in directly. "Mr. Stark, I'm so glad you're okay." After Stark walked towards the broom, Carlson stepped forward and said, but unfortunately Stark was in no mood to pay attention to him at this time. "This is the wand." Stark's attention was now focused on the magic wand in Shen Fei's hand. Shen Fei had used this to conjure up a parasol before. "Yes, this is the wand, made of the nerves of a fire dragon." Shen Fei handed the wand to Stark, then glanced at Melinda and Carlson on the side without leaving a trace, and then continued, "I only have this one wand, and it's not very strong. Don't break it, otherwise I will have to explain it to the Ministry of Magic before I can get a replacement." Chapter 66 Iron Man, Part 2. If you want to eavesdrop, go ahead. I just wonder if Fury will be completely bewildered after hearing your report. Shen Fei felt quite pleased, having used the context of another dimension to fool Nick Fury. As he spoke, Shen Fei placed his broom into his backpack. Stark, who was inspecting the area, noticed this and immediately put his wand aside, staring at Shen Fei's backpack in bewilderment. How could such a long broom fit into such a small backpack? Stark's mind immediately swirled, and the word unscientific immediately popped into his head. Is this nanotechnology? Stark's first thought was a scientific explanation. No, it's magic. Don't damage it, Shen Fei said, handing the backpack to Stark. Stark remained polite, even though he was extremely curious, and didn't take the backpack from Shen Fei. However, after Shen Fei handed it to him, Stark immediately took it, completely abandoning his usual rule of never accepting things from others. The backpack had, of course, been enchanted with a reachless extension charm. However, as a temporary item, the interior wasn't very spacious. Its depth was only slightly longer than the broom itself, just enough to hold it. There wasn't much else inside. After all, Shen Fei was a man, not a woman, so he didn't need to carry so much. How is that possible? Stark, having received the backpack, quickly took the broom out again and put it back in, repeating this several times. Your wand. Carlson handed the wand Stark had previously set aside to Shen Fei. Thank you, the captain didn't show up. Did he not want to see Stark? While Stark was still examining the backpack, Shen Fei scanned the Quinjet. Only Coulson and Melinda were inside, not the captain. If nothing unexpected happened, the captain should be sitting there. The enhancement serum not only enhanced the captain's physical strength and power, but also his learning ability. Originally, the captain was just an ordinary infantryman, but after being enhanced, he could now drive a tank on land, a warship in the water, and a fighter jet in the air. What is this? A chocolate frog. Making chocolate into a frog? What a rotten taste. Stark then unpacked all the items Shen Fei had left in his backpack. Besides the tablet, there were also a number of snacks from the wizarding world. Stark immediately grabbed the box labeled chocolate. He had been so engrossed in Shen Fei's magic that he had forgotten he'd been walking in the desert for so long. Upon seeing the chocolate box, he immediately opened it, ready to eat a piece. Unfortunately, Stark had no idea of the magical chocolate frogs of the wizarding world, so naturally, the moment the box was opened, the chocolate frog jumped away. This jump startled Stark, and he immediately threw the box. A card fell out. What is that? Stark asked immediately. It's a snack from the wizarding world. It's enchanted so it can move like a real frog. Be careful when opening the box. Shen Fei opened a chocolate frog, caught it before it jumped, and crushed it in half. Once it breaks, the spell will be lifted. Shen Fei handed the chocolate to Stark and said, magic can restore some of your strength. Do you want me to use it on you? There's such magic? Come on. Stark, half chewed, immediately nodded in agreement. Normally, Stark wouldn't have eaten Shen Fei's chocolate, but out of curiosity about the magical world, he ate it anyway. Of course, he was also hungry. Mr. Stark, I think we should go to the hospital for a checkup. Just as Shen Fei was about to cast a recovery spell, Coulson suddenly spoke up. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Stark ignored Coulson's words. Rejuvenate, Shen Fei said, casting a healing spell on Stark with his wand. For Shen Fei now, completely healing Stark's chest injury was a simple matter. Using the power of the Operation Fruit, he could expel all the bomb fragments trapped within his body. However, considering Stark's condition, he decided to wait until he was more mature before treating him. Stark's chest injury marked a significant transition for him, a crucial transition from a playboy to a devoted man. A hasty change wouldn't be a good thing. Feels good. One more time, feeling the effects of the rejuvenating energy within his body, Stark, as if addicted, urged Shen Fei to try again. No, Shen Fei refused, shaking his head. There's a truth in the wizarding world, magic isn't everything. You still need a good rest afterward. Shen Fei wasn't being ridiculous. While spells could indeed perform many miraculous feats, there were also some things they couldn't. For example, with a spell cleanse, while laundry wouldn't be necessary in the wizarding world, it was actually necessary. Cleanse was crucial for maintaining a clean environment, but washing clothes, especially underwear, was still recommended. Mr. Stark, we're reaching base, Coulson reminded as the plane descended. I see. Stark immediately put aside his curiosity about magic and nodded. This kidnapping experience changed Stark a lot. If it was him before, he would not be like this. Shen Fei immediately began to pack up the items Stark had taken out before. Coulson also stepped forward to help, and handed the wizard card in the box of chocolate frogs that Stark had thrown out before to Shen Fei. Nick Flamel, the character on the card, was exactly him. Here you go, I already have this card. By the way, this is for you, Shen Fei said while holding 3 chocolate frogs, and after thinking for a while, he took out one more and handed it to Coulson. As soon as this was over, the plane stopped, and then the cabin opened. A black soldier ran up quickly. It was one of Stark's few friends, Colonel James Roddy. Seeing Rode, Stark also seemed somewhat excited. After the two hugged each other tightly, Rode jokingly asked, "Do you still want to be on your happy Jeep?" After the Jericho missile demonstration, when preparing to return to the base, Stark and Rode chose different routes, one by helicopter, the other by Jeep. Stark, because it was his last trip to the Middle East, chose the Jeep. This choice saved both Stark and Rode's lives. If Stark had chosen the helicopter, he would have been shot down by the missile. As a normal person, Stark would have had a hard time surviving. Rode's joke was ignored. Instead, Stark said solemnly, "Send me the information of the people who protected me." Stark's tone startled Rode, But he quickly said, "No problem, I'll give it to you shortly. Now let's go to the hospital for a checkup. As a military base, there must be a military hospital." "That's not necessary. I need to get back to New York right away," Stark said, smiling and nodding at Coulson before heading for his private jet. "Goodbye," Shen Fei waved to Coulson and Melinda, then followed Stark out. Now he had no choice but to take Stark's private jet back to New York. "I'm fine. I'm going back to New York now. Help me prepare a press conference and get me some cheeseburgers." On the way, Stark took the phone from Rhoda and immediately called Pepper in New York. The news of Stark's safety quickly spread throughout the New York media. While many were relieved, others were also slamming him. "Bullshit, a bunch of bullshit," Obadiah Stane said as he called the terrorist leader and berated him. He had meticulously prepared for this operation for a long time, and had been trying to get Stark to demonstrate it in person in the Middle East. Otherwise, given Stark's character, how could he leave beautiful women behind and go to that remote Middle Eastern place to demonstrate his weapons? Unfortunately, the terrorists' response to Obadiah Stane was two videos, one showing Stark being kidnapped in a cave, and the other showing the terrorist leader talking to Obadiah Stane. The terrorists threatened to triple the price, and if Obadiah Stane didn't agree, they would post a video online. Furious, Obadiah Stane immediately smashed his phone. After smashing everything on his office desk, Obadiah Stane regained his composure, pulled another phone from his pocket, and began contacting the terrorists. No matter how upset he was, he had no choice but to compromise. Otherwise, if the video leaked, he'd be finished. As news of Stark's return spread throughout New York, Stark Group's stock price immediately rebounded. This prompted Shen Fei, aboard Stark's private jet, to head to the restroom and have Red Queen make a behind-the-scenes deal. "I wonder how many people on Wall Street will jump off buildings after this." Shen Fei shook his head helplessly, observing the rapid recovery of Stark Group. "The stock market is risky, caution is advised." This statement is no joke. These people probably never imagined that upon Stark's return to New York, he would immediately announce the closure of Stark Corporation's weapons manufacturing operations. When Stark disappeared, he learned too late, preventing him from profiting from the operation. This time, he wouldn't miss out. However, since he couldn't rely on company funds, he would have to use his own personal funds. The amount wouldn't be large. Of course, this was relatively speaking. For anyone else, the profits would have been mind-blowing, as they were measured in billions. Unfortunately, the arc reactor's structure is too complex. "I guess I'll have to slowly figure out how to manufacture it." He had previously used the power of the surgery fruit to secretly examine the arc reactor on Stark's chest. The complexity gave him a headache. He wasn't a physicist, after all, and he needed to practice magic. Even if he found time to study physics, by the time he reached the level he wanted to build an arc reactor, he would likely have obtained the method from other sources. For example, from Whiplash. Don't underestimate the miniature arc reactor. Stark built it in a cave by hammering away, and Whiplash seems to have used the same method. Don't assume it's low-tech. It depends on the person. Obadiah Stane has been trying to improve the arc reactor for years, and he's mobilized a large number of scientists, yet he hasn't succeeded. Just like he once called his subordinates useless, Tony built a miniature arc reactor by hand in a desolate cave, while you scientists, with your vast fleet of high-tech labs, are still at a loss. Stark's private jet, as usual, was parked at the military base. So there were naturally few reporters. However, when the group arrived at the gates of Stark Enterprises in their car, a swarm of reporters immediately gathered as soon as Stark got out of the car. Fortunately, Happy, accompanied by a large number of bodyguards, allowed Stark and the other two to arrive at a prearranged press conference. Happy, true to his reputation as Stark's personal bodyguard, handed him 2 cheeseburgers as soon as he stepped out of the car. Stark devoured the first in 2 mouthfuls. In the lobby, Stark hugged a delighted Pepper and then walked to the podium. Just as the reporters in the lobby were about to listen to what Stark, fresh from the robbery, was about to say, he didn't even stand at the podium. Instead, he walked directly to the front and sat down. Happy, standing nearby, immediately ripped a microphone off the podium and placed it in front of Stark. Seeing Stark sitting down, the reporters, regardless of the dirt on the floor, all took their seats. Sitting on the floor, Stark devoured his second cheeseburger in a few bites, took a sip of water, and then picked up the microphone and said, I hereby officially announce that Stark Corporation will be closing its weapons manufacturing division and withdrawing from the arms market." With that, he dropped the microphone and walked away. Mr. Stark. After a brief silence, the reporters immediately jumped up and swarmed towards Stark, so much so that bodyguards like Happy barely managed to stop them. "Tony just got back, and his mind isn't clear yet. It was just a joke, a joke." Obadiah Stane immediately grabbed the microphone and forcefully explained. Unfortunately, none of the reporters paid him any attention. "Tony, are you crazy?" Obadiah Stane, ignored, quickly caught up with Stark upstairs and stopped him. "I've made my decision." "Then how are you going to explain this to the board of directors?" Even though Stark held absolute control of Stark, he couldn't consider the interests of other major shareholders. "I'll take care of this." Stark waved his hand nonchalantly, and left with Pepper. Nearly being killed by a weapon manufactured by his own group was a huge blow to Stark, not to mention the doctor who sacrificed his life to save him, who also died at the hands of a weapon manufactured by the Stark group. Stark, who has a miniature arc reactor in his hand, doesn't need to care about the opinions of the shareholders. As far as capital is concerned, as long as there is money to be made, it doesn't matter whether he's in the arms business or not. Chapter 67 Iron Man, Part 2. I'm going back now. Contact me if you need anything. After Obadiah Stane turned away with a look of displeasure, Shen Fei prepared to leave as well. Stark, having just returned, undoubtedly had a lot on his mind, not to mention his previous announcement of the closure of Stark Corporation's weapons manufacturing division. Stark Corporation's major shareholders would undoubtedly want to know the reason. Even Stark couldn't ignore them. "I'll see you in a few days." Stark wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. "What are you planning to do next?" After Shen Fei left, Pepper and Stark quietly left Stark Corporation, went to the military base, and then flew directly back to Tony's beachfront villa in California. After entering the villa's laboratory, Pepper finally spoke. While the closure of Stark Corporation's weapons manufacturing division wouldn't bankrupt the company, its assets would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. "Don't worry, we'll be producing energy in the future, clean energy with no pollution," Stark said, and had Jarvis prepare the necessary supplies. Stark quickly assembled a new arc reactor, then unbuttoned his shirt and asked Pepper to replace the one on his chest. "What's going on? Why aren't you going to the hospital?" Pepper was about to call an ambulance, but Stark stopped her. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just do me a favor." The previous arc reactor had been handcrafted in a cave, after all, and its palladium content was low. Furthermore, it had been used in a previous battle on the Mark-I, and most of its energy had been depleted. Although Pepper still looked worried, she was eventually persuaded by Stark and helped him replace the arc reactor. "There's something wrong this time. I need you to do me a favor and investigate the company's weapons flow." After replacing the arc reactor, Stark immediately told Pepper about his situation. He was nearly killed by his own weapon. How could Stark let him go so easily? In fact, he already had a suspicion in his mind, but he didn't want to speak out because he had no evidence. "I understand," Pepper nodded. "Be careful." After Pepper left, Stark immediately opened Jarvis and entered the blueprints for the Mark-I series armor. He then continuously modified the blueprints. Once he was finished, he immediately had Jarvis begin manufacturing according to the blueprints. Stark's laboratory always had a large supply of various materials, and Jarvis quickly used a 3D printer to produce all the parts according to the blueprints. Stark then conducted tests. Perhaps it was because he had flown the Mark-I that Stark fell in love with the Iron Man suit, so even after returning, Stark couldn't wait to invest in the new Iron Man suit. Although the laboratory in Stark's beach house was not small, it was definitely not enough for the flight tests of the Iron Man suit, so Stark moved the laboratory to the garage. As time passed, the suit improved bit by bit. Stark lost count of how many times he fell and how many luxury cars he destroyed in the garage, but Stark paid no mind, focused solely on completing his new suit. Of course, the suit wasn't completed in a day. During this time, Stark slept and ate almost entirely in the lab. Pepper visited several times, sharing her findings with Stark. Obadiah Stane also appeared several times, hoping Stark would tell him that closing the weapons manufacturing division was a joke, or that he might reveal a new, profitable solution for Stark Corporation. Unfortunately, Stark, skeptical, didn't tell Obadiah Stane about the miniature arc reactor. Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Dumbledore, How interesting. In Fury's office at Trident headquarters, he suddenly laughed, looking at the box of chocolate frogs and several magic character cards in front of him. Isn't it ironic? We've been searching for aliens, trying to travel the universe and find planets suitable for humans, but it turns out humans have had the means to colonize other planets for hundreds, even thousands of years, and yet we can't do anything about it now, Fury said as he opened the box of chocolate frogs. Perhaps because of one eye, he didn't immediately grab the chocolate frog. Instead, it jumped onto his face and then onto the desk. What's the result from the science department? Fury didn't continue to catch the chocolate frog, but asked Hill. They only detected a very weak, strange energy on it, but it disappeared when disturbed. Coulson, Melinda, and even Captain's chocolate frogs were not eaten. They were all immediately sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. science department. Hill, Coulson, and Melinda didn't say anything. Alright, this ends here. No leaks are allowed. Coulson, go back to your work and find out what happened to Stark. Even if Stark didn't want to pursue the matter of Stark's kidnapping, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't let it go. Howard's connection aside, now that Captain America was alive, Fury had to get to the bottom of it. Yes, Coulson said, and left the office. He couldn't tell Fury that he had contacted Stark multiple times with no response. Fury wanted results, not your hard work. On my turn, draw a card, activate the spell card Raise Dead, revive Dragon Warrior, then sacrifice Dragon Warrior, Earth Swordsman, summon Blue Eyes White Dragon, and attack the sealed right wrist. As Shen Fei spoke, the massive Blue Eyes White Dragon floating in front of him launched an attack. The attack didn't reduce the opponent's health, as the sealed right wrist was in a defensive state. This was a larger room in Shen Fei's villa, now converted into a game room. Using a holographic imaging system, Shen Fei and Red Queen played Yu-Gi-Oh! The cards they used were all virtual creations created by Red Queen, including, of course, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. My turn, draw a card, activate Raise Dead, revive the sealed right arm, summon the sealed right leg, activate Pot of Greed, draw a card, activate the Heavenly Gift, draw a card, summon the sealed Exoria. With Red Queen's flurry of actions, 5 cards suddenly gathered in front of her, summoning the Dark Mage. Did you cheat? Shen Fei was a little annoyed when he saw the message indicating he had lost. He had never won against Red Queen in Yu-Gi-Oh! That was fine, but summoning the Dark Mage was unrealistic. I won't cheat, one more round. I don't believe I'll keep losing. Just as Shen Fei was about to play another round and Red Queen was already shuffling the cards, an alarm suddenly sounded in the courtyard. A guest? How unusual. Living alone in such a large villa, Shen Fei naturally had to have thorough security measures. Furthermore, Shen Fei had seen a criminal investigation, and since then, he had placed even greater emphasis on security measures. What a rare guest. Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the Red Queen's appearance. He had initially assumed it was a thief or robber intruder, but instead, a figure in silver steel armor appeared on the lawn. Who is this person? After having the Red Queen silence the alarm, Shen Fei walked into the yard. Upon seeing Shen Fei's appearance, the figure in silver steel armor immediately opened its visor, revealing Stark. What is this? Shen Fei asked, even though he already knew what it was. My latest invention, let's test it out, Stark said provocatively. A competition? Yes, let's use your magic broom and my Iron Man armor to see who can fly faster. You seem very unhappy. As soon as Stark spoke, Shen Fei understood the reason, a showdown between science and magic. Is your armor protected against high-altitude icing? If memory served him correctly, Stark was currently wearing the Mark II armor. When Stark was trying to test how high he could fly, the armor froze and he nearly fell to his death. It would be quite interesting if Iron Man fell to his death due to high-altitude icing. No problem, wait a minute, Shen Fei said, walking back inside and picking up his flying broom. It's a pity I can't use Red Queen to scan his mech. Stark also possessed artificial intelligence, and using Red Queen to scan him would likely result in Jarvis's detection. Shen Fei not only took his flying broom but also changed into black clothes and wore a black mask. Target, my beachfront villa, loser's treat, no problem, ready, go. Stark activated his silver armor. Simultaneously, Shen Fei activated his flying broom. The silver armor traced a silver trail through the air before disappearing into the distance. Stark's armor's speed rivaled that of a fighter jet, but Shen Fei, riding his flying broom, was no slouch either. From the start, he was practically on par with Stark. An ordinary wizard would struggle to achieve such speeds, requiring exceptional physical fitness. But Shen Fei was no ordinary wizard. Jarvis, he's there, flying at full speed. Stark had no time to check for Shen Fei, so he could only ask Jarvis. For Stark, this was a fight he couldn't afford to lose. Right next to you, Mr. Stark, Jarvis said, marking Shen Fei's location on his helmet. That's impossible. Speed up. Yes, sir, luckily it's a Mark II. If it were a Mark III, I'd never be able to catch up. Should I cheat a bit? Shen Fei was already doing his best just to stay close to Stark, but if he used apparition, overtaking wouldn't be a problem. Never mind, let's just fly at full speed for fun, yo. Shen Fei quickly gave up on the idea of cheating and roared with excitement. This kind of high-speed flight was incredibly thrilling. Why so many people love racing? Probably for the thrill, and Stark was no exception, otherwise, he wouldn't have flown out the moment his Iron Man suit was modified. You lose. On the rooftop of Stark's seaside villa, Stark, who had landed first, opened his visor and beamed with excitement. This is different, Shen Fei gasped loudly and rapidly after landing. He hadn't given up on Stark in this flying competition. Unfortunately, compared to Stark's comfort in his armor, he had to endure far more. Even with his current physical condition, his limbs felt weak. Anyone else, even Dumbledore and Grindelwald, couldn't match him. Flying truly couldn't compare to teleportation. Losing is losing. No excuses, Stark said, stepping down from the rooftop and having Jarvis remove his armor. Stark immediately sat down at the computer and began examining the Iron Man suit's blueprints. Although he had won the competition against Shen Fei, it had been a hard-fought victory, so he planned to continue improving it, including the high-altitude icing problem Shen Fei had mentioned earlier. While Stark was working on the Iron Man suit, Shen Fei began using the surgery fruit to examine the Mark II. While building an Iron Man suit isn't necessarily a big deal, Stark's suit is no match for anyone else's. Stark's Iron Man suit is miles ahead of the others. When Stark's Mark II battled Obadiah Stane's Ironmonger, if it weren't for the energy shortage, Stark would have absolutely crushed him. Comparing the two Iron Man suits is like comparing an ordinary car to a Ferrari or Lamborghini. What a show-off, Shen Fei shook his head helplessly, watching the new suit, spray-painted gold and red from the 3D printer's parts. Could there be a more striking color? The Mark III, after further improvements, was released. The poor Mark II series never even saw combat, becoming a mere collection piece in Tony's lab. The arrival of the Mark II was also a boon for Shen Fei, as it served as a prototype for Stark's future Iron Man suits. Subsequent suits only improved on mobility, weaponry, and power sources. Even until the advent of the nanosuit, the Mark II wasn't far behind. Shen Fei, having mastered the complete structure of its components, could practically become Iron Man with just the arc reactor. Find a chance to get more vibranium from Wakanda. Perhaps we could create a vibranium Iron Man suit, but it's too expensive and shady. A small amount of vibranium wouldn't be a problem, but constructing an Iron Man suit entirely out of vibranium wouldn't be feasible with Stark's financial resources. It would be expensive to manufacture, and it would be painful to see it destroyed. Shen Fei couldn't afford it either, unless Wakanda could lend him the vibranium for free. Of course, besides vibranium, there's an even rarer metal called adamantium, even more powerful than vibranium. Creating an Iron Man suit out of it would undoubtedly be even more powerful, but unfortunately, there's no formula. Howard made Captain America's S.H.I.E.L.D. by randomly mixing the metals, and then he wanted to recreate the metal, but he couldn't do it at all. Chapter 68 Iron Man, Supplement. Guess I'll have to borrow the Captain's S.H.I.E.L.D. sometime. While Shen Fei observed Stark's Mark II Iron Man armor, Stark began using Jarvis to probe the secrets of his magic wand and flying broom. Sir, there's a strange energy on them. Marvel's technological level was truly advanced. After all, they could even detect the Tesseract, so a mere magic wand and flying broom wouldn't be a big deal. This tiny piece can power a medium-sized city for nearly a year. It's truly remarkable. While Stark was studying magic, Shen Fei was studying the arc reactor, a newly constructed one. This was the condition between Shen Fei and Stark. Stark didn't care at all and simply built one on the spot and handed it to Shen Fei. Shen Fei's condition was that he leave the flying broom with Stark so he could study it for a while. Shen Fei agreed immediately. To him, Giving Stark the flying broom was nothing. After all, without magic, Stark couldn't fly. As for the magic wand, Shen Fei refused Stark's request. After all, he only had one. He could lend it to Stark for research, but keeping it with him was out of the question. Therefore, Shen Fei had been staying at Stark's beachfront villa for the past few days. It could be said that Shen Fei was the first man to stay overnight at Stark's villa. Before this, apart from Pepper and the beauties Stark brought back, not even Obadiah Stane had ever stayed there. Hi, Pepper. It was precisely because of this that when Pepper arrived and saw Shen Fei inside the villa, she was filled with disbelief. Pepper, you've arrived just in time. Come and try some authentic dragon meat. Stark, upon noticing Pepper, immediately waved her over. Dragon meat, Pepper said, sitting down on the sofa. Yes, Shen brought it from the magical world. It's dragon liver. It's very good for your health, Stark said, placing a pile of dragon livers on the table in front of Pepper. The magical world, Pepper picked up a piece with her fork, curious. Yes, the magical world, Stark, while munching on dragon meat and dragon liver, told Pepper about Shen Fei's background. During the past few days at the beachfront villa, Shen Fei had been Stark's personal chef. So, those things of yours are considered magic potions. No, magic potions can't be mass-produced. Those are actually herbal medicine. Shen Fei briefly explained the difference between potions and herbs. By the way, I brought a lot of magical herbs this time. When you're free, we can discuss it. Yes, Pepper nodded, indicating she understood. Besides the ingredients, Shen Fei had brought a number of medicinal herbs from the Harry Potter world. As a magical world, the medicinal herbs were naturally much more effective than in this world. Even if they were produced according to the original recipe, the effects would definitely be much better. Strictly speaking, these could be considered new products, and the price would naturally be higher. However, since Stark had just returned from his disappearance, Pepper was definitely not in the mood to discuss such matters. Shen Fei was certainly not such a tactless person. I'll go back with you. When Pepper and Stark finished their conversation and were about to leave, Shen Fei immediately agreed to leave as well. Of course, before leaving, he retracted his magic wand. After asking Stark not to damage his flying broom, he and Pepper drove to the military base and returned to New York by private plane. Red Queen, analyze it. After returning to his villa, Shen Fei immediately had the arc reactor he had obtained thoroughly inspected by Red Queen. So it still can't be manufactured. Shen Fei had originally wondered if Red Queen's abilities would allow her to analyze the arc reactor's manufacturing method, but it turned out he was wrong. If it were that easy, arc reactors would have already become a disaster. For some large corporations or countries, simply buying an arc reactor would give them the manufacturing method. Then what would a Stark corporation do with its arc reactors? This is energy, not something else, but there's no patent involved. Justin Hammer's IQ is a bit worrying. After acquiring Anvank, he's been fixated on the Iron Mantle, completely ignoring the fact that the arc reactor holds far greater promise than the arms trade. The same goes for Anvank. Someone capable of building an arc reactor by hand has endured poverty for so many years. It's fair to say that scientists might have put all their energy into their IQ. The same goes for Pickham. Scientists like Howard possess both emotional and intellectual intelligence. Guess I'll have to wait for Anvank, but I can build an Iron Mantle for fun, Shen Fei said, entering the complete schematics for the Mark III he'd obtained into Red Queen's computer. Today, I'll show you what it's like to build an Iron Mantle by hand. Building an arc reactor by hand was a bit of a challenge for Shen Fei, but building an Iron Mantle by hand was certainly within his reach. Just like how he handcrafted exquisite figurines back in the day, with the power of the Operation Fruit, he could easily cut anything without energy defense, even if it was vibranium, without even making a difference in size. In some ways, the Operation Fruit could be considered a high-tech industrial machine tool. Curves and angles were no problem for Shen Fei, possessing the power of the Operation Fruit. It was practically a humanoid 3D printer. Done. What Stark would have needed the aid of a robotic arm to accomplish, under the command of the Operation Fruit, quickly assembled the components into steel armor. Now begin testing. After placing the arc reactor into the suit's chest, Red Queen activated the suit and opened the mirror space, allowing her to conduct tests. As long as the portal was open, there would be a signal in the mirror space. Perfect. As expected of the steel armor crafted by the Operation Fruit, it flew without any problems for the first time. After finding no problems, Shen Fei immediately prepared to test it himself. Stark's gotta be tough. How long did he have to train to fly so freely? Controlling the Iron Man through Red Queen was a completely different experience than controlling it himself. Even with Shen Fei's physique, it took him quite a while to master the Iron Man's flight. Go out and try it. After mastering flight in the mirror space, Shen Fei had the urge to test it out in the real world. True to his word, Shen Fei immediately appeared, piloting the Iron Man. Wow, this feels amazing. No wonder Stark doesn't just sit at home and control it with Jarvis, but stays inside the Iron Man. Above the Statue of Liberty in New York, Shen Fei, hovering in the Iron Man, couldn't help but stretch his arms. Compared to Stark's Iron Man, Shen Fei had far more offensive options. After all, he could wield a magic wand, not to mention the invisible reach spell. The only problem was, his Iron Man couldn't be seen in public. Bang! After experimenting with flight, Shen Fei returned to test the Iron Mantle's offensive capabilities. First, of course, was the simplest shockwave attack, unleashed from the palms of his hands. Then, using the traceless extension charm, he loaded the Iron Mantle with a variety of weapons, such as Gatling guns, missiles, and grenades. Apparition, Shen Fei then experimented with teleportation with the Iron Mantle. With Apparition, he could choose to teleport himself or transport the Iron Mantle with him, though the magic power consumed by each was different. Color, black. All black doesn't look good. Let's add some gold, black and gold. After painting the Iron Mantle, Shen Fei's face was filled with satisfaction. Then, Shen Fei took the final step, adding PIM particles to the Iron Mantle. Seeing the Iron Mantle, now the size of a keychain, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile. From today on, I'm Iron Ant-Man. The iron armor was infused with PIM particles for portability. Before the advent of nano armor, even Stark couldn't carry the iron armor with him. Even if he did, he couldn't don it without the aid of a robotic arm. So, Stark developed a portable, box-shaped suit. However, the armor on this suit was very thin, protecting only against standard firearms. Unlike the Mark III, even with a tank's direct hit, the suit and Stark inside remained unscathed. But this wasn't a problem for Shen Fei. With a surgery fruit, he could don the iron armor without the aid of a robotic arm. Come to think of it, the Ant-Man suit and the iron armor seem to overlap. It's time to start the Iron Armor Core project. Shen Fei couldn't possibly build the other iron armors himself, that would be a waste of time. So, he handed them all over to Red Queen. Not every iron armor suit needed to be built like the Mark III. After all, he couldn't wear so many at once. Simplified Iron Man armor is much easier to manufacture. If you search online, you'll find tons of these armors. All they lack is an arc reactor. Iron Man finally takes action. Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh at the blurry Iron Man armor on the news. Iron Man's first battle was against Middle Eastern terrorists, the same group that kidnapped Stark. From the grainy video, one could guess it was filmed on a cell phone. The image only showed the Iron Man armor's back, but with the explosion behind him, it looked quite impressive. A real man never looks back at an explosion, that's what it's like. Calling you so late at night, are you crazy? One night, Shen Fei was awakened by the phone. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, Shen Fei answered without a second thought and cursed. If it was a prank or a harassing call, he would show them his true strength. Before his time travel, Shen Fei was plagued by phone calls from this place, but back then, he could only curse and do nothing. But now, things were different. Not only was there Red Queen, but even his computer skills were enough to teach them a lesson. In some cases, Shen Fei was generous, but in others, he was vindictive. I'm Nick Fury, the voice on the other end of the line introduced itself. Director, what's going on so late? Hearing it was Nick Fury, Shen Fei suddenly regained consciousness. Stark's in trouble at Stark Corp. If you don't want him dead, go help, Fury said, hanging up without waiting for Shen Fei to reply. There's a fight going on. Fury's words immediately made him understand what was happening. This guy, didn't he build an extra arc reactor at home as a backup? Shen Fei had previously secretly reminded Stark to build a few more arc reactors for backup. Don't these scientists know what a backup is? The so-called equipment requires 3 sets, one for immediate use, one for backup, and one for the backup's backup. Although Shen Fei didn't reach such a morbid level, he always made backups. Just like magic wands, he believed it would be best to have 10 or 8 spares. Although this idea hasn't been implemented yet, it doesn't stop him from establishing one. Unfortunately, most scientists are extremely confident in their calculations and never replace them until they expire. Most accidents in movies stem from this mentality. Should I drive there or apparate? Shen Fei struggled with the thought as he dressed and gathered his equipment. Stark won't die that easily, right? Let's drive there. It's best not to reveal teleportation for a while, otherwise, with Nick Fury's suspicions, he might link something to him. As a qualified master of spies, Shen Fei never underestimated Nick Fury. Ms. Pepper, this is dangerous. We should leave first. Coulson looked disheartened as he watched Pepper anxiously watch the fight between the two Iron Man suits atop Stark Enterprises. In investigating Stark's kidnapping, S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately launched an operation after receiving the video footage from Stark. Originally, this was a trivial matter for S.H.I.E.L.D., just capturing Obadiah Stane. Instead, Obadiah Stane prepared a massive weapon for them, Iron Man. 4 of Coulson's 6 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were killed. If Stark hadn't suddenly rushed to their rescue, Coulson might have died heroically. Their automatic pistols were completely useless against the Iron Man suits. After calling for help, no response was forthcoming. Don't worry, Mr. Stark will be alright. Reinforcements will be here soon. Although he had no idea when the reinforcements would arrive, Coulson gave Pepper his confidence. Fortunately, it is already late at night and all the employees of Stark Group have gone off work. Otherwise there would be heavy casualties. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Iron Man, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is really quick. Shen Fei muttered to himself as he drove towards Stark Corporation, noticing that the online news about the robot war had vanished almost instantly. Even though it was late at night, the traffic on New York, a city that never sleeps, hadn't decreased much. Of course, the sight of 2 steel robots battling on the road hadn't gone unnoticed. Some even filmed the battle online with their phones, even live streaming it, seemingly unfazed by the repercussions. For a time, it attracted many night owls to watch the steel robot battle online. Of course, that was before. Now, all the online videos and live streams had vanished in an instant. The news media outlets that had deployed helicopters were immediately called back. Even though some reporters kept shouting to their bosses about rare news and press freedom, it was all in vain. The boss had issued a strict order: if they didn't return, they'd be fired. Don't assume that America truly enjoys freedom of speech, where anything can be broadcast without the slightest control. For example, stories about terrorists frequently appear in the news. In reality, this is simply because the government doesn't want to intervene. If they really wanted to, every media outlet would be on its knees. This is reality, not a movie. No reporter would dare defy their boss orders and film anything. Even if they did, it would be useless because it wouldn't be broadcast. All the scandals that make it to the news are actually within the acceptable limit. News that truly crosses the line won't be broadcast. Even presidential scandals are fine in the American news, but which media outlet dares to touch on truly powerful corporations? When have the heads of major families like Simmons, Roosevelt, Kennedy, Adams, and DuPont ever appeared in the news? Even when they do, no one knows their true identities. Family is a common word, but most people probably wouldn't imagine it's also the organization behind the American political landscape. Even the Stark Group pales in comparison to these powerful families. As for his family, Shen Fei briefly investigated Derek Simmons, the National Security Advisor, but didn't pursue the matter further. Further investigation might alert them, and there was no need to clash with them unless necessary. Even if Shen Fei might clash with Derek Simmons over Ada Wong, it didn't matter. As a large conglomerate, they only cared about profit. If there was enough profit, they would have no problem selling Derek Simmons to Shen Fei. In the end, Derek Simmons was abandoned by his family, including his own clan. His obsession with Ada Wong hadn't brought significant benefits to the organization, but had instead seriously harmed it. With a sudden screeching of brakes, Shen Fei's car spun 90 degrees, stopping not far from Coulson and his companions, who were trapped by a pile of rubble. "Looks like you need help," Shen Fei said, leaning against the front of the car as he opened the door and smiled at the surprised faces of Coulson and his companions. Coulson had just begun to speak when a loud bang was heard. The group looked up and saw that one side of the Stark Corporation building had shattered due to the battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger, sending Rebel crashing down. "Be careful," Coulson yelled, trying to pull Pepper away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Reflexively, Pepper, Coulson, and the two agents all crouched down and closed their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of falling rubble echoed from the side. Hearing this, Coulson and the others, feeling no physical pain, opened their eyes immediately and discovered that above them, there was a curved, transparent shield-like object. It was this shield that blocked the falling rubble. Coulson turned and saw Shen Fei holding a magic wand in his right hand. "You stay away from here first." After watching no gravel fall, Shen Fei waved his wand and said to Coulson and others. As his wand swung his wand, all the gravels that trapped Coulson floated up and floated up. After Coulson and others left, Shen Fei took out another broom of the 2000 series of light wheels and rode it on. He didn't have many magic wands, but he bought more than one such flying broom. On the rooftop of Stark Group, the Iron Overlord waved his fists and punched Stark's Mark III one by one. Poor Stark could only barely protect his head with both hands. I don't know if it is because of Stark's personal hobby. The style of the top floor of Stark Group is the same as Stark's beach villa. The only difference is that it is not as big as the beach villa. "It seems you need help." Shen Fei, who flew up on a flying broom, looked at Stark, who was beaten, and did not take action immediately, but floated aside and said to Stark, who fell to the ground. The sudden sound caused Ironmonger to pause. Seeing Shen Fei flying on his broomstick, even though Obadiah Stane couldn't see his expression because he was inside Ironmonger, Shen Fei could still sense Ironmonger's stiffening. "Close your eyes," Shen Fei suddenly said to Stark. Then, waving his wand, he shouted, "Ultimate Loomis." A halo of intense light instantly appeared at the tip of his wand. Obadiah Stane screamed, and Ironmonger involuntarily took several steps back. After Stark's kidnapping, Shen Fei pondered how to counter the magic of Harry Potter's world if it clashed with the Iron Man. This thought led Shen Fei to realize that while the magic of Harry Potter was powerful, it was far from effective against the Iron Man. The Iron Man's presence rendered the three unforgivable curses ineffective. The magic of Harry's world can be blocked by physical objects. Even Obliviate has no effect through Iron Man armor. However, some auxiliary spells have a huge effect, just like the enhanced version of Loomis used by Shen Fei earlier, which can dazzle even through Iron Man armor. Looking for death, although Obadiah Stane couldn't see clearly due to the dazzle, he still deployed the Gatling gun behind Ironmonger. In terms of size, Ironmonger is much larger than the Mark III. This increased size not only strengthens the armor but also increases the ammunition capacity. "You go first, I'll leave this here." Before Ironmonger opened fire, Shen Fei and Stark immediately flew to the side, avoiding Ironmonger's attack. "Are you okay?" Stark, who was barely able to fly on the power of a single leg, said with some concern. The Mark III was already battered to shreds. The power system in its right leg was destroyed, as was the blast weapon in its right hand. In terms of pure armor performance, the Mark III undoubtedly outclassed the Ironmonger. However, due to insufficient energy and incomplete weaponry, the Mark II was completely overwhelmed by the Ironmonger. Ironmonger's armor was thick enough to withstand the Mark II's blast wave attacks, but beyond that, the Mark II now had no other offensive methods. "Don't worry, today I'll show you what magic is all about," Shen Fei said, pointing his wand at the Ironmonger. Instantly, the Ironmonger was completely engulfed in flames. For Shen Fei, defeating the Ironmonger was a simple matter. For example, using the calendrical fire could easily incinerate Obadiah Stane, or using the magic of Kamar-Taj to trap the Ironmonger in a mirror dimension. Or, even simpler, he could use the slaughterhouse of the Operation Fruit to directly space displace Obadiah Stane from Ironmonger. He could also use the slicing power of the Operation Fruit to directly slice Ironmonger apart. Without energy defense, Ironmonger couldn't withstand the power of the Operation Fruit. Unfortunately, these powers couldn't be exposed for the time being. If it were Stark's Mark III, Shen Fei's flame attack wouldn't work, but Ironmonger had cracks through which the flames could easily penetrate. Furthermore, Ironmonger couldn't withstand high temperatures, so even if the flames didn't burn him, they would surely roast him. It's undeniable that Obadiah Stane was completely clueless. The Ironmonger he created was simply a modified Mark I, only with thicker armor and increased firepower. Of course, Obadiah Stane wasn't really to blame for this, as S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark had been investigating Stark's kidnapping and had traced him back to him. If he didn't act now, the best outcome would be life imprisonment. So, for Obadiah Stane, the fastest way to create the Iron Man armor was, of course, the Mark I he'd looted from the terrorists. Obadiah Stane and his men, lacking Stark's wisdom, immediately modified the Mark I upon their return. They were mere copycats, and the same fire and ice weren't even on their radar. Trying to run, seeing Obadiah Stane activate Ironmonger's flight device, attempting to escape the flames, Shen Fei immediately waved his wand, transforming the flames into a flaming dragon that chased Ironmonger. Ironmonger was far behind the Mark III in terms of speed. If Ironmonger hadn't been about to attack Pepper, Coulson, and the others, forcing Stark to engage him in hand-to-hand combat, Ironmonger would have been unable to catch up to the Mark III. "Whatever Tony gave you, I'll double it," Obadiah Stane, nearly dehydrated by the flames, shouted. The flying broom was even more agile than the Mark III, and Ironmonger's weapons were completely ineffective against him. "There's no benefit. He's my friend, so you might as well die, asshole." Seeing he couldn't escape the flames, Obadiah Stane steeled himself and rushed down to where Stark, Pepper, Coulson, and the others were. "Can't you guys just get away?" Shen Fei sighed as he watched Stark and the others, their masks removed, talking to Pepper. Though he felt a sense of helplessness, he couldn't let Stark, Pepper, Coulson, and the others die. As a last resort, Shen Fei vanished from his broom. The next moment, he reappeared atop Ironmonger. Just as they were about to collide with Stark and the others, both the man and the Iron Man armor vanished. Shen Fei reappeared in the lobby of Stark Corporation. Ironmonger and Obadiah Stane had split in two, landing on opposite sides of the hall. The reason for this is that Shen Fei was carrying Ironmonger with him when he performed the apparition, but he threw him away when he apparated, so Ironmonger and Obadiah Stane were directly strangled by the power of space. If apparition is used well, it can also be a killing skill. Stark, who rushed to the hall, saw Obadiah Stane split in two, sighed deeply, and then turned to leave. "You are injured." Shen Fei took a few deep breaths, and when he saw the blood on Coulson's arm when he was about to leave, he immediately walked over. "It's okay, it's just a ricochet." The wound on Coulson's shoulder was a reflection injury when he shot Ironmonger with a bullet before. "Bullet," Shen Fei said as he raised his left hand and grabbed Coulson's shoulder. In Coulson's astonished eyes, his left hand directly inserted into Coulson's shoulder and then squeezed out a bullet. "It's healed now, by the way." Shen Fei pulled out a small bottle and poured out some ointment-like substance. He applied it to Coulson's shoulder. The scar on his shoulder then vanished at a visible speed, leaving no trace. "This is completely healed, Bixen." The ointment Shen Fei used on Coulson was made from this very ingredient. It had excellent healing properties and left no scars. "Leave this to us. You guys go back and rest." Coulson was delighted to see his injuries fully healed, but he felt a little depressed when he saw the massive destruction of Stark Enterprise. Covering up such damage would require considerable effort, even for S.H.I.E.L.D. "Let me do it." Considering his apparition had been exposed, Shen Fei didn't care much. He walked to Stark's front door and waved his wand. As he waved his wand, the damaged buildings of Stark Corporation, as if time had flown backwards, completely restored before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Apparently, not a single trace of damage remained, restored to their original state. Magic is truly amazing. The scene before him once again refreshed Coulson's understanding. "I am Iron Man." Watching the live news broadcast, Stark simply threw away S.H.I.E.L.D's painstakingly prepared report and confessed his identity in front of a large number of reporters. Shen Fei knew that the curtain had been raised on the Marvel Universe, and all sorts of cunning and insidious figures would one after another emerge. Chapter 70 and Vank, Part 1. "He's really popular." Shen Fei couldn't help but smile and shake his head as he watched the newspapers, all bearing Stark's picture. After Stark officially admitted to being Iron Man, New York, and America, suddenly became a buzz. The excitement was exacerbated by the connection between the figure seen fighting terrorists a while ago and Stark's back, which further intensified the excitement. Of course, for most people, Stark becoming Iron Man was just a sideline spectacle. After all, whether Stark was Iron Man or a playboy, they were very far from him. It's no secret that American business people are very sensitive. Soon after Stark officially acknowledged his identity as Iron Man figurines and even Iron Man comics appeared. Following the title of Playboy, Stark was now known as a hero of justice. Regarding the other Iron Man suit that fought Iron Man that day, it was reported that it was a terrorist's revenge against Stark, and Obadiah Stane was not implicated. Obadiah Stane's death was the result of a car accident. Under normal circumstances, a car accident involving someone like Obadiah Stane would have been all over the news for days, but at this moment, virtually no one paid any attention. However, Stark, seemingly in a prosperous position, has recently been facing a tough time. After his identity was exposed, the U.S. military approached him, demanding he hand over the Iron Man armor. The military didn't force Stark to hand over all the information about the Iron Man armor, but instead wanted Stark Corporation to manufacture the armor for sale exclusively to the military. In that instant, Discovery Aerospace was abandoned by the military. Unfortunately, Stark's kidnapping had already convinced him not to sell weapons, so he refused the military's request. Personal property was considered inviolable. Although the military was deeply upset, they couldn't force Stark to hand over the Iron Man armor. For someone with less connections, such a situation would have been easy. The military could easily eliminate Stark and obtain all the information. However, Stark's status was so special that the military wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. If Shen Fei's possession of the Iron Man armor were exposed and he refused to hand it over, his company would be shut down for various reasons, and he wouldn't be any better off. In modern society, it's incredibly easy to find trouble with an individual or company. Even if you've done nothing wrong, a standard inspection can shut down or bankrupt your company, let alone a nitpicking one. Shen Fei, no matter how powerful he is, doesn't have the strength to take on a nation-state. Of course, this doesn't mean the military has completely given up. If underhanded tactics aren't an option, then normal ones will be employed. Stark soon received a summons from the military commission. Restoring it to its original state isn't a surefire solution after all, Shen Fei sighed, looking at the damaged miniature arc reactor before him. This arc reactor was from the Ironmonger. Coulson and his team had handed it to Stark after cleaning up the battlefield. Curious about how Shen Fei had restored the damaged Stark Enterprise structure, Stark gave it to Shen Fei, hoping to see if he could restore it. Because the spell's effects were so miraculous, Shen Fei conducted numerous experiments. These experiments revealed that, like any other spell, the spell required a precise and accurate mental image of the object being restored. For example, if a table was broken, and you knew what it looked like in good condition, the spell would instantly restore it. The same went for glass and walls. To verify the spell's effectiveness, Shen Fei conducted numerous experiments. He deliberately damaged various modern technological items, including weapons ranging from pistols, machine guns, and sniper rifles to tanks, airplanes, cars, and computers, and then used the spell to restore them. These experiments proved that the higher the technological level of an item, the more difficult it was to restore. Without a precise understanding, even if a restoration was successful, it would be merely a facade. Tanks and cars wouldn't start, airplanes wouldn't fly, and computers wouldn't boot up. Furthermore, the amount of mana consumed by the restoration process was proportional to the technological level of the item. In fact, thanks to the analytical power of the opera fruit, Shen Fei's ability to restore objects to their original state is truly remarkable. Even Dumbledore and Grindelwald's restorations aren't as impressive as his, and even asking them to restore a damaged car would only be a passing faux pas. This is why Ron's mother was furious after the Wheel-Eyes flying car was destroyed. It needed to be repaired. Of course, Shen Fei could potentially repair the arc reactor's exterior by studying physics and other related subjects, but only superficially. Technological items are similar to magical items in this respect. Magical items in Harry's world can't be restored to their original state after being damaged, such as Harry's shattered flying broom and Ron's broken wand. Of course, it's not completely impossible to repair them. Dumbledore could use the Elder Wand to repair the broom and wand. However, it's simply impossible for the average person to do so, just like you can't ask the Sorcerer Supreme to use time reversal to restore a damaged arc reactor. Marvel's technological advancements have significantly reduced the effectiveness of some spells that were magical in Harry Potter's world. For example, the unlocking charm, Alato, can easily open traditional key locks, and combination locks can also be opened with a higher expended magical power. However, Locks using fingerprints or retina keys are impossible to open. At this point, Alato is no match for Open Sesame or the door. The Wizarding World's unlocking charm has been continuously refined. Today, Alato is a very discreet and secure way to open locks. Back then, the unlocking charm directly blew open doors, similar in effect to the exploding spell. Of course, most spells are still very useful in the Marvel world. For example, apparition is unstoppable without a special shield. Therefore, bank vaults are completely defenseless against apparition. Of course, this primarily applies to the vaults in the Marvel world. In the modern world of Harry Potter, the vaults of major powers and secret bases are often protected by spells that prevent apparition. Of the many spells in the Wizarding world, the most powerful is undoubtedly the Transfiguration spell. This incredibly powerful spell can transform a person into a rabbit, shrinking their size so dramatically it's comparable to a Pym particle. Of course, that's not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that, with enough magical power, it's possible to permanently alter the state of a substance, such as copper or iron, turning it into gold, or charcoal into diamond. It's quite impressive, isn't it? Unfortunately, no one besides Nick Flamel has been able to pull this off, not even Dumbledore or Grindelwald. Nick Flamel is able to do this because he possesses the Philosopher's Stone. Shen Fei's research on transfiguration spells suggests that, to permanently alter a substance, only someone of the Ancient One's caliber is currently known to be capable of doing so. Other transfiguration spells, at best, merely alter the physical form. I can't possibly hand over my Iron Man armor. To me, it's me, like a high-tech prosthetic limb. Have you ever seen someone hand over a high-tech prosthetic limb? How would I even walk after that? At the military committee, Stark paid no attention to the generals and government representatives from Washington. Even as Justin spoke, he opened his smartphone and played a shooting game. He even took advantage of the time to hack into the meeting's computers. In terms of hacking skills, Stark is arguably the best on Earth in the Marvel Universe. Everyone quickly assumed Stark relied on Jarvis, but they didn't realize that Jarvis was Stark's creation, not Howard's, and he created it when he was very young. Sky's hacking skills were impressive, but they were far inferior to Stark's, both in hardware and software. Watching the footage on the big screen, the military committee members immediately halted the interrogation, infuriating Justin Hammer. Justin had made extensive preparations for this interrogation. Since Stark's exit from the weapons manufacturing industry, Hammer Industries' stock price has been rising. This time, Justin Hammer and some military leaders are actually trying to force Stark to hand over the blueprints for the Iron Man armor, which they would then hand over to Hammer Industries for manufacturing. This would potentially catapult Hammer Industries into a top-tier arms company. Both the military and Justin Hammer are focused on the Iron Man armor, ignoring the arc reactor issue. It's not that these people don't covet the arc reactor, but rather that they lack the courage. The arc reactor energy pie has long been divided up, and all those involved are major American families, such as the Locke family, which originated in the energy sector. New energy sources certainly won't bypass them. Under these circumstances, the military and Justin Hammer certainly wouldn't dare to covet this pie. The combined power of these people is too great for ordinary people to challenge. Later, Ant Vanko demonstrated the ability to manufacture an arc reactor. After his death, no one else attempted to produce one, largely due to the involvement of these individuals. Among those involved in the division of this vast pie was a family familiar to Shen Fei, the Simmons family. While Hammer Industries has been enjoying its recent surge, Discovery Aerospace has been struggling. They had been researching humanoid armor, but with the advent of Iron Man, all their efforts were completely wasted. No matter how advanced their research was, could it ever compare to Stark's Mark series? The military immediately froze Discovery Aerospace's research funding. However, after years of strength, Discovery Aerospace was unwilling to see its end. Since humanoid armor was no longer viable, they set their sights on the Osborn Corporation. With humanoid armor failing, they decided to pivot and research human enhancement potions. While human enhancement potions were no longer favored by most military figures due to the Raccoon City incident, some still held a strong optimism, such as General Ross, the man who created the Hulk. So, Exploration Aerospace was preparing to acquire the Osborn Corporation. This Stark guy has been back to his old ways lately. It seems the toxin issue has driven him to despair. That night, Shen Fei, dragged by Stark to a ball filled with beautiful women, sighed as he watched Stark singing and dancing with him. Compared to the Stark of a while ago, the perfect man, the one who stopped flirting, the current Stark had disappointed many, including Pepper and Stark's friend James. Pepper is so talented, yet I still need to find another CEO. Shen Fei was frustrated that Stark had accepted Pepper as his CEO. This meant that Pepper would have to take on the CEO role of his company. Don't assume the CEO job is easy, it's actually a very busy position, impossible for someone without a certain level of skill. Shen Fei knew a lot of talented people at Marvel, but they were all scientific, like Dr. Zhao Hailan, the inventor of nanotechnology. He didn't know any management talent. You've been acting up lately. After the ball, Shen Fei approached Stark, who lay sprawled on the ground. It was the old Stark, no doubt investigating Shen Fei's magical prowess, though the current Stark no longer cared. I think I used to be like that, too. Stark had become much better now. While he still held parties, he stopped fooling around with other women. He hadn't even glanced at the new models in Playboy magazine. You seem to have forgotten one thing. I'm a magician. Just because others can't solve your problems doesn't mean I can't. I've been waiting for you to come to me, but you seem to have forgotten this. Shen Fei then took out a pair of white chopsticks and placed them on the table nearby. These are made from unicorn horn. While they can't completely detoxify you, they can alleviate the toxins in your body. Unicorn. You're not going to kill a unicorn just for me, are you? Stark jumped up. Stark's words stunned Shen Fei for a moment, then he shook his head and said, you think too much? This is what I got from the butchers. I'm researching a new magic now. Once it's completed, it can completely solve your problem, so cheer up. Chapter 71 Entangled, Part 2. You're trespassing. I can call the police. Shen Fei, rushing home from Stark's New York villa, immediately noticed an uninvited guest, the one-eyed man. He's truly worthy of being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Not even Red Queen noticed his infiltration. Shen Fei was surprised as he invited Fury to sit down. Artificial intelligence systems are impressive, but they're man-made after all. While ordinary people might never catch up to AI, for some, AI isn't invincible. As the king of spies, Fury's computer skills are undoubtedly impressive, not to mention the wealth of information hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you think of Stark's situation? Fury said bluntly, ignoring Shen Fei's words. We must replace the palladium in the arc reactor with something else immediately. If we delay any longer, he'll likely die of palladium poisoning, Shen Fei said after a moment's thought. The arc reactor Stark had built in the cave during his abduction had an energy rating of 30 gigajoules per second. The arc reactor he was currently wearing had an energy rating of around 60 gigajoules per second, but once it was replaced with a new element, the energy rating would reach over 10 gigajoules per second. At this energy level, aircraft carriers could be powered. In fact, if aircraft were powered by this level of energy, they could be operated without carriers. Of course, this was only theoretical. After all, humans were the ones flying, and the presence of an aircraft carrier would allow pilots to rest more. Stark was also researching new elements, but progress was extremely limited. Finding one that could provide a stable, efficient energy source while being completely harmless to the human body was incredibly difficult. Of all the elements, palladium was the least toxic. If it weren't for the fact that Stark was carrying the arc reactor on his chest, palladium would be practically harmless. The elements in the arc reactor can actually be replaced with something like uranium, but that's too hazardous to be considered clean energy. True clean energy comes from the new element Howard left behind. It's a new element discovered using the Tesseract and the Space Stone, and it's not on the periodic table. Hank Pym was able to invent Pym particles with the help of the Tesseract, so Howard certainly wasn't completely incompetent. The anti-gravity system, this new element, and even the arc reactor were all developed based on his research into the Tesseract. I know that. I came here to see if I could temporarily alleviate the toxins in his body through magical means. You don't have to tell me. I'm already working on it. I gave him a pair of chopsticks made from unicorn horns. Using them can help alleviate the effects of the toxins, but it's only a temporary solution. His real problem lies in the bomb fragments in his body. The arc reactor on Stark's chest was simply to absorb the bomb fragments in his body. Because they were so small and had already been incorporated into his bloodstream, current technology made it impossible to remove them. That doctor, Ethan, was truly remarkable for coming up with this method. Otherwise, Stark would have died long ago from the bomb fragments flowing into his heart. A unicorn horn. I never thought such a creature could actually exist. You came here for Stark's sake. Very well, Fury nodded. Then you can rest assured. With a unicorn horn and some other supplies, it's more than enough to keep Stark going until I can complete that magic. Shen Fei, of course, couldn't let Stark carry the chest reactor until modern medical technology could fully recover. In the movie, it seemed as if Stark's chest reactor wouldn't cause any problems other than palladium poisoning. However, in reality, there were many more. For example, Stark couldn't bathe because the water would flow through his chest. For Shen Fei, the current arc reactor's power of over 6 billion joules was more than enough. He wouldn't need anything above 10 billion right now. If he hadn't rashly revealed the power of the surgery fruit, he would have cured Stark long ago. To keep the power of the operation fruit under wraps, Shen Fei decided to classify it as a magical technique. Of course, to earn Stark's favor, he'd claim it was cultivated for him. He wouldn't be taking Stark to Harry's world anyway, so he wouldn't be afraid of being exposed. Magic, the magic that healed Calison's gunshot wound. Yes, it's a very difficult magic to cultivate. A gunshot wound like Calison's is manageable, but the bomb fragments in Stark's body are too small. Without further development, there's no way to heal him. The operation fruit was Shen Fei's foundation, and as such, he spared no effort in developing it. The magic of Kamar-Taj and Harry's world took a backseat, hoping to one day awaken the operation fruit. Is that so? I hope you can complete it soon, Fury said, standing up and heading towards the door. No thanks, Spider-Man, you truly are a good neighbor. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile, looking at the spider silk in his hand and the photo of Spider-Man on the front page of the Daily Bugle. Times had changed. Previously, he'd spent so much time experimenting and still not been able to complete the silk. After obtaining the silk Spider-Man had left on a New York building, Shen Fei quickly used the operation fruit to analyze it. He then had Red Queen continue the analysis, and now he had finally obtained the formula for his silk. Peter Parker was truly remarkable, having mastered such a difficult process at his age. It was a shame he didn't seem to have any interest in cashing it in. Even now, he was still a poor high school student. He had no idea if this Spider-Man was the talkative Spider-Man he knew, who had a close relationship with Iron Man. Speaking of which, with Spider-Man's abilities, wouldn't S.H.I.E.L.D. consider recruiting him? Is it because they can't discover his true form? Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't want to recruit him, what about Hydra? Although Spider-Man's news was suppressed during Iron Man's initial emergence, it resurfaced after the Iron Man incident. While it was the Daily Bugle's owner who was smearing Spider-Man, and it seemed he deeply disliked him, Shen Fei knew he was a huge Spider-Man fan, even donning the spider suit when he had free time. Even if it was smearing him, it still brought Spider-Man to the public's attention. It had to be said that thanks to Spider-Man, public safety in Queens and Brooklyn, New York, had improved significantly, making the police's work much easier. Many of the most vicious criminals had been apprehended by Spider-Man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Shen Fei pressed his fingers several times, several strands of spider silk shot out directly from his wrists. Unlike Spider-Man, who had exhausted his own silk streams, Shen Fei had no such concerns. Spider-Man's exhaustion stemmed from the limited space in his spider suit and the lack of fluids he could carry. However, for Shen Fei, who possessed the infinite extension charm, this was no problem at all. Besides launching silk from his wrists, Shen Fei also created other silk weapons, such as web bombs, similar to the Mamba bombs he had previously used. Shen Fei had played the Marvel Spider-Man game before. With a spider suit, he could become Spider-Man, minus the spider sense. Besides the aforementioned weapons, Shen Fei also used his abilities to create numerous other weapons, such as armor-piercing rounds, freezing rounds, and incendiary rounds. The only problem was that he had rarely used any of them. It wasn't that he didn't want to use them, but rather that he simply hadn't had the opportunity to do so. Not only did he use these weapons, but even the power of the Operation Fruit, besides the initial use in battle, was rarely used. Speaking of which, if we sold these web bombs to S.H.I.E.L.D., they'd probably be worth a fortune. It's a shame I'm not in the arms business. Even though they couldn't be used, Shen Fei still made a number of spares. It's always better to be prepared, isn't it? Who knows when they might need them. Even with PIM particles, weapons like these were difficult to transport before, but now with the invisible reach charm, that's no longer a problem. Breaking news. The Empire State Building has been attacked by a mysterious individual, Shen Fei, who was playing a game, immediately put it down after seeing the news. Green Goblin versus Spider-Man. Come to think of it, I forgot about Northbourne, seeing the figure in green armor riding a flying skateboard on the news, and Spider-Man constantly saving people with webs. Shen Fei immediately knew who they were. Today was the Osborn Corporation's celebration, and Norman had taken advantage of it to eliminate all of the Osborn Corporation's directors. This left him alone as the sole director, preventing the Osborn Corporation from being sold to Aerospace Discovery. Although Norman had founded the Osborn Corporation, after several rounds of financing, it was no longer Norman's. Unfortunately, Norman didn't know that this would only prolong the Osborn Corporation's existence. The side effects of the Osborn Corporation's human enhancement drugs were so severe that no one would buy them. Take your time, Shen Fei said, closing the news feed. He had no interest in fighting the Green Goblin. The technology he possessed wouldn't interest him. With the advent of the arc reactor, the power problem for the flying skateboard would naturally be solved. If he wanted to build one, he could. In this world, once the energy problem was solved, many problems would cease to be problems. No, this is a good opportunity. Just as Shen Fei was about to ignore it, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He quickly donned his gear, opened the news feed again, and disappeared in a flash. This is a chance to get Spider-Man's blood. At the place where Spider-Man was struck, Shen Fei silently appeared with a disillusionment spell and collected some of Peter Parker's blood. It seemed unwise for him to injure Peter Parker himself to collect his blood, but this wasn't Spider-Man he was injuring now. Let me help you. Seeing Spider-Man badly beaten by the Green Goblin, Shen Fei sighed, then pulled out his Barrett sniper rifle and fired a shot at the Goblin's left leg. With a bang. Just as he was about to attack Spider-Man again, the Goblin felt a pain in his leg. His body immediately staggered, and he fell off his hoverboard. Is the armor's defense good? Shen Fei was surprised that the shot didn't completely blow the Goblin's leg apart. You're not going to lose this time, are you? Although the Goblin's leg wasn't blown apart, it was still a sniper rifle hit, and the inside was completely fractured. If Shen Fei had used armor-piercing rounds, it would have been no problem to blow the Goblin's leg apart, but he used ordinary bullets. What to do with the Goblin next was up to Spider-Man Peter. Peter was a righteous hero who didn't kill. If they had met at school, they might have had a lot of interactions, but now there was no need. Norman's problem wasn't insurmountable for Shen Fei, but unfortunately, he wasn't Stark, so he wouldn't offer to help. You're just in time. Give me a hand. Shen Fei, reappearing at Stark's beachfront villa, arrived at the lab and was immediately greeted by Stark. This is it, he said, looking at a pile of seemingly historical objects. Among them was one very familiar item, Captain America's S.H.I.E.L.D. Sent from S.H.I.E.L.D. It's my father's relic, Stark said, motioning for Shen Fei to help dismantle the lab floor and pull out a thick cable. It was delivered at this time. Did Fury get anxious after hearing what I said? Fury's actions were very similar to Shen Fei's. He was currying favor with Stark. If it weren't for Shen Fei, Fury would have definitely waited until Stark was about the right time to bring out Howard's relic. As a Stark relic, Fury must have examined it countless times. Even if he didn't know what was hidden inside, he could guess that Howard had left something for Stark. You're taking too long. I said I'd do it. Seeing Stark still pulling the cables with his hands, Shen Fei immediately pulled out his wand. I forgot about that, Stark said, immediately directing Shen Fei to place the lab items in their designated areas. You create the new element here. What if something goes wrong? After placing everything in its proper locations, Shen Fei heard Stark's reasoning. Don't worry, it's very safe in the element. Nothing will go wrong, Stark said confidently. Perhaps Howard's message hadn't occurred to Stark at all. You're really good at conducting a nuclear test at home, given the energy level of the new element. Was this essentially a nuclear test? Shen Fei, despite muttering this inwardly, had no intention of leaving. Howard couldn't possibly harm Stark, and Stark couldn't possibly die like this. He would then be able to witness the birth of the new element and even learn how to create it. Chapter 72 and Vank, Part 2. The Starks are all perverts. Watching Stark create the new element, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Howard and Tony, father and son, were truly technologically prodigious. If Howard hadn't been assassinated by Hydra, perhaps the miniaturization of the arc reactor would have been completed long ago. This new element is worthy of a Nobel Prize. Unfortunately, Tony had absolutely no interest in the Nobel Prize. Shen Fei, After traveling through time, had once greatly admired the Nobel Prize, but after crossing over, he realized that the so-called Nobel Prize was nothing more than that. It's no wonder Stark didn't care much for it. The Nobel Prize judging process was deeply unfair, with so-called scientific achievements often prioritized last. With so many technological achievements each year, some of them equally impressive, why did some win and others not? The reason for this was, in a word, a matter of public relations. Just like the Oscars, those who questioned the prize simply didn't understand its true meaning. Shen Fei was truly disappointed with the Nobel Prize for two reasons. The first was that Alexander Pierce, the leader of Hydra, the world's largest terrorist organization, had won the Nobel Peace Prize. Shen Fei truly wanted to see the expressions of the Nobel judges when Alexander Pierce's true identity was revealed. The second reason was that Shen Fei didn't win the Nobel Prize. For Shen Fei in the past, the Nobel Prize was something he could only dream of, but that was before. For Shen Fei now, not being awarded this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine was the greatest injustice. Leveraging the power of the opera fruit, Shen Fei had published numerous important medical discoveries. While he hadn't achieved major breakthroughs like curing advanced cancer or AIDS, his achievements were enough to merit a Nobel Prize. Yet, he only received a nomination. Of course, winning a Nobel Prize wouldn't have been difficult for Shen Fei. For example, if he had published his discovery of a complete cure for AIDS, the judges would have been forced to award him the prize even if they didn't want to. With the opera fruit, even if Shen Fei didn't want to reveal his abilities, he could still make significant contributions to medicine. Success. Stark was thrilled by the successful creation of the new element, as it meant he wouldn't die from palladium poisoning. Congratulations, Tony. Shen Fei had just begun to congratulate Stark when Pepper opened the lab door and rushed in. Stark and Pepper were the only two people who knew the password to his lab. Why didn't you tell me? Pepper rushed in and immediately hugged Stark, her eyes filled with sadness. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Where's Happy? What's he doing? Happy was practically Pepper's personal bodyguard these days. I know everything. How long are you going to keep this from me? Well, I'm going to go out for a minute, Shen Fei said as he left the lab. It would have been tactless for him to stay. Long time no see. Shen Fei, leaving the lab, saw someone familiar in the side hall, the famous Black Widow, still sporting her fiery red short hair. Long time no see. Although the Black Widow is nominally Stark's secretary, she is actually Pepper's secretary. After Pepper became the CEO of Stark Group, she certainly could not continue to be Stark's secretary, so of course she had to recruit someone. Tony's palladium poisoning has been resolved. Now you can rest assured, it's resolved. That's good news. By the way, what was the potion you used to treat Callison before? The effect was so good that it left no scars at all. I wonder if it still exists. The Black Widow didn't seem to care too much about Stark being out of danger, but sat down next to Shen Fei and said with a smile. That's a medicine made from bacon. Wait a minute. Smelling the familiar scent of perfume coming from Natasha, Shen Fei stood up at once, walked to the side, picked up his backpack, and took out a bottle of bacon with an extra dose. This is for you. Just considering Natasha was willing to sacrifice her life in exchange for the soul gem, what's a mere bottle of bacon worth? For female agents, the most feared thing is scars on their bodies. Natasha doesn't have any scars on the surface, but that doesn't mean she doesn't have any scars. Then I won't be polite. Natasha put away the bacon without hesitation. Don't think about analyzing the ingredients inside and copying them. The materials inside are refined using drugs from the magical world. Even if you analyze the ingredients, you can't copy them. Oh, I don't know how much you have. Can I buy more? You know, this thing is equivalent to life in our industry. I do have some, but I can't give it away for free. Of course you have to pay. It's not a large quantity, and it's very expensive. Tell me the price. Natasha said this with great confidence. As a joint organization of the 5 major countries, S.H.I.E.L.D is not short of money. Even if it is short of money, such a powerful drug can be purchased with new funds. $1 million a bottle. After thinking for a while, Shen Fei quoted what he thought was a sky-high price. This price? As soon as the price of $1 million was announced, the smile on Natasha's face immediately disappeared. It was not that S.H.I.E.L.D could not afford it, but S.H.I.E.L.D originally wanted to give this thing as standard equipment to S.H.I.E.L.D's field agents. At this price, only a few people in S.H.I.E.L.D could afford it. This was exactly Shen Fei's purpose. For Shen Fei, He had no shortage of Bixen. In Harry's world, because of recovery magic, most injuries could be directly healed by spells, and Bixen was not needed at all. So even though Bixen's therapeutic effect was very powerful, it was basically a bargain in Harry's world. Selling it to S.H.I.E.L.D. at $1 million a bottle was completely robbing money. "Give me 10 bottles first." Natasha did not speak, but Stark, who came up with Pepper at some point, spoke. "What do you want so much for? I'll give you a few bottles that will be enough for you." Shen Fei simply waved his hand and rejected Stark's purchase request. It was fine to cheat S.H.I.E.L.D., but there was no need to cheat Stark. At this moment, Stark did not seem surprised at Natasha's identity. The reason was simple. Whether as Stark's own secretary or Pepper's secretary, how could Stark not thoroughly confirm the identity? Although Natasha's identity was secret, it was nothing to Stark. "I need to ask the director about this," Natasha said at this time. "No problem, this thing is very popular even in the wizarding world. Let him prepare in advance. Can I ask how much this thing costs in the wizarding world?" Natasha took out a bottle of Bixen and asked. "This is a trade secret," Shen Fei said with a smile, shaking his head. "If he jokingly lets you know the original price of the tower, he might be in trouble in the next moment." "I'll go ask first." Natasha stood up and walked out, as if she was going to call fury. "Do you want to expand your bag?" After Natasha left, Shen Fei looked at the expensive leather bag in Pepper's hand and spoke. "Expand?" Pepper looked puzzled. "It means adding some space, just like this bag of mine," Shen Fei said as he picked up the teacup on the table, then took out his wand and cast a traceless extension spell on it. "Now there's about 1 square meter of volume in here," Shen Fei said as he placed the cup on the table. "Let me try," Stark said as he picked up the cup, walked to the water dispenser on the side, and began to fill it with water. "It's amazing," Stark returned again with a look of amazement. "Do you want to expand the area of this side hall?" "That can be done." "Wait a minute," Stark said as he pulled Shen Fei to the laboratory. "Let's expand that direction. Here, watch this," Shen Fei said as he waved his wand, and the next moment the entire laboratory expanded by about twice its area. "It's amazing." Stark immediately ran outside the laboratory, wanting to see if the outside of the laboratory had changed, but of course there was no change. "This is only temporary." "Wait a minute, since the space has been expanded," Shen Fei simply used the spell again to fix the space. "I have used the spell around it. As long as it is not damaged, it should not be a problem to use it for 100 years. When the time is up, there will be changes here. At that time, you have to move the things inside. Of course, people inside will be fine." The traceless extension spell, after so many years of improvement in the wizarding world, will no longer cause harm to living things. Even if the space disappears, the living things will be expelled from the space. Of course, there is no way to deal with inanimate objects. "It's amazing. Come and help me make a place to store armor." Because of the kidnapping, Stark is now very insecure about his safety, so he immediately made the steel armor after returning, and later made the box armor to carry with him. "Even if I make it, how are you going to put it on?" Shen Fei's words immediately stopped Stark's actions. The Iron Man armor was very heavy. Without the help of a machine, Stark would not be able to put it on. Of course, this is only the current stage. Later, Stark will develop an Iron Man armor that can automatically fly over to equip it, and install sensors on every part of the Iron Man armor. It seems that Stark created it during the Battle of New York. Won't the weight increase if you put things in this increased space? As a woman, Pepper certainly hopes that her purse can hold more things, but the more things there are, the heavier it will be. No, in the expanded space, even if you put an Iron Man armor in, the weight will be based on the objects placed on the current surface of the purse. Otherwise, how do you think Stark can lift a cup filled with so much water? Then wait a moment, Pepper said and left. After a long time, she came back. At this time, her purse was empty. Even if Shen Fei made her purse bigger according to Pepper's idea, "By the way, help me expand the space inside my iron suit." After expanding Pepper's purse, Stark seemed to recall something and immediately spoke up. "Finally, you asked." Shen Fei had performed the untraceable extension charm in front of Stark precisely to get him to ask for help expanding his suit, but he couldn't bring himself to ask directly. After all, the iron suit was a weapon, and if Stark didn't ask, he couldn't take over the show. Expanding the iron suit's space effectively increased Stark's combat power. "You didn't just buy it outright?" I thought we could make a big deal." As Natasha and Pepper left, they didn't mention buying bacon again, disappointing Shen Fei, who had been hoping to make a fortune from bacon. Dimensional space, mirror space, that's not scientific. It's not a scientific issue, it's magic. For the next few days, Stark would drag Shen Fei into magical research whenever he had free time. Without the concerns about palladium poisoning, Stark was once again a scientist. Nanotechnology may be using this principle to place unnecessary items in the mirror space. Stark seems to have been focusing on nanotechnology recently, perhaps because of the traceless extension spell. I hope he won't invent nanotechnology before Dr. Zhao. The first inventor of nanotechnology in the Marvel world was Zhao Helen, and her cradle of life was made using this technology. However, Stark still has some distance to go before he can invent nanotechnology. Just like the invention of new elements, some things cannot be achieved without overall technological progress. "Tony, something happened." Just as the two were in the lab, Pepper suddenly called, and then a video came over. "This is Whiplash. He's so brave that he dares to cause trouble outside the Stark Group building." Shen Fei immediately recognized the man holding two electric whips in the video. In the movie, Whiplash attacks Stark at a car race, but Stark only participated in it out of frustration due to palladium poisoning. Now that Stark has resolved that problem, he'll naturally stop racing. Racing is more fun than flying in the Iron Man suit. "Finally, you're out. I saved myself the trouble of looking for you." The appearance of Whiplash and Vank was a boon for Shen Fei, as it meant he could build the arc reactor. The Marvel world can't be sold for money, but in other worlds, energy is a hard currency. "Damn it," Stark said, donning the Iron Man suit and flying towards the Stark Enterprise building. The laboratory Stark and Shen Fei were currently in was Stark's New York villa, not his beachfront home, making it easy to reach Stark Enterprise. The reason they were in New York was that Shen Fei didn't want to travel so far, even if he always took a private jet. Apparition would have been faster, but Shen Fei and Stark had explained that Apparition couldn't reach that far. Although he said it to Stark, he actually said it to Fury as well. Chapter 73 and Vank, and what a hassle. After Stark flew away in his Iron Man suit, Shen Fei immediately drove Stark's sports car towards Stark Enterprise. It was unavoidable, since he couldn't apparate. Fortunately, Stark's villa wasn't too far from Stark Enterprise, and with his driving skills, he arrived just in time to see Stark's shockwave send Whiplash flying. Once Whiplash had gotten back up, he immediately swung his electric whip at Stark. Powered by the arc reactor, the whip's destructive power was immense, instantly destroying any car in its path. But those were just ordinary cars, while Iron Man's suit was primarily constructed of titanium alloys. Even catching the whip with bare hands wouldn't hurt him. Furthermore, Stark's shockwaves could attack from a distance, so Whiplash had no chance of success from the start. After all, Stark's suit was no simple craft. This guy's showing off. With Stark's current Iron Man armor, defeating Whiplash would be a snap, and killing him would be even easier. Whiplash's armor, though arguably armor, was merely crudely assembled, exposing numerous vulnerable areas. Even a gun would be enough to defeat him, let alone the Iron Man armor. Perhaps precisely because of this ease, Stark abandoned his blaster and the Iron Man armor's other weapons. Instead, he charged forward and engaged in hand-to-hand combat, showcasing his martial arts prowess. As Iron Man, Stark had undergone a significant transformation. He had dedicated the time he once spent courting women to training. The saying poor in literature, rich in martial arts holds true. Despite Stark's countless courtships, his physical fitness remained remarkably strong, remaining comparable to that of an average person. After training, even Happy, Stark's personal bodyguard, was no match for him. Because of his wealth, Stark hired numerous skilled martial artists to train him. Perhaps having shown off enough, Stark finally pulled the arc reactor from Whiplash's chest, causing Whiplash to collapse. Both Stark and Whiplash relied on the power of the arc reactor to power their armor. Whiplash, who collapsed, was quickly apprehended by nearby police. After stripping him of his iron armor, they placed him in a police car. Stark ignored the police and flew away. Happy immediately stepped aside to clean up the mess. On the penthouse floor of Stark Enterprises, Stark, stripped of his iron armor, immediately began examining the arc reactor. Stark now had iron armor stored in 3 locations: his beachfront villa, where the largest number was stored, his New York villa, and the penthouse floor of Stark Enterprises. Stark had built over a dozen Mark IIIs, one of which he gave to his friend James, the so-called Iron Patriot, during a period of frustration. While unintentional, it significantly eased Stark's relationship with the military. Stark's eagerness to research the arc reactor stemmed from Whipsaw's claim that Howard had stolen it, not developed it. Stark held his father in high esteem and would not tolerate his father being insulted. Looks like we can't disturb him for a while. Seeing Stark alone in the lab, Shen Fei immediately left, as he had other things to do. Justin's really fast. After leaving Stark Corporation, Shen Fei immediately headed to the prison where Envanko was being held. He thought he had been incredibly quick, but upon arriving, he was shocked to find Justin Hammer already there, negotiating terms with Envanko. The two quickly reached an agreement to work together against Stark. Envanko was then taken away by Justin Hammer, and the rest of the story was simple. A prison riot and fire occurred, burning dozens of prisoners, including Envanko, to death. The whole thing was perfectly concealed. Hammer Industries, Shen Fei didn't stop Justin Hammer's actions until he had Envanko imprisoned in a warehouse. Then, Shen Fei had Red Queen take control of the surveillance footage. Then, Shen Fei reappeared and used the Imperious Curse to subdue Envanko, forcing him to teach him how to build the arc reactor. In Harry's world, the three unforgivable curses were so famous, and with Grindelwald at his side, how could Shen Fei not learn? With the Imperious Curse as convenient as it was, the hypnosis of the Opnomi seemed a waste of time. However, the Imperious Curse was one of the three unforgivable curses, so Shen Fei wouldn't normally use it. Perhaps it was a sign of self-discipline. But now, there was no need. Finally, Shen Fei thought for a moment after obtaining the instructions for the arc reactor. Then, he allowed Envanko and Justin Hammer to continue their mischief. If Justin hadn't caused trouble, how could he have gotten anything from Hammer Industries? Even though Justin Hammer was considered a low-ranking company by Stark, Hammer Industries was a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and many of the instruments within it made Shen Fei very jealous. Some of these instruments, even with Shen Fei's current wealth, were impossible to acquire through legitimate channels. If he tried to buy anything, the FBI would likely appear before him. What? He's dead. After inspecting the arc reactor, Stark, after several days of deliberation, decided to meet with Envanko. The news that Envanko had died in a fire during a prison riot left Stark deeply disappointed. He then put the matter of Envanko aside. After all, he trusted his father more than the incomprehensible words of his attacker. It's probably what they say, it's easy for those who know, but hard for those who don't. Shen Fei, having obtained the arc reactor, quickly replicated it himself, not only the arc reactor but also the new element. I've got some free time anyway, so I might as well give it a makeover. With Envanko and his crew still a few days away from their troubles, Shen Fei took the opportunity to modify the luxury car Stark had gifted him, primarily the powertrain. With the arc reactor already in place, the refueling car wouldn't be necessary. According to Pepper, a top car company had already approached them about collaborating on the production of a new generation of energy-powered vehicles, though widespread adoption was unlikely. Not only car companies, but also airlines were preparing to produce new energy-powered passenger aircraft. Stark's private jet had already begun undergoing such modifications, but Stark's efforts wouldn't be as easy as Shen Fei's, thanks to his ability to use the Operation Fruit. I've already checked out the Blood Orchid. That evening, Shen Fei was on a video call with Ada, who was reporting on her recent investigation. She had confirmed the existence of the Blood Orchid, and that many mercenaries and adventurers had already been hired to search for it. All Ada needed to do was pay a high price to snatch it up. Thank you for your hard work. I'll give you the money right away. Are you free soon? Shen Fei had originally intended to search for the Blood Orchid himself, but since he could get it for money, he didn't mind spending the money. As for how many people died searching for the Blood Orchid, that was none of his business. If Ada didn't contact him, he would. Something, yes. I'd like you to go to the east and help me customize 4 satellites. Satellites were essential for developing communications in Harry's world. Even Shen Fei, no matter how powerful he was, couldn't create a single satellite. Even with a 3D printer, which theoretically allowed him to manufacture something, satellites weren't something a single person could master. In the Marvel Universe, while there were many countries and companies capable of manufacturing satellites, the fact that they were satellites, coupled with the need for secrecy, limited Shen Fei's options. And among all these countries, the eastern flower planters were undoubtedly the weakest within S.H.I.E.L.D. A weak S.H.I.E.L.D. meant a weak Hydra. Shen Fei had originally considered going there himself, but he realized he was unfamiliar with the area and wouldn't know who to contact if he rashly went to buy 4 satellites. But Ada Wang was different. She definitely had connections. No problem. I need a vacation soon, and is there anything else I can do? If you have time, could you help me track down Peggy Carter's whereabouts? Shen Fei thought for a moment before offering this advice. Peggy Carter, what do you want to talk to her about? As a fellow agent, Ada was certainly familiar with the veteran Carter. You might not know, but the captain has been found, still alive and very young. This would be too cruel for her, so I'm going to help her and let this couple put an end to their regrets, Shen Fei said, recounting the captain's story. I see, Ada said, and hung up. It seems she's busy there. Although Shen Fei didn't see what was going on there, he could hear the gunshots. However, Shen Fei wasn't worried about Ada's safety. After all, her body had been strengthened, and as long as she wasn't surrounded by a large group, she should have no problem escaping. Next, it's time for games. Harry's world had very few games, especially at Hogwarts. Apart from wizard's chess, there wasn't much else. So Shen Fei decided to bring some games. Initially, Shen Fei wasn't sure what to bring, given the relatively low technology there. But after some research, he suddenly realized there was a type of game that was perfectly suited to Hogwarts: board games. He could only play Yu-Gi-Oh!, which technically could be considered a board game, using a holographic imaging system. But the magical world was different. Perhaps there, he could use magic to create a magical imaging system. After all, the starry sky in the Hogwarts lobby was simulated magically, so simulating some images shouldn't be difficult. Besides these, he also brought some basic technology, such as primitive communication and mobile phone technology. You're so impatient, Justin Hammer acted quickly. After building just a few Iron Man suits, he eagerly contacted the military, hoping to sell them. Compared to Stark's Iron Man suits, Aunt Vank's Iron Man suits were undoubtedly much cheaper. After all, the materials used and the overall design significantly reduced costs. Unfortunately, Justin Hammer had vision, but he lacked the technical skills. He had no idea that Aunt Vank had embedded a backdoor in each Iron Man suit. Once activated, the suits would obey his commands. However, without an artificial intelligence system, flexible command of the suits was impossible. At best, Aunt Vank could only use them as turrets or simply charge into the enemy. At the Stark Industries Expo, Justin Hammer planned to showcase his Iron Man suits to smite Stark. A successful demonstration would be a devastating blow to Iron Man's reputation. Uniqueness is what makes Iron Man. Aunt Vank was no fool. Justin Hammer was using him, and he was using Justin Hammer in return. Without the support of Hammer Industries, he couldn't have produced so many arc reactors and Iron Man armors on his own. Ready to act? Fighting Stark is fine, but nothing else is allowed. Upon learning of Aunt Vank's actions, Shen Fei also began to act. Sorry, Shen Fei first used the Imperious Curse to control Justin Hammer, forcing him to transfer all of Hammer Industries' money. He then let Justin Hammer leave. Shen Fei's final instructions were to fight Aunt Vank with his bazooka. With so much money stolen from Justin Hammer, he was undoubtedly doomed. Hammer Industries wasn't his personal property, he was merely a puppet. Given this, the only way to shift the blame was to Aunt Vank. Considering Aunt Vank's nationality, even if an investigation was carried out, Shen Fei would be in no position to trace the cause. It's 2 against many. Watching the robot-human battle over Stark Expo on his phone, Shen Fei was diligently moving all of Hammer Industries' equipment and stored weapons. Afterward, he set bombs everywhere. Such a commotion was bound to go unnoticed by the government, so the Iron Patriots also joined the fray. Aunt Vank's iron armor, though numerous, was too weak to withstand Stark and James. Aunt Vank, you bastard! As the 3 of them confronted each other, Justin Hammer rushed out, firing a bazooka directly at Aunt Vank. At the same time, Aunt Vank fired at Justin Hammer with a Gatling gun mounted on his shoulder. Both perished. The rockets in Justin Hammer's hands weren't ordinary shells, but armor-piercing ones. Stark's iron armor would have been able to withstand them, but Aunt Vank wasn't. Chapter 74 Thor's Hammer, Part 1. As expected, ordinary Iron Man armor is just cannon fodder. When Shen Fei appeared at the Stark Industries Expo, the battle was over and the military was finishing up. As for the police, They left dejectedly after the military's appearance. Although Vank's Iron Man armor was far less powerful than Stark's, it was still a significant gain for the military. The arc reactors alone were a significant gain. "Shen, you're here. Help me fix it up," Stark said upon seeing Shen Fei's appearance, pointing to a building shattered by the fighting. "Are you trying to put those construction workers out of work?" Shen Fei understood what Stark meant and asked him to use the Restore to New technique to repair the damage, but Shen Fei shook his head and refused. "Yet, forget it." After hearing Shen Fei's words, Stark immediately gave up the idea of Shen Fei using magic to restore the damage. A former Stark would never have considered it, but his time in the cave with Ethan had allowed him to see the suffering down there. Truly speaking, the person who brought about such a profound change in Stark was Dr. Ethan. He was a truly kind doctor. With his education and skills, he could have enjoyed the comforts of a prosperous metropolis, but he resolutely returned to save his hometown. Unfortunately, before he could make any real difference, it was destroyed by terrorists. Rejuvenate. After James left, Shen Fei immediately cast a restoration spell on Stark. The two of them faced off against so many armored warriors. While they emerged victorious, they were not unscathed. Stark's armor was sturdy, but Stark was a mere mortal. Every collision would inflict a wound. Because of Shen Fei's hint to Vank, this time, Vank, with his numerous armored warriors, chose not to target ordinary people, but to attack Stark and James directly. While Vank couldn't control the computer-controlled armors to perform agile movements, he could still manage to charge directly. Knowing Vank's plans in advance, Shen Fei naturally wouldn't allow him to harm ordinary people. "Your injuries are serious. Rest for a while. I should be able to resolve your internal issues later. First, they'll remove the bomb fragments from Stark's body, then use the virus to strengthen his body. Director, this place is in ruins." While Stark was being rushed to the hospital, Natasha arrived at the Hammer Industries lab. How could S.H.I.E.L.D be unaware of Vanko's drastic actions? They couldn't involve them in the battle between the Iron Man suits, but they could investigate Hammer Industries. "Come back first." At S.H.I.E.L.D's Trident headquarters, Furis stared gravely at an email S.H.I.E.L.D had intercepted. Although the content was completely garbled, the address still revealed its location. This was an email Shen Fei had manipulated Vanko into sending. The content wasn't substantial, but Red Queen had enabled the automatic destruction function upon interception, primarily to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D investigation. Of course, Vanko couldn't take the blame alone, and these emails would create the perfect image of the mastermind. Fury immediately put the incident behind him. It involved Justin, who had only collaborated with Vanko with the military's tacit approval. Furthermore, with Justin's death, most of Hammer Industries' funding had vanished, and the lab had been destroyed. This meant someone in the military was in trouble again. After all, this incident had been so public, how could they explain it to the public without finding a few scapegoats? Speaking of which, the U.S. military has been undergoing frequent personnel changes in recent years, ever since the Raccoon City incident. "Melinda, go get Shen," Fury said, staring at an image on the large screen in front of him for a long time before pressing a button to the side, issuing an order. "I really should find time to go east, but what kind of company should I start there? Selling drones, or maybe a gaming company?" After roughly sorting through the equipment from Hammer Industries, Shen Fei began to consider his future. For him personally, it was simple: strengthening his own capabilities was his top priority. While strengthening his own capabilities, the company's development couldn't be slowed down. However, for Shen Fei, the most pressing task was finding a qualified CEO. Pepper could still serve as CEO for his company, but with the expansion of Stark Group and his company, Pepper would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Besides, even if Pepper thought she could handle it, Stark didn't want her to be so busy. If she was too busy, she wouldn't have time for him. It's a pity Ada likes a life of adventure, otherwise, she could be a good CEO. Top agents are well-rounded individuals, like Ada and Natasha. They're more than capable of managing a large group. "I'm telling you, you're trespassing." On the beach at the villa, watching the Quinjet emerge from its cloaking state, Shen Fei looked disapprovingly at Melinda as she emerged from the plane. "The director wants to see you," Melinda said expressionlessly. "He invited me, so do I have to go?" "Let him come if he has something to do." Shen Fei wasn't about to coddle Fury. "It's urgent, and the director is busy right now." "Okay, for your sake, I'll go," Seeing Melinda's serious face, Shen Fei considered it for a moment before finally boarding the plane. The reason he agreed so easily was because Shen Fei also wanted to know why Fury had sent Melinda to ask him over at this time. S.H.I.E.L.D. Trident headquarters, Fury's office. I wonder what impression you have of this thing. Fury didn't exchange polite words with Shen Fei, but instead displayed an image on the large screen in front of him. This is truly interesting. The image made Shen Fei smile. He was very familiar with it, Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, now lying alone in a large pit. It looks like you recognize it. Shen Fei's expression made Fury's eyes light up. I need to confirm. Do you have a closer photo? Here, Hill said, handing Shen Fei a tablet computer. It contained numerous images of Thor's hammer, showing every angle, along with data analyzed by scientific instruments. I need to confirm, Shen Fei said, pulling out his own tablet computer and searching for the data. He quickly found the data he needed, then immediately controlled the tablet computer to transfer the image to the large screen in front of him. If nothing goes wrong, this should be it. The image displayed an introduction to Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. Thor's hammer? You're kidding, right? Norse mythology is incredibly popular in the West. Even those unfamiliar with it are familiar with some of its characters. Upon reading this, Fury's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Hill and Melinda beside him were also incredulous. You mean, the Norse gods really exist? Magicians were fine, but as for gods, Nick Fury was a staunch atheist. In a way. Yes, Shen Fei said, clasping his hands together. A golden magic circle appeared, then transformed into a giant golden tree. You've probably heard of the World Tree. As he spoke, 9 planets appeared on the tree. The World Tree divides the 9 realms. The gods of Norse mythology reside in Asgard, ruling over the 9 realms. Humanity, the planet beneath our feet, is called Midgard within the 9 realms. As Shen Fei spoke, their names appeared on each of the 9 planets. Before Fury could ask, Shen Fei continued, the reason Earth, or Midgard, has legends about Norse mythology is because the people of Asgard and Jotunheim fought a war on Earth. After the war, although all the people of Asgard returned, there were still humans on Earth who recorded the events, which is the origin of the current Norse mythology. In other words, the so-called Norse mythology is actually just a group of powerful aliens. Fury said this after a long silence. You can say that, but the average lifespan of an ordinary person in Asgard is over 5,000 years. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years are normal for the powerful. That's why they call themselves gods in the universe, and no one objects. Why did the people of Asgard and Jotunheim fight on Earth? Fury continued to ask. Asgard rules the 9 realms, and many people are dissatisfied. These people also want to rule the 9 realms. Jotunheim originally came to Earth to transform it into an ice planet, a second Jotunheim. Shen Fei paused, then continued. Jotunheim is the world where ice giants live. They want to create the same environment on Earth, that is, to turn Earth into an ice age. Of course, Asgard will not let them succeed, although Shen Fei did not say anything further. With the intelligence of Fury and his friends, they could guess it even without saying it. You just said that Asgard rules the 9 realms, which means we are a vassal state of Asgard. Then why haven't we heard any news from Asgard in all these years? Is there something wrong with them? As expected of Fury, he quickly discovered a problem. There is nothing wrong with Asgard. They are still one of the most powerful forces in the entire universe. They are an existence that the Kree Empire and the Nova Empire do not want to provoke. The other 7 realms of the 9 realms have always known about Asgard and are required to pay tribute every year. The reason why Earth does not know about Asgard and does not need to pay tribute is because we have someone above us, Shen Fei said as he put away the magic circle and pointed his finger upwards. Asgard has the Rainbow Bridge, which allows people to enter and exit the 9 realms at will. Asgardians appear from time to time in the other 7 realms, but not on Earth. It is obvious that this is someone's credit. Someone above. Fury stood up directly. Yes, to some extent, Earth has a master, and because of him, Asgardians cannot appear at will. Shen Fei nodded. Then why are they showing up now? Don't you know what it means to travel abroad? Ordinary people aren't allowed to enter or leave Midgard freely, but that doesn't mean Thor can't. He's Odin's son. As long as he doesn't blow up Earth, the master doesn't care. Shen Fei raised his head and gave Fury a cold sneer. He then continued, he's the master of Earth. Remember, Earth. As long as Earth isn't blown up, he won't care about anything that happens in the human world. So even if aliens invade, he won't care. That's right, Shen Fei nodded heavily. During the Battle of New York, Ancient One only took action against a Chitauri who wanted to attack the New York temple. She didn't take action against anyone else, otherwise the Chitauri would have been rampant there. That's where this was found. Take me to see it, Shen Fei said, standing up. You want to go? Fury asked with a puzzled look. Mjolnir has appeared on Earth, and Thor must be there too. Should I go say hello to him, or should you guys handle him on your own? May, take him there. After a moment's consideration, Fury agreed to Shen Fei's request. The 9 realms have owners. After Shen Fei and Melinda left, Fury sat down and took a deep breath. Shen Fei's words revealed a lot of information. While he couldn't tell if it was true, it was enough to give Fury a headache. New Mexico. Flying in a Quinjet, Shen Fei and Melinda quickly arrived at the location where Thor's hammer was stored. Because it couldn't be moved, S.H.I.E.L.D had set up a camp around it, even sending Hawkeye. There, Shen Fei met Callison and the bald agent, S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems I don't have the captain's sense of justice. Shen Fei didn't exchange pleasantries with him and went straight to Thor's hammer. His first priority, of course, was to test whether he was worthy of lifting it. In the movie, when Captain Marvel got Thor's hammer for the first time, he could actually lift it, but in order to save face for Thor and the others, he pretended that he couldn't. Speaking of which, the conditions for picking up Thor's hammer are actually very strange. Under normal circumstances, most people shouldn't be able to lift Thor's hammer, but Thor can hang it on the wall without it falling. After that, Shen Fei used the power of the surgery fruit and began to analyze the runes on Thor's hammer. However, Shen Fei couldn't help but step back several steps and shook his head. There were too many runes on Thor's hammer, and they contained strange energies. They were entangled with each other, making him dizzy for a while. Is the power level too different? This was the first time Shen Fei encountered such a situation. Since he couldn't analyze Thor's hammer, he had to get to know Thor first. Chapter 75 Thor's Hammer, Part 2. What happened? Shen Fei asked after leaving Mjolnir and entering the base's temporary hall. Seeing the standoff between Melinda, Hawkeye, Callison, and Silvert, he couldn't help but ask. This, May said, pointing to a red warning screen on a computer. Meanwhile, another computer showed a young man forcing his way into the base, fighting his way to Mjolnir, only to be unable to lift it, screaming in pain. He was then apprehended by numerous S.H.I.E.L.D agents, this time offering no resistance. Then, under May's control, the video changed to Callison interrogating the young man, then Callison abruptly leaving the interrogation room. The young man muttered to himself, and finally, Callison returned to the interrogation room and escorted the man out of the base. This is impossible. Callison and Silvert stared at the video, their faces filled with disbelief. Not to mention that they were both level 6 S.H.I.E.L.D agents. Even a level 1 agent wouldn't make such a blatant mistake as the one shown in the video. After all, the young man in the video had broken through S.H.I.E.L.D's defenses and made it all the way to the core. No matter his identity, he couldn't be let off so easily. Yet, the two of them easily let him go, even ignoring the warning screen on their computer. If Melinda hadn't trusted Callison, Hawkeye would have likely captured Callison and Silvert by now. What's going on? Melinda immediately turned her gaze to Shen Fei. It's cognitive impairment. Someone's using magic on them, like hypnosis, so even the most irrational things seem perfectly plausible to them, Shen Fei explained. Magic? Callison and Silvert looked at Shen Fei in surprise. Are they okay now? Melinda asked. No, to remove this cognitive impairment, it's simple. Just give them a good hit on the head and knock them unconscious. Who's going to do it? Shen Fei said, pulling over a chair and sitting down, his expression full of anticipation. You can't remove it, Melinda said, looking at Callison with a hesitant expression. This is Asgardian magic, different from the system I learned. I can break it, but I can't guarantee the consequences, so you two should just bear with it. If it were just Callison alone, Shen Fei wouldn't have suggested such an idea, but with Silvert in the mix, things were different. What is Asgard? Callison had just begun to ask when Melinda launched a vicious punch. Facing Melinda's attack, Callison dared not resist. Furthermore, knowing it was intended to break his hypnosis, he resigned himself to Melinda's attack. Silvert tried to defend herself, but Melinda didn't give her a chance and knocked her unconscious with a few blows. Do you have a grudge against him? Shen Fei looked at the scars on Silvert's face, then at Callison's. Although both had been knocked unconscious, the difference between their injuries was stark. Callson's was less severe, while Sylvette's face was practically swollen. "No, it's just been a while since I've been active, and I haven't been able to control my power well." Melinda wouldn't say that. She actually had some dislike for Sylvette, but after all, they were colleagues in the organization, so she couldn't find a reason to attack him. Now, there was a legitimate reason to do it, and afterward, she even thanked him. Shen Fei didn't know if it was because of the beatings he'd given Callson and Sylvette, but he noticed something different in Melinda's expression. "How do you feel now?" Melinda asked immediately after Callson and Sylvette woke up. Although Shen Fei said this would break the hypnosis, he still needed to verify it without their confirmation. "This is terrible. I didn't expect I'd make such a mistake," Callson said with a wry smile, shaking his head. "Can you be gentler?" Sylvette covered her face, looking at Melinda with disapproval. "Being gentle won't work," Melinda said, glancing at Shen Fei. "It should be fine now." "Now, we should go visit our prince," Shen Fei said, standing up. "That's him." Melinda looked surprised. "Indeed, while something seems to be amiss with our prince, that doesn't affect his status, does it, May?" "What prince?" Callson seemed to finally realize. "He's the Prince of Asgard, the Norse god of thunder, Thor, the son of Odin." "You didn't tell them that," Shen Fei said without waiting for Melinda to speak. "I didn't get to tell them yet." May had initially planned to tell Callson and Sylvette, but after noticing the warning screen on her computer, she held back. "Thor, how is that possible?" Callson, Sylvette, and Haka were stunned. "Nothing is impossible. By the way, you know where he is now, don't you?" That, Shen Fei's words made Callson's face falter for a moment, but then, as if remembering something, he immediately spoke. "I know where the person who took him lives. Dr. Eric, a renowned astrophysicist, had achieved remarkable success in his field. However, because his achievements were so high, some considered him a lunatic, as his theories were unprovable. He was also the one who took Thor away." With S.H.I.E.L.D's reach, they quickly tracked down Dr. Eric's residence in a nearby town. They soon arrived at Eric's rented house, which they had rented specifically for their experiments. "What are you doing here again? Give me my stuff back," a young woman shouted as Callson and his companions appeared. "I'll return it to you later," Callson said, somewhat embarrassed. Shen Fei ignored Callson's question about what he had taken and entered the room. He saw a man and a woman, seemingly affectionately preparing food. They were Thor and Jane Foster. Thor's size was considered highly desirable in the Western world, so even though they had only just met, they already had a mutual attraction. "What are you doing here again?" Perhaps the young woman's words had alarmed Dr. Eric inside, who quickly rushed out. Although he appeared to be questioning S.H.I.E.L.D, a closer look revealed a hint of guilt. "Sir Thor, the god of thunder, welcome to Midgard." Shen Fei walked up to Thor and bowed solemnly. This was authentic Asgardian etiquette, something Shen Fei had learned from the berserker Elliot Randolph. "Who are you?" Thor finally put down his plate and looked at Shen Fei with a puzzled expression. "The Sorcerer Supreme sends greetings to Odin, the Lord of Heaven," Shen Fei spoke, drawing a streak of golden light in the air. "Sorcerer Supreme, Midgard now has mages?" Thor's face was filled with confusion. "It seems he doesn't know about the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One." Thor's reaction immediately made Shen Fei understand. Midgard has had mages for a long time. "It seems Sir Thor is not very clear about this matter. I came here today to ask what brings you to Midgard. I was exiled. My father believes I am not worthy of the throne." Thor was very honest and told this story directly, even revealing that his father, Odin, had died because of him. "That means you can't return to Asgard?" "Yes." Thor's expression was deeply downcast when he mentioned not being able to return to Asgard. "I see. Here's my number. If you need anything in Midgard, you can call me," Shen Fei said, leaving a business card before standing and leaving. After Shen Fei left, Callson and the others followed suit. "You really are Thor?" As soon as Shen Fei and the others left the room, Eric, Jane, and Daisy immediately surrounded Thor. Although Thor had always claimed to be Thor, no one had believed him before, but now it was different. Shen Fei's appearance confirmed Thor's words. After all, Thor wouldn't let S.H.I.E.L.D play along with him. "What's going on?" After returning to the temporary base, Melinda immediately came over and turned on the computer. Fury's dark face appeared on the computer. "What's going on?" Shen Fei said calmly from his chair. "I've heard everything. Whether he's Thor or not, and what exactly you intend to do, shouldn't you explain? Of course he's Thor. I've made that clear before. As for what I intend to do, I want to do nothing. Since you've heard everything, you should have heard Thor say Odin is dead, but as far as I know, he's still alive and well. Clearly, something has happened in Asgard. Without knowing the specifics, the best option is to wait and see. Odin exiled Thor to Earth to allow him to grow. Shen Fei left so quickly for this very reason. After all, he'd already met Thor, so he could let the rest of the story unfold naturally. If his interference led to any unexpected consequences, Odin's wrath would be unbearable. Using someone else's identity as a pretext would be useless against Odin. I see, Fury said, and hung up. Come out. Your magic won't work on me. After Fury hung up, Shen Fei suddenly manifested a wand in his right hand and shouted into the air. No wonder the old man keeps people away from Midgard. As Shen Fei finished his words, Loki, dressed in a suit and tie, appeared before him. Shen Fei's hasty departure from Thor wasn't just due to desire to avoid interfering with what was to come, but also because he discovered Loki was there. Compared to Thor, who relied solely on his own divine powers and lacked a deep understanding of magic, Loki's proficiency in magic was far superior. After all, it was the sorceress Frigga who taught him magic. Thor needed the Rainbow Bridge to enter and exit Midgard, but Loki didn't seem to have used it. It wasn't just Midgard that Loki seemed to have a special way of reaching the other 9 realms. Loki's invisibility was incredibly advanced. If it weren't for the energy-sensing magic of Kamar-Taj, Shen Fei might not have been able to detect him. As Guardian, after all, it was the first time he met Loki, so Shen Fei certainly couldn't call him out by name. What are you doing here? It seems like, just as Shen Fei started to speak, he suddenly noticed that Loki frowned across from him, and then his figure disappeared. It's gone. Is this figure an illusion? Shen Fei knew that Loki's illusion magic was very powerful. After all, he had deceived Thor several times with this magic. Something happened. At this moment, Coulson suddenly rushed in from outside. That's the Rainbow Bridge. No wonder Loki left so suddenly. Shen Fei walked out of the room and immediately saw that the huge clouds in the eastern sky began to stir. Then a beam of light flashed, and the clouds began to return to normal. It should be Sif and the others. Robin Hood has been spotted here. Soon, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who was monitoring Thor sent a message, describing the appearance of the people who came to look for Thor. Let's go take a look, Shen Fei said, and had Coulson and Melinda lead him back to Thor's location. Thor, having already met Sif and the others, knew that Odin was still alive and that Loki was behind everything. Shen Fei hadn't pointed this out before because Thor was a true brother Khan. Even after Loki had betrayed him so many times, who would Thor believe when an outsider spoke ill of his brother in front of such a man? It went without saying. Such words would only leave a bad impression on Thor. There's a saying that goes, first impressions are formed, and especially with someone like Thor, a bad first impression is hard to change. With Sif and the others, Thor's trusted comrades, there were no such concerns. Just as Sif and the others were discussing how to bring Thor back and expose Loki's scheme, the clouds stirred again, and then a flash of light appeared. A tall, silver-white robot appeared at the edge of town. The destroyer appeared. Boom! The destroyer appeared and launched his attack. The light emanating from his mask utterly destroyed several houses in a single blow. By the time Thor and the others arrived, an entire street had been completely obliterated by the destroyer. The townspeople, unaware of such a situation, panicked and fled in all directions. However, some sturdy individuals took up various weapons and fired at the destroyer. However, the destroyer was Asgard's most advanced weapon, and ordinary firearms were no match for it. They were met with the destroyer's next volley of fire, and the devastating beams of light vanished without a trace. Go! Sif and the other 4, weapons in hand, charged at the destroyer from all 4 directions. Why don't you attack? Coulson asked, observing Shen Fei, who remained motionless. Let's see what they were saying first. Shen Fei was facing the destroyer, and he wanted to test the waters of Asgard's most advanced weapon. If it were controlled by Odin, he wouldn't dare attack it, but if it was Loki, it didn't matter. As Asgard's top weapon, the power of the destroyer in Odin's hands is completely different from that in Loki's hands. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.